There's a false saying I discovered. How can someone who can't save himself save others? Well, supposing I have the key to your chain, who should say that your lock and my lock should be the same? If you see it, call it. Maybe we can work together to fix it. And just because you don't have the key, don't mean you can't recognize that somebody don't need to be free. Use your voice.
You wanna see a world that's full of destruction? Make a man of poor conduct a rich conductor, and watch what he orchestrate soon as he's in the seat. And who he bans with, he will reveal his own deceit. If that don't strike a chord, I'm afraid nothing will. Obviously getting played, but now let's call him a trumpet. Cause we all know who pull on the strings. We won't accept it or face the music. We rather hear broken records. He toots his own horn and all that jazz.
This is true, he plays up by ear. Next thing he's singing a different tone.
If I went and said we can't get on one accord cause we need to be fine-tuned, would you let me chime in? I'm fit as a fiddle and you fiddle while Rome burns. Cause I try to drum it into your mind but you won't learn.
See, most individuals fear the complex depths within, so they remain superficial on the surface layer of their psyche. So they mindful of their surroundings, but they're not mindful of themselves. The problem with that is, if you don't know yourself, you will settle for anything. Wake up.
The truth is sobering, but you rather wet your whistle and be whistling Dixie. Ride the elevator, music to dreamland, seeing pixies. Counting sheep, racial slurs go unaccounted. Bigotry, I can't count it. Why this blood sucks us taxes go unaccounted for. And I can't wait till the fat lady sings. They selling tickets, I will be there with bells on. The lot of us, and when they do it, will be music to my ears. I'm so excited, like maybe it's opera, Oprah. They say the truth is hard to handle. You can see it's all lies if you're willing to take a propaganda. Need you to understand, it's scripted from the start. You think Oprah's your next leader? Look up a whistle in the dark. Blind men, don't let them string you along to a crumbling vile end, to the sound of violence.
A man named Heraclitus said, if you went in search of it, you would not find the boundaries of your soul. Though you traveled every road, it's so deep, it cannot be measured. But we define ourselves by black, Christian. But how can you not, if the world see you as that?
I'm not black, I'm Hebrew. My nigga, we knew till that officer peeks you. It's not appeased with what he sees. He blacks, he bruise you when you laying there see-through. That's when it hits you.
As you seen across the news,
They haven't cause you black and they do not see you as a Jew, except they do. That's the irony in my pen. There's no denying me if I have to spiral him in the gym. This gym I wield like a sensei with a switchblade. I'm MJ, try to show you the world's a big stage. You LeVar Burton, you enslaved, meaning you gotta play the part if you expecting to get paid, right? Hamlet did say to be or not to be. I hear Toby or not Toby, and I've took as much as I can take. Get it? Toby Kente, Kunta no Timon and Pumbaa, Akuna Matata's not my alma mater. It is to move farther, all our sons and daughters. They the truth, that's why I speak till it seep through they medulla oblongata. They saying I'm a problem. Why? It's cause I elevate the mind of the robots. Knock 'em, sock 'em.
Rise and shine, everybody. Hope everybody's doing all right today. Let me know if y'all can see me up here. Yeah, a lot of y'all didn't know I rapped, huh? Listen, man, I get down. It used to be what I did. Listen, all the content creators who have followed this case, you are welcome. Let me go ahead and drop the link. If you follow this case, and especially if you know how it started, go ahead and hit that link, family. I'm gonna let maybe just a few of you who it's going to be in several parts, guys. So whoever knows and remembers the first part, you feel like the most, if you have some videos lined up in order, I want you guys to go ahead and come up here. Thank you, guys. Thank you for whoever loved the video. Thank y'all so much. Today we're going to be reviewing this video, family, or reviewing the beginning of the saga, what I call the battle of the Latruths. Okay, it's crazy, the Latruth battle. I am going to be addressing this book from my book. I mean, addressing this saga from my book, The Emotional Terrorizer. So you guys know I wrote a book called The Emotional Terrorizer, where it basically talks about how we move within our emotions and how we're most dangerous when we don't think out the consequences of our actions, right? And so we're going to look at this. This is not a bashing session, okay? We're going to look at this through non-biased eyes, and this is for the community, okay? A lot of you guys have relationships where you went through similar things. A lot of you guys relate emotionally to it in whatever way, okay? So some of you guys are on the side of Brianna, some of you guys are on the side of Robert, but I want you guys to just look at it from the side of harmony, okay? We're going to figure out how to have a healthy relationship and avoid a lot of these things, and also what to do in these situations, okay? So I'm giving you guys some time. If you are a content creator, I'm going to pop that link in here again. And if you are interested in coming up, just let me know in the comments, family. Peace, Asana. We are a little bit early, so well, it's 7:20. Okay, we good. We're at 7:20. I'm gonna read a little bit from this book, okay, family? The Emotional Terrorizer. Peace, Chatty. You are definitely welcome to come up. We're gonna be going over the beginning of this saga, okay? But this says the emotional terrorizer is a term coined by Kevin Wesley to describe the destructive behaviors that often emerge during emotions or moments of conflict. Wesley's observation highlights the significant role played by emotions in our actions and interactions. When overwhelmed by intense emotions, we may exhibit erratic, irrational, and aggressive behavior, treating others and ourselves like as victims of emotional turmoil. The behavior pattern led to the identification of the term emotional terrorizer. By recognizing the impact of our emotions on our behavior, Wesley sheds light on the harmful consequences of becoming emotional terrorizers. Such behaviors can disrupt relationships, instill fear, and inflict emotional harm on those around us. It underscores the importance of understanding and managing our emotions effectively to prevent becoming agents of distress. The concept of the emotional terrorizer prompts us to reflect on our own actions and take responsibility for the negative impact that we may have on others during emotions or moments of emotional upheaval. It encourages us to strive for self-awareness, emotional intelligence, and healthier ways of expressing ourselves in times of conflict. By acknowledging the existence of emotional terrorizing behavior, we are empowered to break free from the destructive patterns and work towards fostering healthier and more constructive interactions with others. This understanding opens the door to personal growth, empathy, and the development of effective conflict resolution skills. Amber Graham is up. Okay, Amber, we're going to bring you up shortly. In summary, Kevin Wesley's concept of the emotional terrorizer brings attention to the destructive behaviors that stem from uncontrolled emotions during moments of conflict. By recognizing and addressing these patterns, individuals can take steps towards emotional growth, healthier relationships, and more positive interactions with others. All right, let me bring up Amber real quick. Peace, Amber. How you doing? You there? I think you gotta hit your mute button. Oh, you're not ready. All right. The first chapter of this book is called Exposing the Emotional Terrorizer, right? A call to transformation. So the first chapter, it goes through a lot of behavior traits that point out an emotional terrorizer in hopes that you can recognize if you are surrounded by them, if you're married to one, if you have one as a friend in your life, if your parents are them, if you are them as a parent, or if you're one in your life, okay? In that first chapter, it also shows you the type of steps that you can do if you realize you are an emotional terrorizer. The book isn't just to expose you to emotional terrorizers, but to help people who realize that they are emotional terrorizers, to show them a better way, right? In order to change, okay? That's great. Let's see here. Hey, Chatty, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good, Kev. How are you?
I'm awesome. I'm awesome.
Good.
So, of course, I'm gonna start from the beginning of it. We're gonna start off. The first video we review is that 911 call. I believe that's the first one that started it all, and we're gonna go from there. I'd love to have your take on this video also as we go through it.
Okay.
Fantastic. I'm going to start by show y'all something. So as you can see, chapter 4 says the emotionally terrorizing husband. The next chapter is emotionally terrorizing wife. I'm going to read some from the emotionally terrorizing husband, and as we look at this video, we're going to see if we see an emotional terrorizing husband or emotional terrorizing wife. Now, after each chapter, it shows the makings of and shows you how that person probably grew up, which made them so emotionally led, right? So emotionally terrorizing husband. Now, a lot of you guys probably have experienced this, so put it in the chat if you've experienced this. Unveiling manipulative behaviors and healing from emotional abuse. I want to address a deeply troubling issue that affects many individuals and relationships. The presence of an emotionally terrorizing husband. This person may exhibit destructive behaviors such as gambling problems, impulsive spending habits, and struggles with loyalty and fidelity. It is important to recognize that these behaviors stem from their reliance on fleeting emotions rather than a solid moral code or principles. An emotional terrorizing husband operates in the realm of emotions, allowing momentary feelings to dictate his actions. This lack of true moral compass leads him down a treacherous path, where he disregards the principles and he may seemingly uphold when faced with anger or turmoil or even lust. Let's first consider the issue of the gambling problem. An emotional terrorizing husband may be drawn to the adrenaline rush of gambling, seeking an emotional high to escape from personal struggles or dissatisfaction. In these moments, he prioritizes immediate gratification over long-term consequences, often resulting in financial strain and emotional distress for both himself and his loved ones. Similarly, impulsive spending becomes destructive habits. Driven by his emotions, he indulges in impulsive purchases without considering the financial consequences. This behavior stems from a deep-seated need to fill an emotional void or seek temporary satisfaction, often leading to mounting debts and strained relationships. Now, Chatty, are you familiar with any of these behaviors as you've been out in the dating scene? Have you seen this in men? She's doing something. All right, let me keep reading, guys. Perhaps one of the most devastating aspects is the issue of loyalty and infidelity. An emotionally terrorizing husband lacks the moral foundation and emotional stability to remain faithful and committed. His actions are driven by momentary emotions, causing him to betray and trust and emotional well-being of his partner. When confronted about his lies and unfaithfulness, he may resort to verbal abuse as a defense mechanism, lashing out with hurtful words in an attempt to deflect responsibility and to maintain control. It is crucial to recognize the patterns of deception present in the behavior of an emotionally terrorizing husband. Their actions stem from a place of emotional fragility, where they prioritize their own temporary satisfaction and emotional needs at the expense of others. This deception compounds the pain experienced by their partners, leaving them feeling betrayed, hurt, and emotionally scarred. For those who find themselves entangled in such a situation, it is essential to prioritize your own well-being. Seek support and from trusted friends, family, and professionals who can guide you through the process of healing and establishing boundaries. Remember that your emotional health and happiness should never be compromised by the actions of another. Now, listen at this. It says an emotional terrorizing husband is driven by his ever-changing emotions rather than the steadfast moral code. This leads to destructive behaviors such as gambling problems, impulsive spending, and I've said that, I'm sorry. I want to get to this one part here. Hang on. Here are some attributes of a terrorizing husband. Okay, if you guys are talking with each other, you guys are having a difficult conversation. Say you confront them about an issue. One of the things that they would do is gaslight. We've heard the term. We're familiar with the term gaslighting. The husband may consistently deny or distort their partner's reality, making them question their own perceptions and experiences. This can lead to the reader to doubt their sanity, causing confusion, self-doubt, and a loss of trust in their own judgment. Now, who in here have seen the movie Gaslight? It's a very old movie, kind of like in black and white. It's called Gaslight. All right, let me see if I can show you guys what that looks like. Give me 1 second. Hang on, guys. Let me see if you guys are seeing this. So, guys, have you seen this? It's called Gaslight. Any of you guys saw this movie? Yes, Denise says, yes, I saw the movie. Okay, so listen, guys, Gaslight, it's about this couple right here where, now I make one of the photos large so you can see them. Okay, so guys, Gaslight. Okay, never seen it. Trust me, you got to watch this movie because it'll make you really familiar with this term. Okay, so the lady here, her mother was this really wealthy lady. Okay, she has these precious jewels and they're just worth a lot of money. Anyway, she put them somewhere where no one can find them. The guy behind her, he ends up unaliving her. Okay, but he can't find the jewels anywhere. So he ends up coming back and he ends up manipulating his way into this woman's life. So he flirts with her, makes her feel like he really loves her, so he can get close to her because he wants to get inside that house so he can access those jewels, right? So basically what he does is he starts to break down her memory or her thoughts, her mind. And the way he does this is he'll hide little things, right? And when he hides them, he'll tell her that she misplaced it. He'll fuss at her for misplacing it. He'll give her something to hold and tell her to keep it for him. And then he'll steal it when she's not looking, only for her to look and can't find it. And then he'll just get on her case and make her just feel like she's losing her mind. Okay. And he does this over and over and over until she begins to lose trust in herself, trust in her reality and her memory. Okay. He'll go into the home and he'll move a painting. Right. And then he'll tell her that she moved that painting. And then he'll make her go around looking for it until she finds it. And when she finds it, he'll tell her she already knew where it was, until the point to where she automatically knows where it is as soon as it's missing. So she'll just go right to it. And he's looking at her like, you did that again, right? So he just plays her and plays her and plays her. And the reason the movie's called Gaslight is because this gaslight would come on whenever he was upstairs in the attic messing around. So he would go behind the house and go upstairs and scramble through all the things of her mother's belongings. And whenever she'd be in the home, he would see that he would turn the gas up and the sound up inside the home, the fans and stuff, so she couldn't hear him rumbling around. So it would make the gaslight come on. So that's why the movie it's called Gaslight. Okay, so that's the whole term is actually coined from that movie, Gaslight. All right, so he basically tricks her, destroys her reality by invalidating what she said or what she saw or what happened, right? To the point to where she was just nervous as hell, changed the whole personality. Right. So if you ask a terrorizing husband a question, he'll typically gaslight you. Right. Or if you come to him with your problems, he'll gaslight you. Right. So another one is blame shifting. The husband frequently deflects responsibility of their actions and shortcomings onto their partner, making them feel guilty and responsible for their relationship problems. You may experience a constant sense of inadequacy and self-blame, leading towards a low self-esteem and distorted image of yourself, right? The next one is emotional withholding. The husband deliberately withholds affection, love, or emotional support as a means of control. This can leave the reader feeling emotionally starved, unimportant, and desperate for validation and love. 4, intense jealousy and possessiveness. The husband displays excessive jealousy and possessiveness, monitoring their partner's every move and isolating them from friends and family. This behavior can leave the reader feeling trapped, suffocated, and stripped of their independence and autonomy. Verbal insults and humiliation. Number 5, the husband engages in frequent verbal abuse, using insults, derogatory language, and humiliation to undermine their partner's self-worth. This can leave their reader feeling deeply hurt, diminished, and emotionally scarred. Manipulative control tactics. The husband employs manipulative control tactics to exert power and dominance over their partner, such as threats, ultimatums, or financial control. This can create a constant state of fear, anxiety, and a loss of personal agency of the reader. Another thing that falls under emotionally manipulative tactics is sometimes the face that you can make. If you're looking at your spouse, especially if you're a male looking at your spouse with extreme anger, as if you're going to close the distance or even hit, they can cause extreme turmoil in your partner. So I always talk about mastering man frame when you're dealing with the one that you love, especially in a private situation, public situation even. That the looks in your faces can absolutely get under each other's skin or cause fear within each other, right? I tell women, like, when you're talking to your husband or your significant other, don't be all, silly stuff that makes the other person feel demeaned, right? But anyway, emotional blackmail. The husband uses emotional blackmail, leveraging the reader's vulnerabilities and fears to get what they want. This can result in the reader feeling trapped, manipulated, and unable to assert their own needs and boundaries. Isolation. 8, the husband isolates their partner from their friends, family, and support networks, creating a sense of dependence and cutting off potential sources of help. The reader may feel socially isolated, disconnected, and unable to seek support or escape the abusive relationship. So we got 2 more. I gave you 10 here. Chronic criticism, okay, and belittlement. The husband consistently criticizes, belittles, and undermines the partner, eroding their self-confidence and self-esteem. The reader may internalize these negative messages, leading to a negative self-image and a constant sense of worthlessness. The last one is emotional volatility. It says the husband displays unpredictable mood swings, leading to constant atmosphere of tension, fear, and walking on eggshells. This can leave the reader anxious, hypervigilant, and constantly on edge, never knowing when the next outburst will occur. Okay? You guys with me? Hit like. So we heard that one, right? Now, if you hear anything that relates to my brother, you can put that in here if you felt like any of those related to him. All right. The next chapter is the makings of an emotional terrorizing husband. We're not going to worry about that one yet. We'll come back to that later on in the series. We're going to do this for a couple of days till we get through it all. But we're going to read some of chapter 6, the emotionally terrorizing wife. All right, let me take that down. And then we're going to start with this video. All right. Chapter 6, the emotionally terrorizing wife, recognizing the patterns of control and rediscovering emotional well-being. Okay, let's get into it. In this chapter, we delve into the dark side of relationships, shedding light on the dangers posed by the emotionally terrorizing wife. Brace yourself, for the revelations you are about to encounter will challenge your perception of trust, loyalty, and emotional well-being. Picture a scenario where reality becomes distorted. Becomes a distorted canvas, painting with the brushstrokes of her emotions. The emotional terrorizing wife manipulates the past experiences, events, and conversations, molding them to fit her desires and her whims. Confusion and chaos becomes her weapons of choice, rendering conflict resolution and meaningful discussions futile. Brace yourself, for you are about to witness the twisted dance of a master manipulator. Watch closely as she navigates the battlefield of conflict, displaying behaviors reminiscent of a child's traumas. Her underdeveloped ability to handle discord and immaturity shines through as she denies any responsibility for the issue at hand. She effortlessly deflects conversations, playing the role of the innocent fool, all while evading accountability. The arsenal of shame, insults, guilt trips become her ammunition, leaving her partner wounded and questioning their own sanity. But let us not forget the most devastating blow of all, infidelity. Within the realm of her emotional terrorism, even acts of betrayal are twisted to serve her own narrative. Caught in the web of her own deceit, she points a finger of blame at her partner, justifying her unfaithfulness by accusing them of neglect or excessive work commitments. She shamelessly claims that they pushed her into the arms of another lover, conveniently disregarding personal responsibility. Can you fathom the depths of this twisted logic? We must confront the harsh reality that societal norms and misguided teachings have contributed to this monstrosity. From a young age, our daughters have been fed stories of entitlement and self-worth without the crucial lessons of earning a personal responsibility. They emerge as adults ill-equipped to handle conflict, placing their emotions above all else. The consequences are dire as relationships crumble under the weight of emotional terrorism. It is imperative that we unmask the danger lurking within our homes. By recognizing the patterns of control exhibited by an emotional terrorizing wife, we can reclaim our sense of self and protect our emotional well-being. Together, we shall expose the treacherous webs woven by the manipulation and betrayal. In this chapter, we guide you through the treacherous terrain, unveiling the dangers and offering strategies to break free from the clutches of an emotional terrorizer. Brace yourself, for the revelations will shake you to the core. We implore you to confront the harsh realities and summon the courage to reclaim your life, restoring trust and emotional well-being. Prepare to face the danger within. Together, let us rebuild the shattering fragments of our lives and rediscover the true meaning of trust, loyalty, and love. Now, the next chapter says, unveiling the chaos, the devastation effects of an emotional terrorizing wife. Okay. Prepare yourself for the exploration of the tumultuous world of an emotionally terrorizing wife. In this chapter, we expose the short-sightedness and destructive behaviors that plague our relationships. Brace yourself for the harsh realities that await as we delve into the consequences of her impulsive decisions, self-centered approach to commitment. Hey, love. Marriage, a sacred union built on longevity and mutual devotion, becomes a contradictory endeavor for the emotionally terrorizing wife. Her decisions are driven solely by the fleeting of emotions of the moment, with little regard for the future. When the initial feelings wane, her ability to remain loyal and committed diminishes. Let me read that again. With little regard for the future. When the initial feelings wane, her ability to remain loyal and committed diminishes, leading to an unraveling of marriages and relationships. The emotionally terrorizing wife lacks the ability to trust, lacks the ability for true commitment, and only forms temporary bonds based on her immediate emotional state. When faced with the emotional conflicts or being held accountable, the emotionally terrorizing wife often resorts to toxic behaviors. Gossip becomes her weapon of choice, as she distorts private conversations to benefit her narrative when sharing them with her friends, peers, and family members. This calculated manipulation tarnishes the reputation of her husband, painting him in a negative light and further isolating him from support. Moreover, vulnerability is a foreign concept to the emotionally terrorizing wife. She struggles to nurture her husband with genuine compliments and positive affirmations, as she views such actions as inflating his ego. Instead of uplifting his self-esteem, she fears that acknowledging his self-worth will lead to his arrogance, an attitude that she despises. Her inability to provide emotional support further damages the bond between them. Dishonesty becomes a common tool for the emotionally terrorizing wife. When confronted or put on the spot, she weaves a web of lies to protect herself. Her disregard for the truth permeates her gossip-driven interactions, undermining trust and further destabilizing relationships. Undermining trust and further destabilizing relationships. She dismisses your emotions, downplaying the harm inflicted upon you, pretending that she wouldn't be bothered if the roles were reversed. You know how you'd be like, what if I did that to you? It wouldn't matter. I wouldn't care, right? In a shocking twist, she may even accuse you of the very behavior. Now listen, in a shocking twist, she may even accuse you of the very behavior that she exhibits, shifting blame and deflecting responsibility. Beware of the turmoil. Does not end with a difficult conversation or argument. The emotionally terrorizing wife often continues her campaign of deception and harm behind the scenes, seeking to inflict further damage without your knowledge. She believes that her anger is justified. She believes it justifies her attacks, and she sees no boundaries in her quest to maintain control. In this chapter, we confront the devastating effects of an emotionally terrorizing wife head on. The unraveling of trust, the erosion of emotional well-being, and the destruction of relationships cannot be ignored. It is crucial to recognize the patterns, understand the manipulative tactics employed, and summon the strength to break free from the cycle of emotional terrorism. Prepare to witness the heartbreaking consequences of a society driven by superficial and materialism. In this chapter, we delve into the damaging effects of these cultural norms on relationships, particularly the toxic dynamics perpetuated by the emotionally terrorizing wife. The allure of material wealth and status has engulfed the emotionally terrorizing wife. So they love superficial things, guys. You hear that? The allure of material wealth and status has engulfed the emotionally terrorizing wife, clouding her ability to appreciate and value a man beyond his material contributions. Now, while we're doing this, you have to ask yourself too, could this be me as well? You know, so I'm trying to help the community with this. This is not all about Brianna. This is to get into this this saga, of course, but this is not just to say her. This is for any of us that may be experiencing this, right? So I'm gonna read that again. The allure of material wealth and status has engulfed the emotionally terrorizing wife, clouding her ability to appreciate and value a man beyond his material contributions. Relationships for her become transactional, arrangements solely focused on the lifestyle and possession of a man, or the possessions that a man can provide. The depth of genuine love and commitment takes a back seat to shallow desires. Men yearn for relationships that stand the test of time, built on a foundation of loyalty and mutual support. They dream of families united in love, respect, and shared goals. However, when faced with a partner whose commitment wavers with the wind, their dreams crumble beneath the weight of disappointment. The rise of social media and the relentless bombardment of unrealistic expectations portrayed on television have fueled this destructive nature. The emotionally terrorizing wife has become a product of her environment, fixated on instant gratification and personal gain. As a result, divorce rates have reached unprecedented levels, leaving shattered lives and broken families in their wake. She fails to recognize the sacrifices a man makes for their shared future. His aspirations, his hard work, his dedication are overshadowed by her insatiable desire for material possessions and financial comfort. Not support, financial comfort. She perceives relationships as a vessel to cater to her own needs, demanding constant emotional and physical care without reciprocation. In her quest for material wealth, the emotionally terrorizing wife belittles and insults her partner's financial standing. She weaponizes his earnings, mocks his salary, and labels him as broke in front of their own children and the public. This toxic behavior creates an environment where the children can learn to judge their own father solely based on his financial success, disregarding his value as a protector, leader, and a source of love. The emotionally terrorizer's focus on superficiality and materialism agendas are painful and destructive, and destructive dynamic within the family. The man finds himself trapped in a never-ending chase, desperately trying to satisfy their every materialistic whim. He is left feeling like a failure, questioning his worth and adequacy if he cannot maintain a certain lifestyle for his wife and children. This relentless pursuit of material gain corrodes the bonds of love, respect, and appreciation within a family unit. The emotionally terrorizing wife is driven by her own desires, poisons, and perceptions the children and the perception of the children have on their father, distorting their view of his true self-worth. The environment becomes a breeding ground for resentment, disillusionment, and shattered dreams. In this chapter, we confront the devastating impact of material pursuits and the toll that they have on relationships. It is time to break free from the chains of superficiality and reclaim the true essence of love and companionship. Together, we will navigate the treacherous waters of materialism, cultivating an environment of genuine connection, mutual support, and lasting happiness. Join us on this transformative journey as we unravel the destructive nature of material mindsets, seeking a path towards authentic relationships built on shared values, emotional fulfillment, and the recognition of each other's true worth. Let us rebuild shattered dreams and forge the future where love reigns supreme over material possessions. Prepare yourself for a journey of self-discovery and resilience as we equip you with the tools to navigate the treacherous waters of an emotionally terrorizing wife. Together, we shall unveil the chaos and reclaim the peace and stability that you deserve. As we conclude this chapter on the emotionally terrorizing wife, it is essential to equip you with the knowledge to identify the signs that you may have such presence of an emotional of such destructive behavior in a relationship. Here are 10 signs that you may be dealing with an emotionally terrorizing wife, and I call them ETWs. Okay, emotional manipulation. Okay, the ETW, the emotionally terrorizing wife. And I say ETW, I'm referring to the emotionally terrorizing wife. The ETW is a master manipulator. She uses emotions and weapons to control and influence her partner. She may twist conversations, deny her own actions, or play victim to deflect responsibility. Number 2, they lack accountability. ETWs rarely accept responsibility for their actions. They deflect blame onto others, including their partner, even when they are at fault. They refuse to acknowledge their contribution to conflicts or negative outcomes. Number 3, constant invalidation. An ETW dismisses her partner's emotions and belittles their experiences. She undermines the feelings, making him feel insignificant and unworthy of understanding or empathy. Number 4, they are materialistically focused. ETWs prioritize material possessions and financial gain over emotional connection and shared values. They measure their partner's worth based on their ability to provide a certain lifestyle, often demeaning them if they fall short. Number 5, superficiality. An ETW struggles to appreciate a man beyond his external attributes or financial status. She fails to recognize his inner qualities, dismissing his character, his intellect, and emotional well-being. Number 6, a lack of empathy. ETWs display a profound lack of empathy towards their partners. They are unable and unwilling to understand and connect with their emotions, choosing instead to dismiss or belittle their feelings. Number 7, manipulative gossip. ETWs engage in gossip to control the narrative and gain sympathy from others. They twist conversations and events to paint themselves as victims, tarnishing their partner's reputation and fostering division. Number 8, unfaithfulness and infidelity. ETWs may engage in extramarital affairs, using them as a justification for their negative behavior within the relationship. They may shift blame onto their partner, claiming their actions were responsible for their perceived neglect. Number 9, a lack of respect. An ETW shows very little respect for her partner's boundaries, opinions, or personal growth. She disrespects his aspirations and diminishes his achievements, leading to a loss of self-esteem and confidence. Number 10, last one, undermining and deception. ETWs engage in covert tactics to undermine their partner's self-worth and confidence. They may withhold information, engage in secretive activities, and intentionally deceive their partner, inflicting emotional harm behind the scenes. Recognizing these warning signs is crucial in identifying and addressing destructive patterns within a relationship. It is essential to seek support, consider professional guidance to navigate the challenges posed by an emotionally terrorizing wife. In the next chapter, we will explore strategies and tools to reclaim emotional well-being and foster health dynamics in relationships. Together, we will uncover the path to healing, growth, and transformation, transcending the damage the damaging effects of the emotional terrorizer. Okay, so obviously, guys, in the next chapter we talk about, you know, how to heal and recover from an emotionally terrorizing wife, the makings of one. If you are a terrorizing wife, how to heal from that. But I wanted you guys to hit the chapters on emotionally terrorizing husband and emotionally terrorizing wife, so you can have pretty much an understanding for what those concepts are, right? So I'm going to post a link again, and we're going to get started. The first video will be the 911 call that started it all. Okay, family? Chatty Cathy, if you are available, you came up here earlier. We'll go through that video, and I can't take a couple more, but I only bring a couple up. Okay, and then we'll go through with the next video. And I want you guys to start putting in the chat what video is next. I know when I saw this video, my brother called me about the next day or so and told me that it was really real, that this wasn't a skit, that this was dead ass. Okay, and so I went off. I made a video on Facebook, and I was just like, don't ever let somebody just say you abused them. You ask them to give you details. Don't accept nobody just saying he hit me, he abused me. Ask them for details, because you never know what happened. And all of our lives are important, family. And we all have sons, we all have daughters. So we should think about a world that includes them both. We shouldn't just jump out the window to attack a man as soon as a woman accuses him of abuse. We should ask for her claims. We should listen to what she's saying, see if it's consistent. Okay? This is before we go to the man saying you are an abuser. We're not saying don't believe her, but we're saying listen more, right? Inquire more, ask questions. All right? Because one day your son could be going through the same exact thing, and you'll be sitting here wishing that somebody would listen to his side and be fair. And if it doesn't happen, you're going to be sitting here feeling like, damn, it's a cruel world. And so you always have to consider that could be your son, that could be your daughter. I have this segment that I do in a lot of my videos, and I call it Looking Through the Eyes of God. And what that means is consider each person if they were yourself in another world, in another life. Also look at the past, present, and the future results of that decision that you're thinking about making, or that person is making. So if you were God, you would see the past, present, and the future at the same time, right? This is why God makes no mistakes, because it can always already see the outcome before it does it, the good and the bad. Now, with every decision that you make, there's going to be positives and negatives, right? But when you look through the eyes of God, you've already taken into account the positives and the negatives, right? So while we're looking at this video, we're going to be looking through the eyes of God, and we're going to be thinking about how could this affect the relationship in the future? What could have happened in this situation? What could have happened in the past that caused this situation? And if I were them, and if this was my daughter, or if this was my son, what would be the advice I would give them? No bias. You are not the vessel. You are not the person today. You are God. You're looking through the eyes of God. All right. So don't put yourself in a woman's body and say, I'm her and I feel her pain. Don't put yourself in a man's body. I'm him and I feel his pain. You are God looking at your children. Okay. You're not going to be biased. That would be very unfair. All right. So let's have an honest eye. All right, guys. And when we're on here conversing and talking about the issues, let's try and not insult. Let's try and be as clear and professional as we can, family. All right, we're all human. We've all made these mistakes, and this is for people who are coming up to do better too. Peace, TC Chronicles. How you doing?
How you doing, Kevin? What's going on, my brother?
I am amazing. How you?
I'm good. Okay, so let's get to it, because I think I want to. We kind of briefly touched on this yesterday when we went live. That first video that really set the tone for everything, and actually had me have a change of heart on a lot of on this situation totally. Like I said, I followed your brother. I actually followed you first, and then I followed your brother, and then I didn't know you guys were brothers, and it was right before he got with his wife, and then I watched I didn't watch all their videos, but whatever came through my news feed, I watched them. So I watched them all during the pandemic because it helped me get through. And then this situation happened. I always thought that, Rob do have a grandiose personality, but that's only because of what he does. He's he has a lot of hats that he carry. He is a entertainer. So a lot of entertainers do have grandiose personalities.
Yes,
I didn't see him as a narcissist or anything like that. When she came out with the finger wrapped up, because that came out first before this video that you about to preview came out.
Mm-hmm.
So of course, I'm looking at it in a negative light, like, wow, I knew his personality was like that, but I knew it was something about this dude at first. And then the video came out. And I said, hold up, wait a minute. And like you say, you do have to take yourself out of it, but being in a situation to where I was a DV victim, not physical, but mental and emotional, I can see that this was a turning point for me. Even though we did have one physical altercation, but we both were involved in that one. It wasn't him or, he did me or I did him. We both were, and it just never got to the point to where the police were called or I even thought about calling the police. He was my husband. So I would never, and because we were losing so many of our Black men to police violence, to police crime, I would never put him in a position to where he had to fear for his life because of something that we were both acting stupid on. You get what I mean? I just never would have put him in that position as him being my husband, so let's go.
Right. You're absolutely right. Communication skills are absolutely important. And if you have to call the police or if you have to get someone else to come in and mediate a situation and you two as adults can't work through it, that is a failure. And the moment that you have to reach for someone outside of your relationship to come in and mediate it, you should know that you need counseling because y'all both were there and couldn't get through it. And that's a problem. You know what I mean? So that's absolutely right. If you gotta call those cops, man, you know y'all both failed. And
and I'm in the same state. So and I know how, and I'm not saying that the police are bad, but the area that they stay in and the area that I stay in, because we're both on two ends of the spectrum. They're in the county more north. I'm in the county more south, meaning I can say my county. I'm in Coweta County. And if you even do a jaywalk where I'm at and your skin color is like our skin color, you're getting locked up and they're going to throw away the key. They're going to forget you in there. That's the type, that's the county I'm in. It's very Trump townish out here. I like it because it's quiet. No one mess with me and I don't mess with nobody else. But you can tell that, if you go to jail out here, it's gonna be a while for and it's unfortunate that it's like that in southern states, but some southern states are like that. They see our skin color, they think that we're very problematic, and for it to have to get to a point to where you can't communicate or you can't resolve it within your house as that being your husband or your wife, and you have to call a third party such as law enforcement. That's very, I don't know, that's kind of disturbing to me because I just feel like I'm not looking at the outcome. I'm not thinking about what could happen to him if they come. You get what I mean? Or vice versa. You know what I mean? So.
Yes, ma'am. You're right. So listen, guys, we do know that there's going to be consequences if you make that call, right? Like she just said so wonderfully, whether you're in a police state or not, we know that there's a worst case scenario, and the worst case scenario is that man could be shot dead, especially if the police believe that he's armed. And all it takes is just one time, one bad mistake, and that person's gone forever. That's the father to your children. That's heavy. But what we're going to do is we know that there's consequences to it, and we know there's a worst case scenario. But what we're going to do is this. Regardless of that, let me ask you guys a question. And I want you guys to put this in the chat. And I want you guys can answer, TC, and welcome on, Hassana. What is 911 for? Why would a person call 911?
I had to call, just being personally, one time I had to call 911, but that's only because, and this is crazy, and I'm gonna put it out there because I'm just a real transparent person like that. And I had to call 911 because my back went out. I found out I had sciatica, but I couldn't move out the bed. So that was the only reason I had to call 911 for them to call the paramedics to help me get to the emergency room.
Because if you could have got up, you would have probably taken yourself to the hospital, right?
Correct.
So
I was taking myself, but I couldn't move. You know what I mean? I just grew up. Right. I just grew up. Just say, for instance, I'm kind of, I grew up in the projects. I'm just gonna tell you, even my younger years, even when I got my own place at 17, I just, the police just wasn't, it was just no police. If they just made you be, a snitch, so to speak, if you called the police. So even if you were in a relationship and it was volatile or toxic or whatever, you just never called the police. That's just the way I grew up. You don't call the police on your significant other. You don't call the police, period. Because police, with poverty-stricken people, the police look at us as, we're, down. So it's like maybe you deserved it kind of thing is how they look at you. Or, they really don't help, or they try to take, a real aggressive approach to a situation that didn't even have to go that far. Let's just say that, if that makes any sense.
Yes, ma'am. So I guess I wanted to get to the fact that you would only use 911 if you are in imminent danger, right? Are you in such harm, or you're incapacitated where you can't get yourself to the hospital? So you're in a state of emergency, right? So the only reason you should be calling 911 is if you are in imminent danger, right? It's an absolute emergency. Right. You need to call these police. You don't call them over an argument. You're not in imminent danger, right? So if you're calling them and you're not in imminent danger, then you are weaponizing the police. Okay, you're using them to create leverage. You understand? And so if you're not in imminent danger, you have to understand when you call the police, you are the abuser for calling the police. And that now we understand that service is there for if you need it. But if you call them and you don't need it, you're the abuser. Do you understand? Because you're using this service for something that you don't need it for, right? Number one. All right, so I want to keep that in mind. There are certain reasons that you call 911, but then we understand that if you call them and you're not in imminent danger, we have to now question your motives, right? But let's get into the video, guys, and we'll go from there.
Brianna Hampton.
Now, did you see that click of her thumb?
She just pepper sprayed me for no reason in my house.
Let's go back some.
But if you can see it, Kevin, she is also muting as Rob is talking. She's
right. That's what I wanted to show there.
No, I ain't following.
We'll have to watch it back again. So let's watch it through one time solid, and then we'll go back.
I'm recording everything. Please hurry. Yeah, please hurry, because she's crazy. Please hurry up. She's crazy. No, I'm not. I'm upstairs. You downstairs. Do what you do. No, I'm not. Do what you do. I'm way up here. Do what you do.
Okay, so
I also want to point out too, Kevin, if she was in imminent danger and she felt like he was an abuser, she walked right past him without him even touching her. Now, I've been in situations and I've seen situations to where I had close friends that had really volatile and abusive boyfriends. They couldn't walk past them if they were on the phone with the police without being touched. He either yoked her up, snatched that phone and threw it. But she walked right past Rob like nothing, with her hair swinging and everything. It's like she walked past him like, I'm really not in, like, you really don't scare me, but I have to put this on for the police to get here. So that's how I'm feeling when I seen this video. Like, wait a minute, if he was really trying to abuse her, she wouldn't have been able to get out that room, and that conversation with the police kind of wouldn't even went like that. You know what I mean? Like, she could have said that first part while she's laying on the bed, but soon as you tried to walk past me, they would have, I'm telling you, he would have attacked her. I'm just telling you by experience.
She would have flinched in fear that he would have attacked her. So she would have tightened up. She would have tightened up if she had been hit before, because the threat of violence is there. Because once a man attacks a woman, it forever changes the relationship. And you can always tell. All it takes is one time. Even if he just jumps at her, it changes it, man, because now she knows that violence is an option. If a man never shows her that, the wife will say, oh, he'll never hurt me. I know he won't. But if all it takes is one time to ruin that trust forever, and she'll forever flinch, get nervous around him. If his voice escalates, and looks at her upset, that fear will automatically be summoned. It'll automatically come back. So you can tell when someone has been hit or never been hit.
Yeah, I hung with girls too. Back in the day, I was a street girl. So back in the day, I hung with street girls. So their dudes were rough. You know what I'm saying? I was single, but they had guys. So just say, for instance, we all got together and went to a club. The next day I might call and, or, we stayed a couple of doors down from each other. I may go in and check in, and one of my friends rocking a black eye. And I'm like, Dad, girl, like, what happened? And she's like, I can't talk now. He's here. Like scared. Come back. Don't, shh, like, be quiet. You talking too loud. I don't want him to hear you because I don't want him to hit me again, kind of thing. So I'm like, okay, girl, just call me when he leave, or come down when he leave. And it's like, Dad, they think that is okay. But, back then they thought that was okay, or they felt like that was some type of love for their guy to actually abuse them and hit them. And you could see the fear. Like a lot of stuff that they would not do, or they would have to come and get dressed down at my house because they were scared of what they might have wore would have caused them to get bodily harm done to them. So it was fear in women that, some of the girls that I hung out with, it was fear of their man. Like, they knew how to act around their guy. It wasn't like, they were definitely scared to say certain things around him. So the way she acted was not in fear. Let's just say that.
And another factor, I just want to interject. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to interject. Jamar mentioned that if he was aggressive, she wouldn't have been able to make that call so leisurely. And that's true, because abusers doesn't allow devices. And that was told in the New York Times article. Another factor too, if you go back and look, what I found interesting is that when the operator asked her, is he nearby, she said yes. I believe that's how it went. If you play it back.
Sure. We're absolutely going to. And I was going to call that.
And if you pay attention, she voluntarily told the information he had a gun. The operator, if you pay attention, didn't have a chance to ask the question, do he have a gun? If we look at that part carefully, they never asked. She voluntarily said, because she said, and he got a gun. So, and he got a gun sounds like you're volunteering a statement and not answering a question.
Right.
I want to say this real quick. So in this moment, right, we're watching it, and we know that she says that he got a gun. We know that, right? Mm-hmm. But here's when we can truly see the emotional terrorizer. Is weeks later when she would do an interview, I think it was with the Bays, she said that the police, that they asked if he had a gun. So he said yes. And notice one of the attributes for an emotionally terrorizing wife is that they will distort the past and lie to fit it into their narrative. So they'll just lie about the past. And we don't live in worlds where typically we're being recorded. So we forget. Half the time you forgot it was recorded, you forgot it's documented. And it just shows how much we lie, that we don't think about someone can just go back and prove it, you know. But asked that right there on a public forum. She said that they asked me first, but we know that they didn't ask her first. So that shows that she will, you know, put a paintbrush on reality. She will distort the past. And if you're in a private area having a conversation with this type of person, they will stress you out. You'll go through what they call brain fog, and you guys probably know this feeling. It's where you feel like a cloud is stuck inside of your head. You get headaches. You can't think clearly. Even before you have a conversation with a person like this, you will begin to feel upset stomach, irritable bowel syndrome. It's like your body's telling you that you're about to go through something toxic.
Right.
Because they will lie to you, and it'll frustrate the crap out of you. And here you are now arguing with this person about the past, and they will absolutely never come down. They'll just tell you it never happened. And it's one of the most frustrating things, man. So I'll often tell people your body is an indicator of if you're in a toxic situation. If your body begins to hurt, extreme backaches, pain shooting throughout your body, headaches, like I said, your stomach's messed up, you got to use the bathroom and shit. You know how when you get bad news, your stomach fuck up? When you're dealing with an emotional terrorizer, just knowing you got to confront them about something, your stomach just gets all fucked up, because you know that when you talk to them, that they're already prepared to give you a bunch of that stuff. You know what I mean? So it's a very tyrannical place to be, and it'll have you be stressed out. You know, hang on one second, guys. We will slow it down.
And also, Kevin, with this video, she also used law enforcement for her advantage. If
Absolutely,
you can see
that would make it weaponizing the police.
Yes.
So that's a weapon.
Yes,
so they're there for your protection, but if you call on them when you don't need to, you are weaponizing the police to control the outcome. That's what you're doing, and that's dangerous, and it's illegal now. It should be handled on the spot. If you didn't need them there and you rush these police officers out to come to your home, and they use this manpower to come to your home when they could have been handling some real crime, that should be a penalty, and your penalty should be equal to the penalty that person would have got for the thing you accused them for. And this right here would bring that stuff down. If you knew that if you call the police and lied, that if you get found out to be a liar, you get treated like you actually did the crime you blamed them for, you'd stop. You think twice. You know what I mean? But let's go.
82389.
Now listen, Robert's about to talk. Watch her finger.
Yep, watch her finger.
Just pepper sprayed me. She just pepper sprayed me for no reason in my house.
I can't keep following me.
No, I ain't following you nowhere. No,
now, of course, you guys noticed that they did not ask, do you have does he have a gun? It said he keeps following me and he got a gun. And now watch this. Notice I said how an emotional terrorizer uses her emotions to control a situation. So the crying, now just mind you, you don't see this often in men because men get told we cannot cry, right? We shouldn't cry. It's a sign of weakness. So men are not going to go to try to garner sympathy to create leverage. But a woman, she will access that tool. Now, the problem with that is they rarely will cry when they're truly sad. But in a moment like this, they will cry. But if they're really hurt, they'll rarely show it. That's like they're liars about their emotions. So she is using her emotions here to make this phone call. It would make the 911 dispatcher feel that she's in imminent danger, that she's truly scared, that she's terrified even. She's extremely emotional. If I'm the operator, I'm thinking, yeah, I need to get somebody out to that home, right?
But back to what you said about when you are in a situation to where you are emotionally terrorized, because I got the book, so I've been reading it. But even talking to Rob, like having one-on-one conversations with him, him and I have had a conversation to where you can hear and you can feel that every time that she was brought up, he went into this other she just started acting weird. Like he basically was emotionally terrored. You could hear it in his voice. Like, I just don't know why she started acting like that, and I'm like, I told him, I don't understand why you stayed the 6 years. And he was like, yeah, me neither. But it was a sound of sadness to where it's like, yeah, now my stomach is,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, like you said, like you could tell that in a lot of different instances, he was telling me that he didn't like the person he was becoming being with her. He was not this person before he met her. And sometimes being with an emotional terrorizer, you become, and it's like sometimes it's like birds, some they say birds of a feather, but sometimes if you're in a situation to where you're this type of person, but you're in a person with a person who's very toxic, you end up becoming a toxic person because you have to defend their toxicity against you. So now I'm a person that I never would have been if I hadn't been with you. You get what I'm saying? So that's what I got from him. I got that, like, she pulled a lot of stuff out of him that just being around your brother, I know that that's not his character. So
absolutely. So you have to think like this. What happens when you're dealing with an emotional terrorizer is what they're doing is they breaking down your walls. So the level of patience that you once had, it begins to diminish. So once you they push you to that limit one time, it gets easier for you to put your foot down in that same way again, which makes you appear very short, right? So let's just say you take a man who don't typically raise his voice, and he's with an emotional terrorizer. So she just keeps on poking him and poking him. If he finally raises his voice, this is to create a boundary. Leave me alone, right? Now, in that moment, this may not be typical for him, so let's just say this happens over and over throughout the relationship. He may get to raising his voice a lot sooner than he did the first couple of times. This person's becoming thin, right? You're agitating them. You start to get on their nerves, right? So before you know it, you become your environment to survive. It's kind of like if you go to a area that you would call the hood, and you see like a man carrying a gun. Well, you think he's a thug, but not necessarily. He may have that gun to protect himself because he lives in a very dangerous area. He may still aggression because if he looks soft, people will fuck with him. He may still question you on what you're looking at because someone looked at him long enough the last time and they try to take his shoes from him just moments later. So they may carry themselves with the same mentality and presentation as a thug, but they're actually doing all of that to protect themselves. It's nuts. I've been around them. You look at them one time and they want to know what you looking at, bro. And you're thinking, damn, they're mean. But no, where they're from, if you're looking at what they have on, you're probably planning to take it or steal it. And so the person that they become is a survivor, but it is toxic. It is a very toxic person that you've become, but you became that way to survive your harsh environment. And that's why you should leave before you get there. You know what I mean? So if you find yourself, breaking your own moral code in order to create boundaries, yelling, cussing, screaming, you should move away from this person because they are getting your emotions so unraveled that you're lashing out, not considering the consequences.
Right.
It's not so much about judging them or calling them a name. It's more about protecting yourself. So
and then now you're protecting you're trying to defend yourself from this emotional terrorizer, right? Now you're defending yourself from the emotional terrorizer, but now they're looking at it. Now you're becoming the emotional terrorizer. You see what I'm saying?
Looking in, it seems like it's distorted. It's hard to see who the actual problem is, right?
Right.
Yeah. I want to let's go back to this video here, guys, and get through this.
I don't have a gun.
You can hear the frustration in his voice. I don't have a gun, right? So he's like, damn, you gonna say and tell these people I got a gun, and it's the pain too. It's like I could imagine his face is just tensed up, like, I don't have it. Like, you would do that? You see? So let's go. Now let's do this, guys, for a moment. What is she feeling? Now we know what she's putting out. We know that she's right now weaponizing the police. We know that she's lying. We know that she's using her emotions to create leverage. But what is she feeling inside? Because that's the actions we're talking about. What is she feeling? I'm going to tell you, she's feeling pain. She's feeling like she's gotten rejected. She knows she's made a mistake that is absolutely huge. But right now is that moment of deflection where you can't accept that you did this. So in order to make this person feel guilty, she'll go as far as to call the cops. But in all of this, she's feeling just as much pain as anybody who just went through something with their spouse. Now let's go back in time. He was upset with her. She was watching Love and Basketball, Love and Hip Hop, forgive me. And he said something about stepping out. That would hurt.
They were watching Mary Huntsville.
Okay, cool. and my brother threatened or made an innuendo as if he was going to step out if he didn't start getting the things that he needed. This would hurt your feelings. So you can understand her feelings is hurt. She wanted his phone. She normally gets it. And this time he tells her no. So now she's being rejected and she's being told that he may step outside the relationship. Now, none of us are discounting the fact that she's hurting by what he has said and his refusal to let her check the phone, which he typically lets her do. So you can imagine how right now she is completely upset. She is completely frustrated and anxious, right? Now, in these moments, an emotional terrorizer does not know what to do. They spiral out and they try to look for any way to try and gain leverage. Okay, so
and it's also her. She is hurt, but also Kevin, I'm not gonna also just put it on that she's only hurt. Now I have to have my revenge back on you. I have to have my revenge because now you've rejected me. You've rejected what I usually do is check your phone. You finally got fed up and said, no, you can't check my phone. So now I'm getting this up, because with people, and I'm with narcissistic behavior because this has happened to me. They have their own ideas in their head. Say if they're used to doing something and you change the course of how it used to go, they already plant things in their head. So her whole idea of her rejecting him from getting his phone because now I'm just fed up and tired is, yeah, you got to be doing something. So now I want to see the phone. Now I want to see it because I know, and instead of her just saying, he's probably tired of me checking the phone. You know what I'm saying? Like, you've been checking the phone all these years. You ain't never found nothing. So now all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? That's just the way it goes in a relationship. Just like, it happens like that. So now she's created this thing in her head that he has to be cheating because he won't let me check his phone. You know what I'm saying? It don't have to be necessarily nothing to do with him being tired of you checking his phone for the 6 years that y'all been together. Because it's like, who wouldn't get fed up? Like, dude, stop checking my phone. If you see that I'm not doing nothing and you don't trust me enough, then you need to leave. You know what I'm saying? Why you feel like you got to check my phone every day? That's a sign of control. So because she lost that control over that, now I have to get my revenge. Yeah, I'm hurt, but I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you in so many other videos that she said that, I can play dirty. And I'm going to basically get the last lick is basically what it is.
Absolutely. Right. And you heard Latruth say that, one of the times where he said that he spoiled her. Yeah. This is where that came to bite him. Okay. Right. So if he normally can take his phone, notice how she goes to give me your phone as if she was his mother. Like, give me your phone as if she's stronger than him and could take his phone. Like, he was her little son. Right. So if she can normally do that, that explains that attitude. Like, she can just take his phone. But all it took was for him to say no. And also show that he was strong enough that she could not overpower him and take it. This is a dose of reality. Okay. And what he's receiving right now is punitive treatment. So she's punishing him. Okay. Now, but let's go back to this because I want to have understanding too. My brother in this moment was also very upset. She would not unpack. She would not give him love and affection. This is why he said what he said. Right. Now, was that delivered correctly? No. You don't say that when someone's watching a TV show and just say that. That's not how you do that. So you can understand the feelings that she felt in that moment. Now, when she wanted his phone, he normally lets her see the phone. But right now, he's upset. Right? You treated me like I was nothing when I asked for love and affection. You just walked out. So no, I'm not giving you my phone. You didn't want to give me no attention early, don't give it to me now. So you can see how emotional terrorism is happening on both sides.
Right.
Okay? So he's putting his foot down because, again, his walls are broken down and she's always going through his phone. And today, it just ain't going to be today. But he's also upset at what just happened. Right. So based on his emotions, he's like, I'm not giving you my phone right now. No. Now, right there lies the problem. What do you do in that moment? He may be antagonizing you by telling you that and not giving you the phone. But could you overpower him to take his phone? Absolutely not. Right. And on the reverse side, if it were my daughter, okay, or if it was my son in the same situation, and he said, my wife told me that she was going to step out on me. And so I asked for a phone and she wouldn't give it to me, Daddy. I'd say, son, do not take that phone. That's her phone.
Right.
It's hers. And if you take that phone from her, instinct kicks in to want to take that phone back. And she might hit you, you take that phone. It may just be instinct, but you don't take people's personal stuff from them. Well, she's my wife. That is your wife, but that phone belongs to her. Now you got a decision to make. You can tell her, I no longer want to be in a relationship because I can't trust you. You can do that, but you can't take her phone from her. You just can't. Right. You see, and so I would tell my daughter the same thing. Well, Daddy, he told me he was going to step out on me, and I wanted to see his phone. Well, baby, you can't take the man's phone. Like, why do you think you can take a man's phone?
Right. Right. Yeah.
Just
why,
you can break your bone, bruise you.
Right.
You leave him alone. You don't ever engage physically with a man. You don't do that. So
right.
If what you should have done was broke up with him, you should have said, look, if I can't see the phone, I'm going to have to end it because I can't trust you. If you won't let me see it, I don't know if you deleted something later. And what you just said, and you got to understand, I'm not just asking to see your phone on a whim. You've said something that hurt my feelings and made me think something. So in a marriage, no, you shouldn't check each other's phones. But if you do something to make your partner question you, I don't see any reason why you're not even just offering your phone. This is your life relationship. Why would you play like that? If my wife think I'm cheating, I'm just going to go ahead and say, here, look at my phone so you can see. I'm not going to go delete shit and play her mind because I know how dangerous that can be. Somebody in their mind thinking about something that you may or may not have done can really ruin how they treat you overall. I've seen men come home and say, why she don't treat me like she loved me when I get home? Because she's thinking you were cheating when you were out. The mind is powerful. So that person really does love you and miss you. But when you walked in the door, they gave you, hey, because their mind is like, what if you've been kissing somebody else and I run up to you kissing on you? You ain't playing me. So now they kind of reluctant to show you genuine love and affection. And you're wondering what the hell is happening to your relationship. So you got to ask yourself, do you really want your partner in a place where they don't trust you? They're not going to be able to give you 100%. So each one of you should do your due diligence to earn each other's trust, not just request it. Right. So that means that when it comes up that you're being questioned, that you brought doubt upon your partner, you don't say, you got to trust me. You say, if I'm going to be with you, I'm still willing every day to earn your trust. So if you need to see my phone, love, here it is.
It's a flip coin to that too, Kevin, because I was in a situation to where the guy was, he basically, you have to, but you got to also trust yourself on that situation as well, as far as being in a marriage, because you can do all that you can to secure this person, to let this person know that you're not doing anything. You know, sometimes I couldn't even go to the grocery store for an hour because I had to be out doing something with somebody else because I was in the grocery store for an hour. But now it was like I had to put myself in a box because it was like, okay, I can't go here. I'm checking in. I was different though. You know, you can go kick it with your boys for 2 and 3 hours. I won't call you. I won't mess with you. I won't say nothing. Just have fun, be safe, drive safe. I was just that type of female. You know what I'm saying? I just always been that type of female. But what person with insecurity issues, it's always going to be an issue no matter how much you prove to them that you are trustworthy. Like
right. There's a difference though. It being insecure and also being broken-hearted. So if someone hurt you, you understand them wanting to see it.
For the whole 6 years, he allowed her to go on his phone, which should have further let her know that he wasn't doing anything. This guy is giving his phone willy-nilly for 6 years. You got the passwords, you got all that. So that should have been enough for you to trust this guy. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, he said that one thing, but you also know that y'all was in the middle of an argument too. So of course he gonna say stuff to make you mad, just like you say stuff to make him mad. He don't go on a deep end with you and start, you know what I'm saying, snatching your devices or anything like that. He's just mad, and now y'all having an argument because that's what couples do. They do stuff to egg on the other person. You see what I'm saying? But if I'm showing you that I can be trustworthy, and then all of a sudden I just do this one skill, you know what I'm saying? You know that it's about to be an argument because I've already just said no. I'm not allowing you to check my phone this time. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of you always making me check. You know, I'm checking your phone like you don't believe me. No.
Yes, no. TC, turn your phone down. Turn your mic down just a bit.
Okay.
Okay. All right, guys. So we're gonna get back to the rest of the video. All right, and everything that you said is definitely spot on. Couples can go at it, antagonizing each other, but guys, when you find yourself doing that, take a deep breath and settle yourselves. It is not wise to challenge the emotions of your partner. Okay, it's just not wise to play around like that. Show each other respect, treat each other with dignity. Talk it through, family. Be on your best behavior. This is your person. So now y'all antagonizing each other. Know that neither one of you guys are being harmonic or attempting to be. And it takes two. And if both of y'all are doing that, that argument ain't gonna end no time soon. So just make sure you understand that. Let's continue here though.
Really doing this lying stuff again? I'm recording everything.
Please hurry.
Yeah, please hurry, because she's crazy. Please hurry, she's crazy.
Thank you.
Please hurry up, she's crazy.
So when she's saying, please hurry, and he's following me, this tells the 911 operator that she is in imminent danger, that he is in fact closing the distance. So you got to get here now because this man is actively abusing me. I'm not just calling you about something that he did. He on my ass. And if y'all don't get here, yo, by the time y'all get here, I might be unalived, right? He's got a gun. He's following me. Please hurry. Now, this does not sound like it's indicative of the tote incident that we know about all too well today, right? So the tote incident has already happened. It's already happened. She is not in imminent danger. Now, there were moments in this where he was in imminent danger, but she is not in imminent danger, at least not in this part, right? And so what she's doing is she is weaponizing the police. She's creating a sense of urgency for the police that you have to come immediately because I'm being followed, and I'm being followed with a gun. Do you understand? Not to mention he's already put his hands on me. Get here quick as you can. Now, if I'm the 911 dispatcher, I'm telling them get there quick as you can. He's already hit her. She said he has a gun. You have to hurry. You got to believe they're on the first thing smoking. So, but that's not what happened though, is it? He's actually just standing there holding a phone. That's actually what he's doing. He's actually holding the phone. So the problem with the whole scenario.
Yeah, in the county they're in, they come in a hurry.
Right. But the problem with the scenario is right here, he's not following her.
No, I'm not. I'm upstairs.
He's not following her. Okay. She's hitting mute, so they cannot hear what he is saying. Okay. He does not have a gun. She is not in imminent danger. So she is telling a lie.
You downstairs.
Right?
Do what you do.
Point to,
no, I'm not.
He is weaponizing the police. Now, I always say that is attempted murder. Okay. I call that attempted murder because that is a possibility of those police coming out there believing that you are a danger, believing that you are posing a threat. You know now that they're not just coming out there to talk, they're coming out there to disarm or diffuse a threat. And that's by any means necessary. They're not going to let this person harm you if they can help it, right? Now, that's attempted murder. Now, what I tell men is, if you are ever in a situation like this, even if you love her, this is a deal breaker. Okay. The reason is your life was put on the line. And if you had died that day, your children wouldn't be able to see you anymore. It's over. The life that you try to build and create is completely over. And when you die, everybody dies. No, nobody go with you. Your whole world, the whole world is destroyed when you die. So if someone is putting your life in this much danger, you got to leave it. Another situation, when you're watching this person say this stuff to you and lie on you, it may trigger you to respond erratically, okay, and go off. Actually, maybe even closing the distance. You hear them lying on you like that, it may make you want to go to them. This is why a man should leave this situation, because a person doing these type of things to you can cause you to do things that actually result in harmful consequences. So protect yourself from your own actions and remove yourself from this toxic person, because they are dangerous for you, literally dangerous. All right. Now, a man can go through being beat on, being whatever, and he will not call the police. As most Black people will not call the police. And you know it's because we have a healthy fear of police, right? So when you find yourself in a situation like this, like I said, you just have to get yourself out of the situation, because how can you trust this person now if you know that they'll call the police on you? And you know that if they come to your home, even if they don't hurt you, okay, it still could result in you going to jail because they believe you did it, And it could result in you losing your career, your livelihood, and all by getting a record, right? So this is very, very dangerous. And if you have a child, a son who's in situations like this, you need to talk some sense into him. And if he says, I want to stay with her, I love her, you should treat it like he's on drugs, okay? And you should ask for a family gathering so all of you guys can tell your loved one how much y'all mean to them and how much he means to you guys, and how this person is a danger to your family legacy, especially if you don't have children with her. So it's like y'all gotta have sort of like a come to Jesus meeting and sit down with your loved one. It takes a village, y'all. If you know your loved one, brother or sister is in a situation like this, have that sit down moment, man, and talk to them about it. Encourage them to get help and counseling. Tell them you'll go with them to get them the strength up to walk away from this dangerous person. An emotional terrorizer moves off emotion. So if you're staying with her because you love her, that's an emotion. And that emotion is no indication that you can trust her going forward, that she won't do this again, or that she won't even do the thing that brought this about. So you got to make your decisions based on the facts, family. And you got to do that whether or not it breaks your heart. So don't follow your heart. As a man, you need to be following your mind and your goals, what you know is best for you in life. So sometimes you even got to walk away from somebody you love. You can't just sit here and be with somebody because you love them. That means you terrorizing your own life because of your emotions. That's a weak man, just living solely off emotion. We need balance, bro. You need your mind too. So don't just stay with somebody because you love them. That's a horrible reason to stay with somebody who mistreats you. That feeling in your chest is no reason to put yourself in danger, especially if they're doing stuff like this, family. All right. So you could be with an emotional terrorizer, but because you solely live by emotion as well, you allowing yourself to put up with it because you really care about that person. You know what I mean? So we got through that first video. What video was next, family? Do you guys know the next video? At this point, keep in mind, we don't know the story yet. We don't know what he did. We don't know what she did. So just in seeing this video, it's like, okay, wait a second. Well, wait a second. No, this isn't the first video, is it? Because this came out and changed a lot of people's minds. What happened? What happened first? It's another scare. What was that? TC, you remember that?
Say that one more time.
Was there another video besides this that came out first? Because this kind of woke you up. This is actually not what we call.
She came out with her video. She came out with her video first. Her video with her finger wrapped up, saying that she had to go to the doctor, and she had the paper saying that her finger was broken. That came first before this video. So once that video came out, everybody basically had formed their opinion. But then once this video was released by Rob, that's when everybody started, because I know that's when I started saying, wait a minute. And that's when I just started investigating every video from back to now to this video, because that changed the way I looked at everything. Because it was like, at first I was like, dang, that's messed up. But then when I seen his video, and I'm like, wait a minute, he don't have a gun, he ain't following her. And then that's when I started investigating. And also I watched Sweet Ma a lot too. I've been watching her for years, since before Tasha K. So once I said, well, let me see what she got to say, because I see that she was commentating on it. I looked at one of her videos all the way through, because, she's very thorough with her stuff as well. Once she started, when she did what she did, that's how I start collecting information behind the scenes. So I was more of a behind the scenes first person, because I like to dissect videos too. So I would just send her and Lupac things like, look at this, check this out, look at this, this is a lie. And that's how, other people were sending her stuff too. But then that's when I started looking at her videos different, and I just start looking at her, like her emotional, just her characteristics, period. So she put her video out first, and then this video came. So that's how that worked.
There was a short clip of a video though that started. I think it was Walt at the bottom of the stairs. And that's the
Yeah,
first. I think that's the first
my mother
video.
said that she was pulling him with that same hand that she said was broken.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
and Robert showed the video where she was dialing using that same phone when she was calling the cops on him.
You breaking up? You say what now?
I said when Robert showed the video of her on the phone with her father downstairs calling the cops, she was using that same hand, saying if her hand was broken, she wouldn't be using it to call the cops.
Also, if my dad is in the house, and I don't care what kind of relationship we have, because a father and daughter's love is completely different. I don't know. That's just the way that's the way I see it, because I am a father. I'm a daddy's girl. But if my father was in the house, just like I've stayed in the house to where it was me, my husband, my father, and my son. I dealt with all of them with different, mental issues. My dad had PTSD, my son is schizophrenic, and I actually think my husband had a little bipolar. So we went to it one time. My dad is upstairs and it was getting out of hand. So I'm calling him like, Daddy, Daddy. So he comes down and he moves me out the way. Automatically, it was like, no, you ain't finna do nothing. Ain't nothing finna go. That it's like a whole bunch. It was basically my dad stepped in at that point. As you can see in the next video, or the video that keep rolling, when the police actually came, him and the father was actually outside talking, conversating. Like, man, I can't believe she did this again. And I think that's was the daddy's words. Like, I can't believe she's doing this again. So obviously he's used to her doing that to him at this point. You get what I mean? So if he felt like his daughter was in any imminent danger, he stepped up to the plate and told the police, yeah, he's always abusing her. But he said nothing to the police. Nothing at all.
You're absolutely right. Let's see, I'm trying to find that other video real quick. Hang on. Okay, so why I can't, for some reason my Facebook is taking a while to upload my internet being. You guys can hear me clearly, let me know. I'll make sure the internet being. Hang on. Let's play this video right here. Hang on.
So let me break it down what happened on
now, guys, 14th. When I first listened to this story, right? When she said that sentence right there, I logged it in my mind that this is the worst case of abuse that she's experienced with my brother, at least, right? So before she even told the story, she said, this is the worst day of my life. I'll never forget this day. So I'm thinking that this is the worst occasion because of how she started that off, right? If it's a day you'll never forget, I'm sure that he hasn't done more to you physically than this, right? And so that's what I'm thinking. All right, so let's continue.
On October 14th, I had just got home and I was on the phone with my niece. I just got in the house. I got off the phone. Here's my husband, love and affection. And for my husband, because he lost his mom at 5 years old, he expect me to be this mother to him, his father to him, because his father won't shit, his grandma, because his grandma wasn't giving him the love. He want me to give him all this love on top of being a mother to my children.
Okay, guys, so remember I talked about the emotionally terrorizer. They skew your original position, right? They tell you, they basically deflect, right? So I call it octopus ink, right? Where they say all these things about you instead of actually dealing with what the problem is, right? So he wanted love and affection. Okay, so you are his wife, right? You don't want him to get that love and affection from someone else, right? But you can tell how she presents it. He wants love and affection, love and affection, love and affection. She says it 3 times really quickly, showing that she felt bothered or agitated by it. Basically, he was getting on her nerves, right? But before she says, I'm tired, right? She could have just said, I was tired, right? I had a long day the day before, or I didn't wake up feeling so well. Today was just one of those days where I just felt fatigued. I didn't feel like it, right? I was in a bad mood. I was feeling a little bit under the weather, right? Those are reasons that you would think a person would go into, but she went into his background, his past, and she says his father wasn't shit. Now, you got to understand, for when you're dealing with a person like this, they're insulting you while you're already in pain. So I want love and affection, but now you're telling me you can't give me love and affection because I grew up without parents and my father wasn't shit. So I got to hear that too. So not only can I not get love and affection, I have to get told I got mommy issues and my daddy wasn't shit, right? And I'm also getting told that you cannot give me the love that I'm asking for. But what is he actually asking for? Is he asking for love and affection? Love and affection, or is he asking you to perform duties that would be like equal to that of a mother, right?
Or a wife.
Because, right, but she's saying I can't love you like I love my children. So she's shifting it to him saying he wants love and affection somehow means he wants his diaper changed, his bottle refilled, he needs to be burped, something you would do for your child, right? I'll show you. Watch, let's go back. Love and affection turns into a need for a mother's affection.
Oh, I see. Expect me to be this because he lost his mom. Don't give me no love and affection. You're not gonna give me no love and affection. And for my husband, because he lost his mom at 5 years old, he expect me to be this mother to him, his father to him because his father won't shit, his grandma because his grandma wasn't giving him the love. He want me to give him all this love on top of being a mother to my children.
You see, so I'm excusing myself to tell him no, he can't have. Somebody's stuff making noise in the background. It might be TCs. Okay, cool.
I'm muted when you talk, so go ahead. I'm sorry.
No problem. All right, so he asked for love and affection, and again, she could have spoken to why she couldn't give him love and affection, but now she's saying he wants her to be the mother, the father, the grandmother, the grandfather, right? And he wants me to be the same way I am with my kids. I can't do all of that. So again, something's coming here, and she needs to excuse herself here for not being able to give him love and affection. And she must know that was wrong, right? So that's why she's saying all this now, right? His brokenness is why she can't love him, which is crazy. Your wife is supposed to nurture you. If you got mother issues, all that type of stuff, she chose you to marry you, which means that she should nurture you regardless. If I married a woman with mother issues or father issues, then I got a wife with mother or father issues, and I'm going to be there for her. That's just simply what it's going to be, right? Let's continue.
Oh, I see the way you raise your kids, and I love the way you love on your kids. So I want that same love. I want that same attention. I want that same affection. I can't give you that. I can't give you all of that. I'm sorry that your mom passed away at 5 years old, but I cannot give you a mother's love. I cannot give you a mother's affection. A mother's love and a wife's love is two different things.
Now, if I'm him, I would say, well, give me a wife's love and affection. You know what I mean? So, because that's what it sounds like he asked her.
My point is exactly like right. He kept saying, but she's using that. He said that I love the way that you love on your kids, to say that he wasn't, and I'm pretty sure that your brother was not meaning it like love me like you love your kids. He was telling her to give me the love that you have for your kids in a wife form. That's all I'm saying. Love me like my wife, not like you despise me. And then as we see now, it's like I don't even think that she's capable of showing him the love and affection as a wife. She just couldn't. So instead of her just acknowledging that, she deflected on it.
Right. And now where do you guys think the root cause of this is? I'll tell you, it's the lack of vulnerability. So if she could literally fall into his arms, love on him, and give him what he was wanting as far as love and affection, she would have. But there is a hardness there. Why exactly can't she be vulnerable? I don't know, but she is refusing to and using these excuses to not give him love and affection. Now, she could have been upset. She could have been having a bad day. But if that's the case, she should be honest about that instead of making it about his mother, father, grandfather, grandmother, or lack thereof, right? Because I'm sure he didn't come to her and say, can you love me like my grandfather, my mother, and my grandpa? He just asked for love and affection, because that's what she said, love and affection. So now this thing got moved all the way to loving him like a family member. And let's just say he was asking for that. What that sounds like is he's asking for you to love him without judgment. If your child don't win the race, you're going to love him anyway. And so a lot of times emotionally terrorizing women or men also to their partners can criticize every little thing they do. And if they're not living up to their hyperverbal standard, they literally treat their partner with punitive treatment, right? Making them feel like they haven't lived up to something. And it really is just their expectation. So a man wants to be genuinely loved, not just needed, not just for utility. So when a woman doesn't know how to celebrate her man for his mind, his health, his abilities, him as a human being, there creates a huge gap there, because the man begins to feel unvalued. And this doesn't matter how much he makes. If she doesn't value the man, and she only looks at the things that he comes with, he'll begin to feel like he doesn't matter. You understand? So what he was asking her for was love and affection. And I don't care what type of man you are, you're going to always want true love and affection. And I think all of us can say that. We want somebody that we really can, get romantic with and share love with, right? Well, let's continue.
Now, on October 14th, let me continue my story. He continued to go on about this love and affection. So I left the room doing my hair. He like, oh, so you want to get cute instead of setting up the house? As you guys can see in the video, it's bags there because we just moved there. So I'm like, I'm not about to go ahead and finish packing stuff because there's so much stuff. This house is huge. I can wait. We can wait on that. It's not a dying thing. We can wait. So he like, oh, so you just gonna be lazy. So first you go from affection and attention to now I'm being lazy because I just dropped the kids off and I don't feel like unpacking anything, right? Okay, cool. Noted. I walk out. I'm not the person that's gonna go back and forth with you. I do not like that. I like walking away and you just keep poking the bear. This is what he's doing before I started. So let me go. So I'm going into the room. I'm quiet. I'm watching Love and Marriage Huntsville, right? So Martell and Melody is on there. Shout out to Melody. Martell is on there and he come out the bathroom and he like.
All right, guys. So right now, as you can see, he's had two requests: love and affection. No, I don't feel like doing no love and affection, right? I can't be your mama. I can't be your daddy. Sorry, your mama wasn't shit. Sorry, your daddy wasn't. Sorry, your mama was dead. Sorry, your daddy wasn't shit. Sorry, your grandmother wasn't there. I can't give it to you. Okay, so she begins to go. She says, I guess put makeup on or something. So he's like, oh, you're gonna try to get all dolled up, so to speak, and not help. You can't help me unpack. She doesn't want to help unpack. Her reason was because the house is big and it's not like a dire need. Like it's not a sense of urgency. That's not a real reason I'd unpack. So it's maybe she's just feeling like she don't want to be bothered with him right now. Maybe she just wants some space right now. I'm trying to figure out what she's actually feeling in this moment, but you can tell that his requests are really frustrating her. If he asks more than one time, it bothers her. And I've said this before, but now she's left out of the room and she did not give him any love and affection. She did not help him unpack. And this is where I was saying, you guys have this beautiful, large home, right? You got each other. You've got your family. Why are y'all arguing and not enjoying this home? Why are you being so contentious? What do you mean by that, Kevin? It means that you are contending with every request that he has. Why can't you unpack with him? Why can't you give him love and affection? What is the problem? You would rather put on makeup than give the man love and affection? Like, come on now. And it's like if he asks you for love and affection, something he needs, you treat him like he's pestering you. Come on now.
Then I feel like,
so my brother in this moment, you got to understand how he's feeling, right? He asked you for love and affection. You didn't want to give it. He asked you to help him unpack. You didn't want to do that either. And now you're just walking out of the room and sitting down. So to him, it's like he lost all control. He's treated like he doesn't matter. He's undervalued because she just walks out of the room. She looks at him like they're still trying to talk this situation out, maybe try and get her to do it. So you're going to be lazy. These are all things that he's saying, like, to try and get her to work, to help him out. But she sees this as poking the bear.
And it's
right?
Kevin, even in a situation to where my husband is putting us in a better situation, us and our kids, why wouldn't you want to unpack this house to see the outcome of how it looks once you're done, decorating, refurnishing? I would be more excited than aggravated. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. At this point, it had to be something dealing with her internal with him. So now that he's doing is aggravating her for some particular reason. Is it because now I'm tired of you and I'm just, whatever you does is making me aggravated? So it didn't matter whatever he said to her, she was going to be aggravated regardless. And she just felt like it was kind of poking the bear and she's like, I'm not the one to argue, so I just walk away. She doesn't like conflict and she can't deal with pressure. So I'm just really asking you basic questions, and you're not able to answer them at this point because you can't deal with pressure. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can't have situations to where we can't even have a decent conversation without you thinking I'm antagonizing you. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And remember, I talked about not being able to handle conflict in a mature way, and that is the telltale sign for the emotionally terrorizing wife or husband. She storms out as soon as he's asking her. So he says, will you give me love and affection? No. So now he's going to say something like, why not? Like, I want some loving. But that to her makes her uncomfortable. The emotions that she feels inside are something that she just simply can't sustain. And she acts erratic, very immature in that situation, almost liking to a child, right? And her excuses are really made up on the fly. They're not rooted in anything of logic. Can we start unpacking the home? No, this house is big. What does that even mean? What is that? What do you mean by that? And it's not something that is a need. Like, when will it ever be? Like, I'm asking you to help me clean, to help me unpack. What's the reason? You could just say I don't want to, but she's using these ridiculous reasons to say no. So again, constant invalidating. We talked about that. Dismisses your partner's emotions and belittles their experiences. She undermines their feelings, making them feel insignificant and unworthy of understanding or empathy. Your husband wants love and affection. That means he must feel like in a place where he wants you to love on him. Maybe he's going through it. Maybe he's depressed. Maybe he just wants some loving from you. So empathy for your partner is, I can take a few moments and give my partner some love and affection, right? You would think that would make sense there. Lack of empathy, a profound lack of empathy towards their partners. They are unable and unwilling to understand and connect with their emotions, choosing instead to dismiss and belittle their feelings. So when she says he's poking the bear, she's not including the feelings that he has when he's asking her for the requests, right? She's only thinking about herself. I don't want to be bothered, and him asking me is literally frustrating me, hence the term poking the bear. Now, I always say you got to be very leery of this term, because a bear, who's the bear in this scenario? If you are an abused person, would you ever call yourself the bear when your abuser is antagonizing you? Are you the bear or are they the bear? I don't think a person who's being abused would ever consider themselves to be the bear. Now, the poking the bear term is kind of crazy to me, because it says that you're going to get back more than what you gave. So if you poke a bear ain't going to poke you back. They're going to knock your head off, right? So what you about to get back from me is going to be way more than what you gave to me. Like, you keep on poking the bear, and this person who says this, they're probably saying that they are prone to outbursts, right? You're about to get something that you're going to regret getting, because poking, if they get in the bear, it's not going to be like a reasonable conversation, right? You wouldn't call that getting the bear, right? Does that make sense to y'all?
It makes a lot of sense. Also, with that being said, I said this last night. I think she just developed in her mind, and I'm not saying her age has anything to do with it, but because she wanted the white picket fence. I want to be married. I got this image in my head of what marriage should be, but marriage is work. It's work, and you have to put in the work. And right here, once she got married, she didn't know what she really signed up for, being a wife. And I think that was her big problem. She just thought that, oh, I'm gonna be married, and let me shine my ring, and let me have him buy these 6, 7 rings, and I'm exaggerating. But it's like I just feel like it's just gonna be roses and wildflowers, and it's not like that in a marriage. It's always a give and take in a marriage, and she wasn't a giver; she was a taker. So that was the problem.
Absolutely. Now I got to be fair here. Number 6 emotionally terrorizing husband says manipulative control tactics. The husband employs manipulative control tactics to exert power and dominance over their partner, such as threats. It wasn't a threat, ultimatums, or financial control. So it was similar to an ultimatum. What happens next when he's highly frustrated, he's angry, he's upset, she's walked out of the room in an attempt to gain some leverage. He walks out and he antagonizes her, right? She's watching this TV show and he says to her, hey, I think I'm gonna do like he is. So again, that's not the way to handle it, because what that does is triggers your partner's negative emotions, not triggers them to understanding where you're coming from. And if a person's already showing signs of immaturity on this level, now a more mature person, you probably could go sit down with them and say, look, where else you expect me to get it? Like, you holding me hostage to getting something that I need as a grown man. Now, you're my wife. If I want love and affection, you expect me to just go sit and put my nose in the corner until you're ready for me? Man, I'm not about to live my life like that. So if you can't give me the love I'm needing, you can't judge me if I go somewhere else to get it, because I'm not going to sit here and let you punish me like I'm a child. I get affection when you decide to give it. That's crazy. So if you guys are Bible believers, you know that you can't deny each other's bodies for that reason, right? Your partner is going to have some needs, physical needs, emotional needs. And if you're just going to tell that person, no, I'm not giving it to you, then that would become emotional abuse, right? Your person wants love from you. If they leave and get it somewhere else, they cheating on you, but you're not going to give it to them whenever they end the relationship, right? You're right. He says, let's not forget, I'm 155 pounds in this moment, still recovering from having my complete stomach removed. I unpack anything. I can unpack anything over 10 pounds. Absolutely. So you have to keep in mind the health situation, and not just that, the mental situation that follows that, trying to recover your body back. Nurturing is something that's essential from your wife. It can give a man strength beyond measure. I always try and tell women that your superpower is in your ability to nurture. Nature teaches you that. You can feed children from your breast, yo. And once they're old enough to not need your breast anymore, then you pour into them with your leadership and guidance, teaching them the do's and do nots, right? And inspiration, you pour into them with compliments, telling them they can do whatever they put their mind to, right? That's the nurturing of a mother. And you would give that to your husband. So that should translate over to your husband. And if you can do that as a mother to your children, you should be able to speak life into your husband. But a lot of times the emotional terrorizer cannot be vulnerable. For them to compliment their man and tell him that, he's amazing, that he is a leader, that he's strong, that he's a good father, for them it is very difficult. It's easier for them to say insulting things. It's not as easy for them to lift you up. It's just, in their mind, they think it's going to go to your head. It's crazy. Okay, but let's continue.
Saying, and and this is just my opinion, I just saying at some point she felt a sense of competition with her husband when she shouldn't have been in competition with him at all. You get what I'm saying? It's like you feel like you're in competition with your husband when you should be his helpmate, because that is all that he was asking for you to help around the house. I've set it up in a situation to you so you didn't have to go get a 9 to 5. You could just take care of everything that's in here. I'm going out making the money that way so we can afford these things that we have. I just need you to take care of the stuff that's inside of the house. And I think that she it became too much for her because that really was what she wanted to do at this particular point. So now I'm fed up because this wasn't what I signed up for. You see what I'm saying? Like I didn't sign up for it. So now I have to get an attitude, and now he's not looking so attractive to me because now I have to answer questions that I don't want to answer. And it's like you have to be able to communicate with your partner effectively, efficiently, in order for y'all to get through the tough times. You get what I'm saying? And she was not a communicator. She don't know how to communicate. Even on some of the recordings, you can hear he's just basically trying to have a conversation with her. And she's just, okay, man, dang, okay. Like she's getting aggravated. And he's just really answering her questions. So why are you so aggravated? Do you know how to have a conversation without getting aggravated?
Right. And it's just like you said, it's almost like they are in constant competition with you. Like you say go left, they say go right. And it's almost like just to spite you. They even know they have no logical reason why they want to go right, but they're just going to say that to contend. In the scripture, it says, it's better to live on the corner of a roof than share a house with a quarrelsome wife. That's a New International Version. I like the King James Bible, which says it's better to dwell in the corner of a housetop than with a brawling woman in a wide house. So I'd rather be in the corner of a housetop than with a brawling woman in a wide house with space, right? So it's better to dwell in the corner of a housetop than in a house shared with a contentious woman. And that's the New King's Version. So I just want you guys to consider that scripture right there. And I tell men this, I definitely tell men this in my counseling. It is better to sleep on the roof. This means that you are open to all the elements: rain, sleet, hail, snow, earthquakes, monsoons. It don't matter, okay? Listen, you might get wet if you sleep on that roof, but if you stay in that house with that contentious woman, man, you're gonna be arguing all night. You're gonna be sick because these type of arguments, man, they crush your health. I'm telling you. All right, so just imagine yourself in a three-legged race, okay? And you and your wife were in a three-legged race, and every time you step with your right foot, which is connected to her left foot, she is pulling back with her left foot, which is connected to your right foot. So every time you're trying to move forward, she's fighting you, pulling back the other way. Now you're in a race. The other couples are just burning y'all because y'all over here arguing about which foot to put forward. Now all you got to do is get into harmony. Step with her. Don't run off and leave her. Step with him. Don't complain. Right? You take your steps together. And I guys, I do these type of like test or examples with married couples. It's fun. When I do another retreat like that, y'all should come out, bring your partner. I do like little exercises to show you how simple it is if you were to just act in a harmonic way, right? So consider life as like a three-legged race. And when someone's constantly arguing with you about every little thing, this is not what you want. You don't want somebody who's going to contend with everything that you say, right? But let's get back to the video.
Yeah. He like, yeah, Martell, I see why you went outside. I'm gonna have to go outside too. So I'm like, you gonna have to go outside? What you mean you had to go outside? He like, yeah, I see why he did what he did. That's my boy, Martell. That's my boy. Okay. First of all, Martell never even addressed you or talked to you. And he like, oh, but Melody do. Melody be all in my DMs talking about stay up, King. Stay healthy.
Now, guys, right here. Now, this is what I want to show you, okay? When I said something can hurt an emotional terrorizer's feelings, but it's difficult for them to be vulnerable, right? So when he said he's going to step out like Martell and all that kind of stuff, right? And I just want to be sure before I even say this. Let me go back. Let me make sure I'm saying this right.
Talk to you. And he like outside too. So I'm like, I'm watching Love and Marriage Huntsville, right? So Martell and Melody is on there. Shout out to Melody. Martell is on there and he come out the bathroom and he like, yeah, Martell, I see why you went outside. I'm gonna have to go outside too. So I'm like, you gonna have to go outside? What you mean you had to go outside? He like, yeah, I see why he did what he did. That's my boy. Martell, that's my boy. Okay. First of all, Martell never even addressed you or talked to you.
Now, right there, okay. So she did address it. What do you mean you're gonna go outside? Right. So it got her attention. But then when he says, yeah, because you know, I'm gonna be like him, that's my boy, that's my boy. Now that actually hurt her feelings, right? That he said, I'm gonna go outside, right? Now, instead of responding to going outside, which is truly her feelings was hurt, she could have said, like, why would you say that? Like, you're gonna cheat? Are you saying you're gonna cheat on me and show some real genuine concern? But again, they're contentious. They cannot show you that. So they show you something else. She went to insulting. You don't even know him. You don't even know him. And now he goes, but I know Melody. Now, in this moment, she could have acknowledged that what he said to her hurt her instead of saying, you don't even know him. Does this make sense? An honest conversation shouldn't look like antagonizing each other. Like in that moment, he was wrong. Acknowledge what he said and tell him what he said hurt you because it did hurt you. It prompted you to think he could even be doing something. All of your next moves is based off of what he just said. But your response was, you don't even know him. You see, so they're not being truly honest about the feeling that they felt in the moment of them actually even saying this. So if you with a person where y'all antagonize each other, y'all say stuff to each other, they may not show you that you're harming them. They may laugh back, be involved in the banter, say stuff back slick, and it will indicate that they're perfectly fine. But that person is feeling emotional turmoil, okay? And they're not going to tell you. Do you understand? So let's continue.
To you, and he like, oh, but Melody be all in my DMs talking about stay up, king, stay healthy, do what you need to do. I'm like, Melody be in your DM telling you that. So I grab his phone because his phone is on the bed. So I grab his phone because his phone is on the bed. I grab his phone. I'm going through his Instagram messages, and it's some girl named Precious on there. So I'm like, who is Precious? Because they clearly met at the mall. And this is the mall that he loved going to all the time. So I'm like, who is Precious? He snatches the phone out of my hand. Now, at this moment, you guys, I'm like.
Now, you got to mind, you guys, she didn't just get the phone and he snatches it. Notice she says he knows her. They go to the mall that they always go to. So she's reading the messages. So she's kind of familiar with what's going on inside this phone, right? And I believe, Robert, if you're still in the room, I believe she actually messaged the girl and the girl confirmed that she just knew you. Based on the messages, you could see that it was just a innocent interaction about working together. If you want to hear, confirm it if you want to hear or not. I could be wrong. I don't want to say anything that's wrong here. Okay, so did she message Precious and kind of talk with her like as if she was you, and then learn from that it was a innocent interaction? Let me know, man. I'll go ahead and hit play. I thought you'd still be in here.
Why are you snatching the phone out of my hand? Out of 4 years, I've had his password. Y'all done seen me on live say I go through my husband's phone. That ain't nothing that's a secret. Y'all know this. So when you come outside of the room and you all gangster with it, like, yeah, I'm gonna go outside with it. Oh, I see why you did what you did. I'm gonna have to go outside too. Okay, now I'm like, let me get your phone so I can see what are you talking about? Let me get your
facts. Now, a lot of y'all might not agree with that, but hang on. He said, what you say, bro? You said, yes, she messaged and pretended to be me and said, don't message me again. I'm a married man. Okay, right. Okay, cool. Now, you heard her say, he snatches the phone from me. Now, of course, she can't believe he snatched the phone because he always lets her use that. She said, he's always let me do this, which shows that he is being transparent with you. So far, he should have earned your trust by being willing to let you look at his phone all these times. However, he has said something that triggered her. And so now she wants to see the phone. So we all should be able to understand why she wanted to see his phone. Now, he ain't going to let her, but we do understand that she has been triggered. And I always say it's crazy to just ask for somebody's phone just to be asking for somebody's phone on a whim. And in the past, she may have done that. However, in this particular case, he has said something that triggered her to want to see this phone. So you can see why she's so upset and want to see the phone. I'm just validating her emotion. I can clearly understand what she's right now. Okay, now the action that she did from that isn't healthy to now contend for his phone. But I can understand the pain that she's feeling, right? So let's not invalidate her, because we can understand you feeling that pain. If we were with our partner and they say something that make us feel that way, and we want to see the phone, they snatch it from us, you're probably going to feel something right there from that, right? Like you would feel something, right? Now, let's see here. Here's where the emotional terrorism begins to be abuse, to cross over into abuse. Now, verbally, they both spatted. They both said some things that could have been handled better. But here's where it gets crazy, okay? This is what leads to that phone call. Let's go.
Jump on. So I grab his phone, and then I'm looking through messages. So that's when I said, "Who is Precious?" He snatches the phone from me. Now, I'm like, "Why are you snatching the phone from me?"
We talked about the narrative. They are intentionally deceitful when they are trying to explain something. I call it manipulative gossip. They'll run to a family member, a friend, social media to tell the problems that they're facing, but they will not tell those problems in the correct way. They'll tell these problems to benefit them, to benefit their narrative. Manipulative gossip. ETWs engage in gossip to control the narrative and gain sympathy from others. They twist conversations and events to paint themselves as victims, tarnishing their partner's reputation and fostering division. Okay, let's continue. And the reason I call this manipulative gossip is because she actually texted that girl and said, "Don't ever text me again," right? She messaged her pretending to be me and said, "Don't message me again. I'm a married man." Now, this would come off to the other person as crazy because she just saw him at the mall. Why would he send her this, right? But she's not going to say that I went into his business and messaged someone he was doing business with, and I told him to never reach him again. Now, I don't care. That's having very little respect for his business, what he does, his career, him as a man. It's very little respect, right? To invade like that. So if you look through the message and saw it was clear, you don't go sending that person messages, right? So that's another way to emotionally terrorize. That shows a very little respect for her partner, and it also shows that this man ain't hitting you when you're willing to go that far, right? But let's continue.
Also showing that she was trying to control the situation again.
Right, and here it goes. 9, a lack of respect. An ETW shows little respect for her partner's boundaries, opinions, or personal growth or personal belongings. She disregards his aspirations and diminishes his achievements, his career, leading him to a loss of self-esteem and confidence. So you got to understand how it would feel for somebody to go in your phone, text someone who you're going to work with, and say something like that. That's embarrassing to a man. And now this woman is like, your wife called me, right? Or somebody texted me and said, what it's, and you're like, like that's embarrassing, right? To have to explain that your wife or your partner went through your phone and started messaging people. Like, that's crazy. She could even just had a conversation with you. She went above you, around you, and did that, right? Now, let's continue. But she moves past that as if she doesn't recognize any of that. And far too often, emotional terrorizers do not consider the consequences of their actions, nor the feelings that they're bringing on someone else with their actions. So she's only telling us from the standpoint that only she has emotions. He wanted love and affection. What was that attached to? His brokenness and his trauma, not his love for her. You notice that, right? And so this is how it completely gets skewed all the time. So this gives her a right to invalidate him and not give him what he needs because he doesn't have emotions, right? But let's continue.
Grab his laptop next. I'm trying to enter the password, trying to guess passwords, and he snatches the computer out of my hand.
So that also means that she had the laptop for a certain amount of time because she's trying different passwords, right? She's trying different passwords. So maybe he didn't even see her go get the laptop right away. Maybe after getting his phone back, when she went and got the laptop, he wasn't thinking about it, but he saw her with it. And when he saw, like, what you doing? Like, you went and got my laptop now, so he snatches that back. Now, he already took his phone back, meaning he doesn't want you in his devices. When you go and get the laptop, that says that it's really saying, I want conflict, okay? Because you already know he don't want you to have it, and you're going out of your way to still get it, okay? So now at this moment, you are terrorizing, okay? You are the the aggressor. Okay, let's continue.
So he has 2 computers and 2 phones. So I'm like, okay, he put his phone in his pocket. Now I'm trying to get the phone out of his pants pocket.
He put his phone in his pocket. Now I'm trying to get the.
Now look, I would tell my daughter, you don't never wrestle with a man and engage with a man on anything physical. That is ridiculous. His bones are stronger than yours biologically. He is stronger than you. He is a totally different being. You tussling with him can actually involve you being injured, where he was just protecting himself. You can try and hit a man in his block. You hitting his arms or his elbows or forearms can extremely hurt you. Okay, so he is your protector, number one. And if you're fighting him, it says that you don't really respect him as your protector. If you think you can beat his ass, if you think you can wrestle him down and take his phone, then you should be the protector, right? And so you got to understand, you should never engage with a man on any physical level. So this is you inviting what you would call abuse, because you know you can't win. You know you can't. So that's like me running up to Mike Tyson and just wrestling with him or trying to punch him, and then acting like a victim whenever I get the results of running up on Mike Tyson, right? I should take a mental assessment that this person is stronger than me, bigger than me, and stay away from them. So if this person said you can't have his phone, you know you ain't strong enough to take this man's phone. Just stop. He's not going to give you the phone. You understand? So this is where you totally become the aggressor, trying to go into his pants and take his phone like he's some damn kid. Now, mind you, he's also just gotten out of surgery not too long ago, and him tussling with you is actually possibly ripping his stomach apart, ripping his wounds apart, hurting him further, slowing down his healing process. When I went through that shit, my surgery areas were sore forever, like for the longest time. I can remember being out and actually living with a state of fear that I never had before. I've always been very bold. I could fight. I was a bigger guy. I had no worries in the world. But after my surgery, I became actually very fearful. I knew I was fragile. I knew I didn't have much strength, and I knew I was in constant pain. So if I was out like somewhere by myself at the mall or something, I'd be hoping nobody don't try nothing, because I know I'm going to take an L, because I know I didn't have any real strength, and I knew I didn't have any real durability. At this point, his durability is low. He's already in the red meter. He's already in the red. So just imagine Mortal Kombat. He already down to all you got to do is sweep his foot, and it'll say finish him. He already going to be like this. And you wrestling this man for his phone, and he having to use his muscles and body to wield you off. That's dangerous. You had no respect for the man's what the man was going through, and you was there with him through it all. So that's very crazy, because he ain't even a healthy man at this point. Okay, but she wants to get in this phone, and emotionally, that's all she can see right now.
Also,
so everything she has to leave when they get emotionally unbalanced. Go ahead.
Here's another question: did he have access to her phone? Was he just the type of guy that went through her phone and checked her phone?
If I understand correctly, he never checked her phone. He never checked her phone. Tell me if I'm wrong, bro. I don't think he ever checked her phone. All right, but let's continue.
Phone out of his pants pocket.
I'm trying to get the phone. We in a tussle. I'm trying to get the phone out of his pocket, right? Okay, so after
I'm gonna
that,
make this quick. When she says we're in a tussle, this is another way to shift away from what's actually happening. So when she says we are in a tussle, it is not we. Okay, tussle is very vague as well. We are in a tussle. You don't really know what that means. Okay, but you are in a tussle because you are wrestling him for his phone. Does that make sense? It's not y'all are in a tussle. You have to understand when you are the contribution to this person fighting you off of them. So you can't really call that y'all being in a tussle, because that now assumes that he's just as involved as you are. When really, he just wants you to leave him alone. So y'all are not in a tussle. You are being the aggressor. That's what's happening. Okay. And guys, when someone comes to you and they talk like this, you got to say, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by tussle? Right? And Latruth says, I don't check anybody's phone. Okay. So you hear it. So like, ask the person what they mean by tussle. Let's go.
Be in like a WWE rap move. I don't even know what to call it, but we on the couch and he got me so tight. So I'm like pushing his head like this to get off of me. So I'm like, okay, cool.
you're not going to be able to push his head like that to get him off of you. You could say, okay, I'm done. You got it. You got it. Please let me go. I'm done. I promise I'll stop. That's a way to get out. But if you're doing this and pushing his head, you're still actually fighting. You're still actually being the aggressor. He's holding you because you were trying to take his phone. So what was happening is he was restraining you, which you call that a WWE move. He was restraining you, not wrestling you. So when you tell your story, you're making yourself the victim every time. When you are actually the villain, you're not the victim right now. Now you are hurt, but the things that you're doing because of your pain makes you the villain because you're actually grabbing him, going and getting the other phone. Even when he's holding you tight, you're calling that a wrestling move to the public, right? And then you're telling us that you was just doing this just to be able to get out. When we know that don't make no damn sense. You're not gonna like how would doing this help you get out? Like he got you in a wrestling move.
Yeah, I knew that he wasn't checking her phone, but that just proves to you these insecurity issues that she had. If she had to continue checking his phone, I knew he wasn't. I was just trying to make a point. Like, was he even checking her phone? And that's my thing. Like, you have free reigns to my phone. I have free reigns to your phone, but you're constantly checking my phone, but I'm not checking your phone. Meaning I have a certain amount of trust for you, and I'm confident that as my wife, you're not doing anything. So what is the insecurity issues with you? So I think this happened way before Rob. She just brought it into this situation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's hit play, guys.
So he finally get up. I grabbed my pepper spray. And so I went over there and I grabbed the computer. So I spray the pepper spray because now you're still trying to attack me.
So again, guys, just imagine you are watching that. What's that guy? He be doing like the self-defense classes. If somebody put this hold on you, do this. If someone pull a gun on you, do this. Just imagine somebody saying, if somebody get a sleeper hold on you, do this to get out of it. Right? We know that don't make any sense, right? You would say, okay, I'm done. You got it. But upon getting up, apparently this did work and he lets her up. Okay. But what she does is she goes to the closet. She gets up and instead of walking downstairs, getting away from the situation, getting away from his belongings, she goes to get mace. Now, family, what is mace? Mace is a device that sprays out a pepper spray, which gets in your eyes. It can be absorbed through your skin, and it causes extreme pain, extreme discomfort. Okay. Now, I need you to understand that he had just gotten out of the hospital not too long by having a complete stomach removal. Inhaling that getting into his mouth, his body, literally could have taken that man's life, yo. So this is why I was so upset when I heard her say it. And I was just like, you maced my brother? I was so livid because you really went and got a weapon and brought it back out there. A weapon that you would only use if you were in imminent danger, not on your husband when you can't get his phone. So you got to understand, if you don't know that you are the abuser in that situation, you need to know now. Let's imagine that a man wants his wife's phone. He wrestles her for it, and for some reason he can't get it. Maybe she lays on top of it and she's holding it real tight, and he don't want to actually just abuse her. So he gets up and he goes and gets some mace. What would y'all? He coming at you now with mace. He's spraying mace at you because you're coming to him to take back another device that he has of yours. So he walks in there, gets mace, comes back out, gets your device and sits over there with it. And when you come back over to take it, he maces you. Can you not see that that's abuse now? Because we can't say, well, if it's a woman, it ain't abuse. But if it's a man, it is. And I think any of you ladies in here, if your man wanted your phone and couldn't get it from you, and he went and got mace and sprayed you with it, I'm telling you now, you would be saying that's abuse. Now, I think about this. What if she was successful? Looking through the eyes of God, what if she was successful? She could have killed him. But either way, she'd have put him down and he would have been coughing, rubbing his eyes, screaming in distress probably. And then what? You're going to be able to go through his phone while he's going through that much distress? You're just going to look through the phone. You already saw Precious the first time and messaged her. Did you see anything else? So to me, it's like you expected to mace the man, and he just lay there in a pit of his own, throw up and tears and shit while you go through his phone. Yo, that sounds cynical. It does. It sounds like ludicrous. This is where the story gets crazy bizarre. And this is where it blows my mind that people can watch this video and still say, he's wrong for what he did to her. Man, you went and got mace. This is where your emotions now, nobody cares. Because your emotions led you to doing that. That's like if a man saying, well, I hit her because I was mad. Insert the reason why he was mad. He may justify his anger, but did he really justify knocking her head off? No. Let's continue.
Okay. So I spray the pepper spray because now you're still trying to attack me.
See?
I'm spraying.
He's not attacking you. He wants his phone. He wants his stuff back. So she sees him closing the distance to take his property back as attacks. So that gives her a right to use this weapon for protecting yourself against attacks on him. But that's your husband. That's your child's father. That's your children's father. That's your children's leader. All for fun.
Other video when when she hit him and poured the Gatorade on him. When he overpowered her, she was trying to take that key. I guess it was the key that he had got. And he was like, no, I got it in my hand or whatever. And they got to tussling. And she's really hitting him. She's hitting him, attacking him again because she couldn't overpower him. And you can hear her saying, do something, do something. But this is another tactic of hers. It's like when she know that she can't overpower him, let me do something else to harm him. So let me pour Gatorade on him and hit him because I know that he's not going to hit me back.
Right. And from the perspective of, is he an abuser? Has he been abusing her from 6 years? All of that goes out the window because she's willing to go inside of his pockets. And when she can't get his device, she goes and gets the other device, not in fear that she'll be hit, because there has never been an option of violence presented to her. He has never presented to her that he will choose violence as an option. And this is why she's terrorizing to this degree. She don't believe he'll hurt a fly. This is the only reason she'll try and take his phone from him, mush his head, get up, go get mace, go back to his computer and mace him again. You would not mace somebody who done beat you up before, drug you across the floor, kicked you in the back. Okay, there's no way you would do that. Okay, all right, let's continue.
Pepper spray, not even on him. I'm spraying it on the pillow because now he's trying to swing pillows and hit me with the pillows and push me down on the couch.
So like, she's not spraying. It's like let me act like what I just did wasn't dangerous because I wasn't even spraying it on him. He's swinging the pillows and I'm spraying it on the pillow. So you're that accurate that you're trying to spray the pillows. Like no, man. I know that it comes out in a stream or a line, but just the smell of it in the home can make you sick, can make your eyes burn. The residue of it weeks later, you can come across it and it'll still do the same things. So that's a very dangerous situation. And it was even dangerous for you, Brianna. It was even dangerous for you. If that would have got back into your system, you would have been messed up too. Let's be real. All right. So that was a very dangerous thing that you did. And you can't excuse that by saying I wasn't even spraying it on him. I was spraying the pillow because he's swinging a pillow. Well, she's even making it like the pillow was used as an instrument of attack, as if it was a weapon, when in fact she had the weapon and the pillow was because she had the weapon, right? He didn't come at her with a pillow the first time he took his laptop back. So we have to assume that he's coming at her now with the pillow because she has mace, right? Chatty says, to see here. Chatty says she realized what she said and had to add in that she wasn't spraying him to clean it up. Absolutely. So they're not giving you a true a documentation, or they're not really recalling reality. They're giving you an illusion, okay? An illusion where they are the victim and you're not going to blame them for anything, okay? Now, done on the fly, this is very difficult to do, especially if you don't already have morals and actually know what's right and what's wrong. So you can tell that not much work has been put into practice in her behavioral moral code because she says a lot of things as if she didn't know that they were bad. Now that's common in the world of a woman because a lot of women are not pressed to be accountable as men for doing the same type of behavior. So she could full well have a circle of women who are telling her that her behavior is okay. And you can understand that most people can't really gauge themselves or set good morals for themselves when they're in an environment that celebrates bad behavior. Okay, so that's a lot of reason why emotional terrorizers terrorize. They live in an environment where this is the action that you do when you're offended, and that action is sometimes very derogatory, but that's how they grew up, right?
Always upset, whatever. Like I hit him that hard, or I smacked him. That smack didn't even hurt him. They do that.
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. Let's continue.
Okay.
Trying to swing pillows, hit me with the pillows, and push me down on the couch.
So I grabbed this dead computer off the bed. I go to the closet. He picks up this big ass tote. I don't know how long it is, but it's about wide as my car. It's big and long and it's gray. And he picks it up and he like, put my fucking computer down now. So I put the computer down and I sit down.
Notice that she was very detailed when she was telling the truth. Okay. Now she may have skewed the when it actually happened, but she says, I got the laptop and I went into the bathroom and he picked up this tote. Notice how she paused to go into exact detail about how this tote looked, but she didn't pause to go into exact detail about the tussle. And this is why I say when someone's telling you their story, if he really abused her, she would have been like, he grabbed me up by my neck or by my wrist and arm, and then he kind of pushed me down on the bed and had my arm behind my back. And you can see this in your mind, what's happening. But when they go, we was in a tussle, I always imagine a cloud of smoke with a bunch of cartoon characters fighting and a whole bunch of toys and cars and shoes and maybe a cat even fly up out of there. It's just a cloud of smoke with fists going in and out, right? But now she got real detail. But in this story, she leaves out where she kicks him. She just says he comes back in there with the tote. Now watch this.
Indians, how long it is, but it's about wide as my car. It's big and long and it's gray. And I sit down, Indian style now with my legs crossed. I sit down, I said the computer is down. Next thing I know, he takes this big ass tote and put it on top of me. Boom, slams it right on top of my head with pressure. Boom. And so the first time he raised it back up, I'm trying to get up. I'm trying to get up off the floor, but I'm moving too slow because he's still hitting me. He hit me the second time and I did like this. This is why I'm like, Dad. Yeah. So that day, Friday, after you and Robert got to arguing, you remember, right? So what now? Friday, after you and Robert got to arguing and we had to leave because the police, I told the police I was just going to leave when he said, you want to call the ambulance? I said, no, I'm just going to go to the hospital. That's right. Okay, so remember when you felt my head in the car? Right. Okay, so during that whole time, me and you was together. So did you ever see me bump my head on the wall? You never bumped your head. He know you didn't bump your head. You know he did it. Okay, and what about my finger? Did you ever see me smash my finger into a door? He did it all. Thank you, because he's sitting on here lying,
let's read this.
Telling people that I did it to myself.
2022. At 10:35, I was dispatched to the 870 Longstone Landing in reference to domestic dispute. Upon arrival, I made contact with the caller, Brianna Hampton. Brianna was visibly upset, crying, right? That's important there. Brianna informed me that she's just been involved in a physical altercation with her husband. Brianna said Robert was currently in the residence with her father, Walter Battle. I had Brianna call her father. I spoke with Walter and asked if Robert and him could both step out of the home. Both Robert and Walter complied. Brianna told me she was going through Robert's phone when she saw some conversations between Robert and the other women on Instagram. Brianna said she got upset and confronted Robert about the messages. During this confrontation, Brianna went to grab one of Robert's laptops. Brianna and Robert became upset when she attempted to grab the laptop and struck her head and struck her on the head with a plastic storage bin. Brianna began to scream for help and called 911. Robert told me Brianna was going through his phone when she saw some message between the other woman and Robert. Robert and Brianna became upset and attempted to strike him. Robert said Brianna became upset and attempted to strike him. Wow, not just go through his phone. Robert said Brianna then attempted to spray him with mace before calling the police. When I spoke with Walter, he told me that he did not witness any of the confrontation. Walter said he heard some screaming from Brianna and went upstairs to see what was going on. Walter informed me Robert and Brianna were separated by the time he got upstairs. Walter said he got into a shouting match with Robert, but nothing became physical. I did not see any physical signs of injuries on Robert or Brianna. Brianna did complain about her eyes burning, but did not mention using the mace in her account of the incident, which is wild. And I guess she does know that mace can, for lack of a better word, backfire on you, right? I provided Robert and Brianna with the case cards numbers. Upon her request, Sergeant Hoffman provided Brianna with a pamphlet on how to obtain a protection order. Brianna collected some of her belongings while we were on the scene and left the residence along with Walter. I did not have a body camera recording during this encounter.
No, he's saying that he's the one went online and started telling them lies. Yep, he did that.
And Dad, how many times have I called you crying when you in the house? Because something is happening to me by him.
Now, again, intentionally vague. Intentionally vague. And so was he. How many times have I called you when something is happening to me by him? He says many times. Now, this is telltale because you're her father. And your daughter is saying, I've called you many times and told you something was happening to me. And what did you do about it all those times? What did you do? So it's crazy when someone goes to lie because they make themselves look bad, right? Number one, she says, I've been putting up with this for all these years, and I don't have the wherewithal to just leave. And he's saying, I'm in the same home with my daughter while a man is actively abusing her, and I do nothing about it. I don't call the cops. I still treat the man the same, seemingly. I still smile with him. I'm still getting in their videos. Your daughter is in a dangerous place if she's in a situation where she is being hit physically by her man. No father should allow that to continue happening, especially if he's in the home, right? This says that my brother would have no fear at all or respect for Walter at all to abuse his daughter while the father is in the home. So it would highlight a whole bunch of things. Because if no one's around and he hits you, that's one thing. But he'll hit you with your daddy in the home. Come on now. But let's continue.
Now I done tried to protect him over and over and over and over for 6 fucking years. I've been trying to protect him and not say nothing. But this past time, he keep making video after video after video saying, oh, yeah, she did it to herself. Her finger would have been swollen in the video. You way at the top of the stairs arguing with my dad. How would you see my finger?
Yep. He didn't see it. That's what he said. Those are the lies he's telling the people. He's telling the people that, and a lot of them believe that crap. Yep. He did it his doggone self.
Thank you, Dad. I just wanted to call you and while I'm on live because you ain't about to keep lying on me.
Well, whatever you got to say, hey, I'll tell him whatever you need to know because I know what he did. Some crap.
Like that.
That scene is funny to me because she's using him, okay? She's using him to help with her narrative. And she hangs up before he can even say he loves her back, right? So it's like she really ain't got no damn use for this dude other than right now to prove her point that she's trying to make, right? So I love you, Dad. She's right? But let's think of this through the eyes of God, okay? If you are her father, what should be your advice for your daughter right now? She just told you that she's got you on live, and she called you to get you to validate some things for her because she was on live. What should you do as a father, family? Because you have to ask yourself, why is she like this? Why does she do this? Emotional terrorizers really need solid friend groups and people around them to help them make solid decisions because they get really emotional and they'll make those decisions before thinking about them. So she's very upset right now. She doesn't like that people don't believe her. It's driving her up a wall and she needs validation, okay? So she needs someone to tell her that this person was actually wrong. That's what she's used to. Before this happened now, she's been sharing gossip with her friends, taking recordings. They're telling her that she's right in everything. Keep that recording, keep that one. Yeah, he's definitely the person that's wrong in that one. These has not been presented to a world that is going to be unbiased. just her friends, her personal friends. So mind you, this is a shock to her when she presents this stuff that normally would have been said, okay, yeah, you're right. They're telling her she's wrong. She doesn't like that. So she's now desperate to try and show people that she is right. So she calls her father to try to add to it. What her father should have done was said, baby, this is not for the internet. Okay? If you're going to pursue this man for doing something to you, it doesn't matter if the people on the internet believe you. Go to the police department and handle it the way you should handle it. This is not for the world. You have children. You don't want your children to grow up seeing this. Okay? This should be what the advice that he gives her, correct? But instead, he enables her. He doesn't tell her that that's wrong. He tells her, whatever you need me to do. If you need me to say something, I'm going to say it, because he know he did that piece of crap. Like, let's stay mad, right? So this person is saying, it's okay to be mad because my daddy, my patriarch, is still angry, calling him a piece of crap, right? And he's pretty much telling me to continue. Anytime you need me to vouch, that's cool, because we're trying to prove that he did something. Yeah, because he ain't gonna lie to them people.
It also proved that he's been condoning her behavior for years. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna condone bad behavior because she's my daughter, and even if whether she's wrong or right, I'm gonna condone her behavior.
Absolutely. Now this happens all through your life. So in the next chapter, it talks about the makings of an emotional terrorizer, and it talks about how their parents are enablers. They buy them ice cream when they've had a bad day, so they try and give them sweets to lift their mood. Okay, so this means a person is not going to be able to really process their emotions on their own, and they'll look for things externally to lift their mood. So you will grow up and turn into a person who goes shopping when you feel bad, maybe go get a big tub of ice cream and eat it just to feel better, to get that dopamine to help relieve yourself of those negative emotions that you have. And in life, we should teach our children to process those emotions. You're not going to be able to have everything your way. There will be bad days, and you're not going to get a ice cream because you had a bad day. That's ridiculous, right? So let's stop rewarding our children because they are in emotional turmoil. Instead, sit and talk with your children and help them to process the emotions that they feel, not just the thing that happened to them. So when they're telling you about something that happened to them, what you would do is you ask your child, and how did it make you feel?
And
right? They tell them to be blatantly honest with their feelings. You don't have to act them out. Be blatantly honest. It hurt my feelings. It made me feel like I was small. It made me feel intimidated. It made me feel fear. Say that out loud, because you have access to all those emotions. And other than that, you'll just act out, man. What were you going to say?
And I said, I like what the question right before this one, what Chatty said. Out of the 6 years, and he was her father, why you only have that one account of the tote? Why you don't have no other accounts out of the whole 6 years? And why haven't you this guy check? Why haven't you? Because I know like I told you, my daddy, the dude would have been got. If I had told my father all the abuse that I was suffering for 6 years, do you actually think that man would still be here on earth? My daddy would have figured out a way to take his butt out and get off. I'm just telling you how my daddy operates. He would, you know what? I can get off of killing them now, because he's told me that before. He was like, "Yeah, I'll use my PTSD, and they'll just put me in crazy home. I won't go to jail." You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying, dude. You allowed this dude to beat your daughter for 6 years, and you didn't do nothing.
Mm-hmm. You're absolutely right. And not to mention when she called her father and said, how many times have I called you because something was happening to me? Again, intentionally vague. She could have went into those times that she called him and something was happening to her, instead of just saying something was happening to me, right? So she could have said, all those times I called you when something was happening to me, like the time that he kicked me in the back, drugged me across the floor, like you would say these things, you would be able to go into them. But she already prefaced this by saying it's the worst day of her life and she'll never forget it. So this indicates that this is the worst blow up that they've had, right? So I expected every story to at least be lighter than this one. But she gets more egregious with her stories, right? As if he does a whole lot more to her than this day, right? But that's forever putting him in a bad light, to forever try and be a victim. Let's continue.
Now who lying? My daddy lying? My daddy lying? Facts is fucking facts. Who lying now?
My finger got broken.
Now this video is kind of just going through it in that way, and that's not how I want to go through it. So I don't know if that video was the very next one with Walter. Anybody know of a video where Robert responded to her after this? I know it was one where they sat on the steps, and I want to be able to go through this in order. We're gonna go through one more video, and then we're gonna do the rest for tomorrow. So let me say, Chatty, upper echelon, would you guys like to come up here? I've had TC and Hassan up here for a while. I'd like to try out you guys if you'd like to come up here.
I want Tiffany and Upper to come up here so I can hear, what they have to say. So I'm gonna step down, and I appreciate you, Kevin, for letting me interact.
Oh, it's my pleasure, and thank you for coming up.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to post the link again in the description, and I'm going to await for Chatty or upper echelon or both. I'd like to have you both if you don't mind. I see you guys in the chat already. If you other content creators, Tiff the Gift, Ashley, Retta, Amber, all of you guys, if you're in there, let me know. What's the next video, guys? Tell me. Somebody tell me what the next video is. Let me know, guys.
I think the next video would be when her and Latruth was on FaceTime, and they were talking about the incident. I think that might be the next one.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Because after
say it
this,
again.
I think is this after the finger broken incident, right? And I think Latruth might have called her on FaceTime because he did a recording on it, showing that she was crying, and he was telling, and they were discussing, reenacting, talking about the fight with the tote. I'm not sure though.
Okay, was that okay? Okay, that's fine. I'll tell you what. Peace, upper echelon. How you doing?
How you doing, Kevin?
I'm amazing. What I do? Okay.
Same.
Yeah, welcome.
I'm so glad that you're breaking these videos down because the feeling I get is that people are trying to move on and they're not remembering where all of this stuff started from.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. I want to show y'all this because this is what prompted her to make her video with the broken finger. So when everybody was talking about domestic violence and accusing my brother of domestic violence, and Brianna was very vague with that first with the first accusation, right? You just see the blow up in the hallway, I think, with Walter and all that. So I said, if anybody ever says somebody abused them and don't say how, you need to be challenging that. So I made this video, this live, where I'm telling Brianna, if he hit you, say how he hit you. Welcome in, Chatty. Hassan, I'm going to drop you down for a moment, okay?
Okay. All right.
Okay, so I did this video right here, and I'll get on into it. We won't stay on it long, but I want you guys to kind of hear some of the things I was saying to try and prompt her to tell us. And I didn't want her to wait a long time. I wanted her to tell us what happened right now, so you don't have time to think about it, so we can hear what happened. And this is what you should do when someone comes to you and tells you they're being abused. Have them to talk to you about what happened and don't spare any details, right? All right, let's go. y'all. I see y'all. We're gonna talk about domestic violence, okay? Rise and shine. We're gonna talk about domestic violence. I'm gonna wait until I have at least 200 people on, and then we go get into it, okay? This is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. We can see from all the videos from people uploading their domestic violence, the domestic violence abuse cases, that this needs to be addressed. So I'm going to tell you guys what I think we should do during domestic violence issues. I'm going to speak on it. I'm going to do a series. I've always been talking to you guys about emotional intelligence and how a simple decision can change your whole life and strip from you everything you've worked to build and acquire. That don't just go for your accolades and accomplishments. That means your relationships too. In a moment's notice, you can change everything that you ever worked for. And domestic violence is the case, is an issue that will definitely do that for you. It'll strip it away. All right. Kalani says, I need some advice from you. I want you guys to hold all of that for a moment and try to give me your eyes and ears, because I need you guys to have a clear understanding on how important this is, okay? I love you all. And you guys know that's why I do this work, because I know that we all live in these crazy situations, man. We're traumatized through how we were raised. And when we're trying to have these type of relationships where we're trying to be interconnected, and they can go to hell in a handbasket real fast. And it can be very confusing. But we're going to talk about it, okay? Y'all ready for this? So, domestic violence. Let's talk about it, okay? We're not going to come from a biased point of view, an ego point of view. I want you guys to understand that hitting is wrong. We do not own each other, okay? Now, many of you guys still agree that you should hit and hurt your child if they're bad. I don't even believe in that. You understand? I don't believe that we should be hitting each other. I think that we should learn how to comprehend and communicate without hitting. But I do understand some people believe that, you know, whipping their children is a way of disciplining and raising. However, when you are adults, I think we all understand nobody should be hitting. I think we understand that. Nobody should be hitting. And domestic abuse is not just when men hit women, it's when women hit men. We got to stop this one-sided thing, okay? Now, domestic abuse, domestic violence is way different than regular violence. Do you understand? So I want to make this thing clear right now. In the real world, in the regular world, okay, in society, yes, men are more prone to violence than women. We're more prone to murder, rob, rape. Absolutely. Men are more an assault. We are more prone to doing those things than women. But we're not talking about in society. Okay? We're talking about socially. Domestic violence is far different than just regular violence. Do you understand? Somebody walking up to you and robbing you for your money is far different than domestic violence. Domestic violence is specifically when you are in an intimate, interdependent relationship. Do you understand? An intimate, interdependent, meaning you guys are depending on each other for something. You're depending on each other for your love, your intimacy. You're depending on each other to work with each other, to be cooperative to each other, to be polite with each other, to respond like you care about each other. You're depending on that, right? You're in an interdependent relationship. You're raising children together, so you need each other, right? And so you're in a relationship. Now, this makes it domestic. Are you understanding me? Now, when you look at domestic, when you look at dynamics across the world, men on women, your predominant case, we call that heterosexual. Okay, then you got your man on man, you got your woman on woman relationships, right? So we got many different dynamics. Of course, I'm in a relationship where I have 2 wives. So I'm in a poly dynamic. So regardless of the dynamics though, did you guys know when you break down through all the dynamics, when the most abuse happens in either of these dynamics, which one do you guys think it is? Do you believe that's in a male or female dynamic? A male and male dynamic? Now I ask the question, what do you guys think? What do you think that statistically domestic abuse is the highest? In a heterosexual relationship with a man and woman, or a lesbian relationship or a gay relationship? Which one do you think has the highest cases of domestic violence?
I'm gonna say a lesbian relationship.
What would you say, Chatty?
I might. I might have to agree. I agree. I think I agree.
You're absolutely right. Let's continue.
Which one do you think abuse is more prominent in? Which ones do you think the most domestic cases have been reported in? The factual evidence. Which one do you think is the most? Men on women, women on women, or men on men? Probably ahead of you on this live. And I really want to stay going. Actually abuse each other more than any other dynamic. Did you know that? You're right, Derica Taylor. Women on women. Wow. So based on that fact, family, we can't say domestic violence is a man's issue. Do you understand? When you are trying to work with a person, obviously there'll be times where you will be angry, hurt, enraged by that person. Now, how do you respond whenever you're angry and enraged? Now, that person will likely feel the effects of that. And guess what? Love ain't got nothing to do with it. Love has nothing to do with it. So today we're going to talk about domestic violence. And we're not going to sit here and act like only men do.
I'll skip ahead because I want to get to my call to action here.
Unveiling themselves or exposing themselves. So what they'll do is just won't tell you shit. They just want you to believe what they want you to believe without telling you what happened. I've seen it and I'm seeing it now. You understand? Now, for men, if you leave a situation and you can't tell it in detail that she abused you, you're equally evil, family. Ah, she hit me, man. She crazy. What happened? Nah, she just crazy, bro. Trust me. No. What happened? I just told you she crazy. She just came in there on some shit, and hit me. No. Don't give me all this filler. Tell me exactly what happened, man. I don't understand y'all. Why y'all want to start telling stuff and making stuff public, but then all of a sudden now you want to be discreet and not say shit. Nah. No. Come on with it now. Come on with it. Yeah, what happened? Oh, so he hit you. Okay, so start from the beginning. Right, start from the beginning, yo. Do you understand?
Now, mind you guys, I have been through this. And I told you guys I wrote my book, Emotional Terrorizer. It started really in my soul through my experiences the last few years, having people lie on me with no real story, just being very vague. And it's so crazy that all this is happening now, where people are coming out talking about me from years ago. And so if you didn't believe me when I told you, I've been through stuff before that prompted me to write this book. I know you know now that I truly have been through stuff before that prompted me to write this book. I mean, damn, right? I just in the last week or so, Chatty Upper Echelon, I'm sure you guys can understand that I've been through things that where I've gathered experiences that helped me to write this book, right? I mean, I've been through some shit, right?
Yeah. Understatement.
Absolutely. And it's where people they say things and they don't finish their sentences. They don't want to talk with you about it, but they want to talk to everybody else about it. And when you're trying to talk to them about it, they play dumb, like they don't know what English is anymore. And it's crazy.
You know, Kevin, that is one of the major narcissistic traits. One major trait of a narcissist is when they're speaking on the fault of someone else, they're very, very detailed in that. But anytime they're speaking of themselves, everything is very vague and they don't expect to be questioned about it. So this girl is a classic narcissist.
You're absolutely right. Guys, I want to play that other video. What's the name of that video when they're sitting on the stairs? Would that be the next video, guys? What would y'all say?
The video after the video that you just played was the one with her talking about her finger in the car, right?
Yeah, and it skipped ahead to her talking to Walter on the phone, and I know that wasn't the next video. So whatever video that was is a person that's going through several scenes. So I imagine it's a collection of videos.
The next thing, Chatty, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the next video that I can remember is when Robert contacted her via FaceTime and he was recording their conversation. And they were kind of doing a play-by-play of what happened that day. And she kind of demonstrated with a tote.
I don't know why I think that after.
You think that came after something?
Yeah, I think that
After the stairs?
conversation came after because it was supposed to be, you know, a peaceful moment with the stairs and then going out to eat, and I think kind of resorted back, and that's where that video came in because it was like a backtrack from the stair and the dinner one, and I could be wrong too, so y'all have to keep me honest. So much has gone on, so many videos, it's hard to remember.
Okay.
But I believe it's
So I
personally think the next one is the stairs.
Okay, what do you think that video is called?
Mm.
Because I feel like that too. Right? I feel like that too, that it was that. Because I know they went to a restaurant after and ate. But that was after the stairs. I know they went to a restaurant after the stairs, right? Because she was eating, looking all nervous. I was just like, bro, turn the camera on.
Isn't I believe the video with them sitting on, because Robert, he pretty much keeps everything documented on his TikTok. Because when I do my content, I get a lot of videos from there. I believe he has that video on his page.
Yeah, on my computer, I don't really have TikTok on my computer on the app. Can y'all, let's see if y'all can put it in the if y'all can find the video and put it in the chat on here. Maybe I could do it like that. If anybody can find the video of my brother and Brianna sitting on the steps, put the link in the chat for me.
Because I think the steps
I'm going to play the next video though.
The steps in the when they went out to eat, wasn't that the same day?
Yes, it was. That was right after. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and while I'm waiting on that, I'll go ahead and start this next video. So we may be a little bit out of order, but let's go ahead. This is when he calls her to talk to her on the phone. Many people will be like, why would he do that to her? Why would he record her without her knowing? When you are trying to prove your innocence, family, you have to do whatever it takes, especially to the person that is creating your guilt. You got to get them in a situation to where they're going to be honest with you, because if you talk to them in front of people, they'll blatantly lie to your face, even though they know they're lying. So you got to figure out a way to get them to be honest with you and get that documented, because your freedom is on the line. So yeah, you're at war and you have to use whatever you can to prove your freedom, man. So don't let nobody bury you when you know that it's not true. Let's see, here we go. There's no sound on that video. Hang on.
Oh, shit, now you look like you're more miserable without me not being there. Is that the case? I'm serious. Like, I mean, I didn't ever, you hardly ever smile when I was around. And I would actually think you'd be smiling now. You know why I'm not there, right? I just want you to know. Huh? I already told you. When you swing on me, hit me and stuff, that don't hurt me. I don't experience no pain or none of that. So I didn't see it that deep.
Now, that's a problem. Okay, that's a problem. That's a problem because he hasn't established any real boundaries before this point. He says, when you hit me like that in the past, it don't even physically hurt me. It don't do nothing to me. That is no reason that somebody should be able to violate your person and put their hands on you. So you have to tell them it's wrong because it's wrong, not because it hurts, not because it brings about pain, any of that. Okay, so if you're not setting those boundaries, you're not helping this person with their behavior at all. They have no indication that this is even wrong. They might just think that they can hit on you, right? So if you say, when you hit me, when you put your hands on me, that don't even hurt me. And he said that before. It don't hurt me. I know it's likened to her being angry, and I take that as a sign of love. I take that as a sign that she loves me so much that she became emotionally unglued and she went to hitting. That's justifying your own abuse. Now, on the flip side, what that sounds like is a woman will say, I know that he hit me, but he just gets angry at times. He's just going through a lot right now. He just kind of loses his cool or blacks out. But I know he loves me. I know he means well. You're justifying a person beating you up. You're justifying somebody hurting you. You're supposed to create boundaries, man. It's wrong to hit. You shouldn't hit. It don't matter if it hurt or not. Keep your hands off of me. It's that simple. That one day you might be having a bad day, and that hit may bring the worst out of you. It ain't about if it hurts you. It's irrelevant if it hurts you or not. If I was Superman, I'm not gonna let you hit me. No, that don't mean I'm gonna hit you back, but it means I'm gonna leave your ass. I'm not sitting around letting you hit me. If I'm actually, it's gonna piss me off more because you hitting me knowing you weaker than me. Because I'm a fighter. And if you hit me, my instinct is I want to hit back. And I would think that you a coward for hitting people that you know shouldn't hit you back. So that would make me even madder. Like, keep your hand, go hit somebody your own size. Because you hitting me tells me that you want to bully me because you don't want no fight. You ain't hitting them other girls your size, but you will come and hit a grown ass man. Man, you're just doing that because you know I won't do nothing to you. And they're going to take advantage of you and your reason, right? So any man talking like this, that is a bad philosophy to have, because you're not going to stop this person from terrorizing you. They're going to always do it because, you're a strong man, you're tough, it don't hurt. That's not the way to handle that, right? Your mental well-being is mostly important. So go ahead.
I also, what I got from this video when I first saw it was, I think that it's really important to pay attention to her behaviors and her body language versus just what she's saying, because a lot of people will look at this video and they will villainize Robert because he's recording it. However, at this moment, she doesn't realize that she's being recorded. I believe later on she knows that she's being recorded, but at this moment she doesn't know. So when Robert said, when you hit me and you do all that stuff, it doesn't hurt me, right? Which I agree is not the right philosophy to have. However, I'm paying attention to I'm paying attention to what's not being said. So after he said that, she had no response. Now, a lot of people have accused Brianna of physically abusing Robert. However, she's denied those claims. Now, if someone tells me that I am a physical abuser and I've been hitting them and it doesn't hurt when I hit them, I'm going to interject no matter how sad I am. And I'm going to say, hey, wait a minute. Wait, I've never hit you before. This is the part where
lies typically piss people off. So if he had said that he ain't hit her, she would immediately got upset because she would have knew something was up. I ain't hit you. You probably recording us because I ain't hit you. I hate when somebody lie on me. So yeah.
Right. And she didn't say anything. And I think, and another one last thing before you continue, everybody in the chat, hopefully they're paying attention to her behavior and her body language and what's not being said as well, because what you see here, a lot of people are looking at it like it could be sadness or depression, but I'm not looking at it that way. I see it as shame. I think that she is ashamed, so ashamed that she can't even look at the camera. She can't even look at him because she knows that she's been spreading these vicious lies. That's what I see right here. And then once she starts to realize that she is being recorded, then the Brianna that sits in front of the camera that puts on a show is going to pop out.
You're absolutely right. The action that she's doing to him right now, guys, is called stonewalling. Okay. This is when you give your partner the cold shoulder and you will not talk to them. You will not return any words. Okay. So when you could be working through something to get to an end, something you both can agree on, the other person will just shut you down and will not talk to you at all. That is called stonewalling. So she's stonewalling him. And like Up Echelon said, it's likely due to shame. It could be also linked due to her using the tears and this type of positioning to make him feel guilt, because he knows in reality he's not wrong, but this could also be a gaslighting tactic to appear so emotionally distraught that he just takes the blame for it, you know? And so a lot of times a person who's really trying to make you feel guilty will go into extreme depression right in front of your face because they want you to feel saddened by it. Again, they use their emotions to get what they want, making them an emotional terrorizer. They won't use words, but they will try and act so damn sad and tore up to try and get you to try to get a response out of you. All right. Now we'll continue.
I told you that. I saw it as. I told you. I even said that to my homeboys. My wife seen this right here, this message right here, and got this mad. She love the hell out of me. You know what they say too? Yeah, she love you, man. That's how us as black men would talk like that. Your daddy even said the same thing. Man, she love you. That's why she do that. I said, so what if I hit her then? No, you ain't gonna do it. I said, now you see what I'm saying? And that's why I said I want to teach Josh and them different, because they don't need to go through that neither. Because some women actually can hit. Some of them actually hit hard. And I'm not saying you trying to hit me hard, because you probably could hit me and make it hurt. You probably could. But based off what I feel when you do,
so I would encourage men.
I don't think you're trying to hurt.
The hit from her does not have to hurt. It just has to land. And if you responded to someone hitting you, what would happen to you, sir? Your ass is going to jail. So her hitting you should mean she should go to jail, because she put your freedom at risk. If you would have hit her, you may not just be going to jail. They could kill you upon arrival. So that's your life at stake. So a woman who's hitting you, she is risking your life and your freedom, your reputation, because if you hit her back, all that's coming to an end. Okay, not just the police, but her loved ones, her family members, friends, just local men, because people love to protect women. And you get it, because they need protection, but not when they're doing things like this, right? So stop seeing it as an act of love when you're being hit, family. That's absolutely horrible philosophy. That is coming from some type of abusive trauma, and we need to grow out of that. Somebody hitting you is a violation, even if it didn't hurt, and you should treat it as such. If she knows if she hits you, you might call them same cops. Maybe she'll have boundaries. But if she thinks she could just hit you and get away with it, now you're just gonna be the next child in the home. Maybe it don't hurt when you get the whoopings, but you still getting whoopings nonetheless. And nobody should be a victim to that type of situation, family. Let's continue.
Also notice what he just said. He said, "What if I hit you?" Y'all notice that he said that? What if I would have hit? What if I hit you like that? That tells me, and then again, she didn't contest that statement. That tells me that he has not hit her before.
Also, he would be afraid to even attempt a conversation like that if he had hit her before. He wouldn't even try it. So even if she would have said, "You be hitting me all the time," it still wouldn't be an indicator that he hits her all the time. I mean, him actually saying that to her is an indicator that he's never hit her. You know, because you wouldn't say that to somebody who you've been hitting on, right?
Especially not on camera.
Right, absolutely.
But I'm a man. You can't accuse a man of doing that. Because hell, we go to jail for shit like that. We get killed for that. There's people out here right now probably who want my head right now. If I was to see your brothers in person, they might want to do something to me. It's way different. It's way different with us. And that's why I don't do it, because I know that comes with a different type of karma. I got daughters too, and I know how I would feel if somebody was to do that to them. I'm gonna definitely at least look into it to make sure, though. I ain't gonna just take the word, because that means I go to jail too. If I go to avenge anything with my daughters in the future, I go to jail too. So it's like I still throw my life away regardless. So I wouldn't go into it blinded. I I would
Right. And you know why?
Make sure.
Because you're nobody's Doberman pincher, right? A dog will protect you regardless if you're right or wrong. They don't think. They're just going to protect their master. But that's not who your sons, your brothers, your uncles, and your fathers are. They're not your Doberman pincher. So don't go start fights and then call on them to show up and fight for you without asking no damn questions. That's silly. That is silly, man. And it's mean and it's wrong. So I would teach my sons, I want you to protect your sister, but I don't want you to be a casualty on their behalf. I don't want my daughter to use her brothers for fights. That's ridiculous. So we should be teaching this to our children, not just if anybody bother you, go get your brother. No, I tell my brothers, tell my sons, the way you protect your sister is you call the damn cops. If she show up to you saying somebody hit me, you call the cops for her. You keep her safe because she's not in imminent danger. She's right in front of you. You keep her safe and you call the cops and you stay with her to protect her. You don't go outside of yourself and go tracking nobody down to protect your sister. It's called protection. If she's with you, she's safe and sound. Let the police and the authorities do that. Don't throw your life away. Don't have your son throw his life away just to protect your daughter. Yo, that's silly.
Right.
Your son's life is important too. He ain't just here for fucking a shield.
Right. Just like she ran and right after that video that you played last, and she said that he was following her with a gun. She ran. The first thing she did when she got downstairs is said, "Dad." And what I found very telling is it's amazing that the dad wasn't even in the room during the conversation. However, when the police got there, he had already chosen Robert's side because he already knew what it was.
Mm-hmm. You're absolutely right. He understood. And he was nervous. He said, damn. That was an indication he thought his daughter was going to jail. You see? Like she's in trouble now, right? But let's continue.
We love different. Men and women love different. When women get mad.
By the way, can you imagine trying to have a conversation with someone who not only abused you, but accused you, and then went public to tell everybody you abused them? Now just think about this, family. They abuse you. That's risking your life and your freedom. You didn't abuse them back, but they accused you of abusing them, which also risks your life and your freedom. So you didn't do the act that risks your life and freedom, but they said you did. And it has the same fucking consequences, your life and your freedom. Then they went public to tell the world you did, which has the same fucking consequences as your life and your freedom. And you got to call her and try and be nice. Yeah. Can you imagine this shit?
I can't. I to be honest with you, I've never. I worked in DV for years, and I have never seen a quote unquote abuser remain as calm as he is right now. Even if you are not an abuser, any person would be irate. So it's very admirable that he's keeping his composure like this, because anybody else would have been yelling and screaming because nobody likes to be lied on. And you're looking at you. I'm talking to you, and you know, and I know that you're lying. So I mean, yeah.
I just stood there and watched you call the cops and say I had a gun and say I was following you. I just watched you do that lying stuff again. You've done this before. Not only that, you went and called. That's you calling the police. You've already abused me by trying to take my phone and mace me, right? But then you said I abused you, and then you went public and said it. So absolutely, can we put some claps in the chat for my brother being stoic in this moment and being able to handle his emotions and master man frame? And even though you know he's burning up inside, probably with pain, anger, or both, he still was able to have this conversation in a very stoic way, give guidance, leadership, and even talk about what he wanted to do for the children so they can prevent this from happening. He's making all the damn sense in the world, but he's still being stonewalled because herein lies the problem. Emotional terrorizers run from accountability. They run from it. It's something they cannot stomach. Yeah, put them hand claps in there. Yeah, he done a wonderful job right here being calm with somebody who he could have been lashing out and yelling at. I can't believe you did that shit to me again. I can't believe you called the cops on me again. I can't believe you went online and told all these people this shit and tried to fuck my life up. I can't believe he could have been going in. But right now, this man's survival, was more important than the war he was in. He needed people to understand that he was innocent. So he said, I'm going to master my frame and call her and try my best to just be calm and get the information that I need. And he was very successful. All right, let's continue.
Well, I apologize for the stuff I said, because when I even analyze it with a person who really obviously don't trust you that as much, you can't say certain things, because those certain things will heighten the whole argument. I shouldn't have said that I'd go elsewhere, even though, of course, I wasn't going to do it. Shouldn't say things that you're not going to do anyway. So me saying I go elsewhere was just something to hopefully make you step up and say, well, because you used to say it in the beginning. You was like, I make sure I take care of you sexually and all that, because to make sure you don't go nowhere else. You actually used to say that. So when I said that, I thought that was going to make you just get up and say, no, you ain't going nowhere.
Can we keep in mind that this is a moment that he is being accountable? He has had the police called on him. She has fought him for his MacBook, for his telephone, for his cell phone. She has sprayed him with mace. She has went public to say he abused her, and yet he is still standing here apologizing for what triggered her. So he has taken some accountability. When we say he don't take no accountability ever, narcissists never take accountability. Could he be taking accountability just because he's recording? Yes. But that also means that you guys are not acknowledging the fact that he did, even though he was being recorded. So it shows that you guys are not really looking at it with unbiased eyes, because here he is taking accountability. I'm sorry for what I said to you. I shouldn't have said that. Here's why I said that. You always said you would love me and give me this passion so I wouldn't ever step out. And I felt like I needed passion and love. So I thought I would say that to get you to kind of snap out of it. It wasn't the right presentation. I shouldn't have said it that way. This is when she could have said, and I'm sorry for not giving you love and affection. I'm sorry for just walking out the room on you when you asked me to clean the room. And I'm sorry for trying to take your phone from you. I should have left well enough alone. And this is both of you guys, two people working together to get back to harmony. But there's only one person working to get back to harmony. And we always say it takes two to dance, right? Or it takes two to tango.
Yep.
You want to add something up echelon of chatty before I hit play?
You actually, I didn't even have to unmute, because that's exactly what I was thinking. There's been so much scutterbutt surrounding Robert not taking accountability or apologizing or anything of the sort. But when you go back and you listen to, videos such as this, it is a reminder that he has. And this was a prime example of him stating, guess what? When I did say that and it made you angry, I was wrong, but those aren't the types of things that are highlighted, which should be, because he clearly has taken accountability for his part in that issue, but it's always overlooked.
You're absolutely right. And I would say, family, when you guys are having these type of conversations, start with the accountability. So he started with why abuse shouldn't happen, why he has allowed it, because it didn't hurt, blah, blah, blah. But then he goes into, and I'm sorry for creating that emotion, that distress in you to begin with. So I would say, go with accountability first. Hey, I apologize for what I said to you. I apologize for what I created, the environment or the emotions I created for you. That was wrong. I shouldn't have said it in that way. Even though I was upset from what you said, I shouldn't have handled it in that way, right? But listen, you can't try and take my phone. You shouldn't call the police on me. You shouldn't hit me. And then you have that conversation from that way. But he had that conversation, so you can't sit here and nitpick. The man is absolutely accountable right here. So that's funny that people still say he didn't. That's amazing to me.
Now, what I've noticed, not just on this video, but I'm not going to get too far ahead of you, but in several videos, he has taken accountability for what he has done in the marriage. But I also want to point out one thing that I noticed on this clip that you just played. Now, Robert has said that he does not, in the beginning, he did not know what narcissism was. He didn't know what a narcissist was. So right here in this clip, he is still unaware that this lady is a narcissist. Now, what you got to realize is, and I'm sure you guys know this already, but most narcissists, when you first get into a relationship with them, they do everything that you want them to do in order to get you. So Robert just said, well, I said that, I'm sorry for saying what I said. However, I just said that because in the beginning, you used to always say, I'm going to make sure I take care of you sexually. I'm going to make sure I take care of you because I don't want you going anywhere else to look for that. So this is something that she said out of her own mouth in the beginning of the relationship. So he's looking back and saying, well, I mean, that's what you used to say. But what he's not realizing is that she was doing in the beginning everything that she felt that she needed to do in order to get the ring, in order to get the title. And she's even stated in other videos where she says, shoot, you ain't gonna call me your woman, I'm your wife. It was some hard work. That wasn't easy getting that done. So that shows me that when you listen to people, they tell on themselves. She stated out of her own mouth that she put in the work. In other words, she did what he needed her to do in order to get that title. So he's still in the mind frame that she's still that person, but she was never that person.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. And mind you, when you're talking about abuse, just a broad spectrum of abuse and not talking about just physical abuse, she admitted to abuse in the first video when she said he asked for love and affection and she denied him. That's called emotional neglect. That's called emotional neglect. So a woman would say that you're neglecting her, right? If she's asking him for love and affection and he denies her his attention, then that would be neglect, right? You would call that abuse. You ever been in a relationship with somebody and they won't love you, they won't give you the love you need in that moment? That shit is all from being beat up, you ask me. They love you. You thinking, damn, you in a relationship with me. That should be the easiest thing to do if you're attracted to me. Love. You can't love on me? Damn. Right. So that is abuse. That was abuse the moment she said, no, I'm not doing it. You know, so you're absolutely right. Let's continue.
I got you. That's what I expected. But obviously I didn't get that. I heard you when I said that, just like whenever you say you want more romance or whatever. We both fiending for certain things that we not used to giving out. I've never been romantic before, but I was with you because I tried at least. That's why I always tell you a trying man is the best man you can have, because a lot of men won't try. They'll just walk straight away. But like, well,
now look, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Women love romance. They like for you to put time and thought into them. You can call it the foreplay before the foreplay. If you're a man and you're used to being single, you may get a lot of ass, you may get a lot of attention, you may be real calm and debonair with women because you're used to the conversation with women. But if you're just used to moving fast with women, you still can be underdeveloped by way of being romantic. And those things are what keep a relationship spicy. You can't just be going with the flow in a relationship. So it's very important that he admits to struggling with being romantic, but being willing to step out and try that for her because that's her love language. She wants romance. So a man who never buy flowers and set up a whole afternoon for you, light candles, think about you and plan a whole evening for you, come home already got a dress sitting there for you. To a man that's never done that, it's a different language because it's not natural. Okay. So we learn romance by our social system. You go and you learn romance anywhere else, it looks way different. A man is proving himself to the woman. He's showing how good of a hunter he is. He's showing how strong he is. And that's often done in nature with the rites of passage. However, in the Western world, the way a man shows a woman he likes her, he buys her stuff and gives her gifts for no reason and sends her flowers and cards. You know, that's no indication that he's going to be a functional man with integrity and stuff like that. So I think it's a bad way of going into relationships, just looking for him to do kind gestures. He can do all that and just want some ass, you know. But in this moment, she wants romance, he wants love and affection, and he's saying, I went out of my way to give you romance, even though that's difficult for me. So you should be willing to go out of your way to give me the romance, right? Let's continue.
I'm not doing that, so I'm gone.
I often say, don't just know how to seduce somebody. You have to also know how to work with and treat somebody. So if you're a man and all you know how to do is pick up women with your game, with what you have, your looks and whatnot, but you don't know how to be kind, be a listener, be attentive to what she's saying, respond to her emotions, you may pick up a lot of women, but you won't have long-lasting relationships. And it's the same way for a woman. If all you know how to do is seduce a man, but you don't know how to talk to them. You don't know how to respect them. You don't know how to make him feel strong and mighty, like you believe and support him, then you won't have long-lasting relationships. So you got to be able to do more than just the beginning of a relationship, which is the art of seduction. Okay, let's continue.
Facts.
Never meant to hurt your feelings in no type of way. My job, none of that. That's just me to try to make money and get my career jumping. As you can see now, toxic is what they like. As soon as that, when you type in Latruth in, you used to could just pull up good, happy content. Now when you type in Latruth hits wife. I've worked my whole entire life for this dream of entertainment, not the criminal. I don't want to be no criminal. And in one day, everything that I worked for, the narrative has changed to Latruth hits wife. I'm 41 years old, so you can't imagine how I feel. I wouldn't put nobody. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemies. There ain't nobody in this world that I hate enough to do that to them. That's not love.
Now, when he said, there's not a person in this world that I hate enough to do something like that to them, you notice her eyes rolled. Now, this is a problem because this shows a severe lack of empathy, of a lack of understanding what your partner is feeling. He just said he would never do this to nobody, even if he hated them. This showed her a mirror that what she did must have been bad, because he said, I wouldn't even do this to somebody I hate. So that hit her right there. But instead of saying, damn, I'm sorry, I understand what you're saying, she rolled her eyes.
She's not sorry.
Right.
I think she feels nothing for him. That's what
in this moment, to accept that what she did, someone else would have to hate what in this moment, for her to accept that what she did, that he couldn't even do to somebody he hated. To her, all she felt like was he trying to act like he better than me. Like, or she took it as an insult because she didn't hear him. She didn't actually hear him and feel him with her heart. Like, he's telling me that in a day, my reputation has been destroyed. If you look me up, it comes up Latruth hits wife. And I'll never truly get that back. You can come out today and say that you was wrong and you didn't mean to do that, but they'll always say, well, she's probably protecting you. And you just opened a can of worms that's unfortunately never going to go away. I don't want to be a criminal. He's telling her this, and she's still not responding. She's still stonewalling him. In this position, it looks like the person's so hurt to talk, but really they're stonewalling you. That insatiable need for attention has them acting like this because now they have your attention. You're focused on it.
Well,
That's
she
sad,
and then the other thing is that I agree with you. She is trying to put on this persona that she's so hurt that she can barely get her words together. However, before this, she was on camera and she wouldn't stop talking. So she's telling her 3.2 million followers and she's running off at the mouth to them. But when it comes to a conversation with him, she's putting on this act like she's so distraught. And then I know we haven't gotten to this part yet, but when you're in a depression, it doesn't go away in 2 minutes. If you're in a depression, you're in a depression. It doesn't matter what anybody says. You're not in a depression, and then when you realize you're being recorded, you jump up and all of a sudden you want to demonstrate. I mean, It doesn't work that way. So you're either depressed or you're not. So this right here is not real, what she's portraying.
I think
Absolutely.
she
And
does
mind
that
you, if she
sometimes.
had responded to him right here, we wouldn't be here today, right? This was her opportunity to respond to him, hear him out, take accountability for her part, her contribution, and they probably would still be together today. We probably wouldn't be here still talking about it today, right? And also, I was going to say something else. What was I going to say? Yeah. So acting like a child, laying like this, like you got no words. It's really putting yourself in the mental state of like a 3-year-old. And the reason people do this and even talk baby talk after they've done the worst things, it's to keep you docile. Okay. So this is why I say they'll pretend to be a fool. They'll play like they are completely innocent, even though they are completely guilty. They don't want your actual reaction to what they did. They want you to see them as this broken person who don't know any better. And that's how they keep you docile from correctly responding to what they just did to you. So what he should have been doing is adamantly proving himself innocent. He should have adamantly been doing that. But seeing her like this, it makes him docile. That's why it makes it easier to keep him at bay so he doesn't respond in an adequate way. You know what I mean? Let's continue.
Have you spoke to the council?
That's telltale because she'll go online and seek validation through the horrible abuse claims, but she has yet to call her counselor. I would say if you have a counselor, then you should call them long before you ever take the social media, right? Well, let's continue. Which is abuse in and of itself. To run the social media talking about your partner, that's abuse. That's attempting to publicly humiliate this person forever. It ain't like you just said it out loud at the mall or in your neighborhood. You went online and said this. You said, I want the world to think this of this person. As soon as you uploaded it, that's what you were saying. Well, let's continue.
Brianna, have you spoke to the council?
I said no.
I ain't hear you say nothing. You ain't talking to me. I mean, I done said everything. You got anything to say to me? I just said I apologize.
I don't know what to say.
Apologize for whatever it is. I just apologize for saying things that would hurt you. I apologize. I shouldn't have said that I'm go elsewhere and get affection. Should have never said it.
Now I'm going to tell you something. I know he's attempting to get some to work through this, but man, if you're ever in a situation like this, don't you ever, and I mean ever, ask for an apology. That should be real. That should come from the heart. If you accept an apology because you asked for it, that is no indication that she's going to change moving forward. An apology should come from that person's heart, meaning they understand their contribution was poor, that there was a breakdown because of their contribution, and they should want that to change for themselves. And that's what should lead to them saying, I'm sorry. If they don't have the wherewithal to do that, leave their ass where they are. Because them saying sorry because you told them to say they sorry, that does not mean that they're going to change at all. At all. You ever been in a situation when y'all kids and y'all arguing and somebody say, now say you sorry. No, I don't want to. No. Like, no, you say you sorry or you're not going back outside. I'm sorry. You let them both go outside. That's not how you raise kids.
Right.
You shouldn't be able to just say a damn spell and everything's okay now. There should be retribution for your mistakes. It should have been, I am truly sorry for what I did to you, and here's how I'm going to make it up to you. It shouldn't even just be a I'm sorry.
Well, Robert is trying to get he's trying to get a sorry for a sorry. So he's humble enough to say, you know what, she knows she was wrong. The only way I can get her to say sorry is to maybe tell her, okay, I was wrong when I did A, B, and C, and maybe that'll get her to say sorry. And she still didn't say it. So I think his method was incorrect, but I think that at this point in time, he was still trying to kind of fix the situation.
Right. And so that I try to have these conversations looking through the eyes of God, looking in the future for men and women alike. If I see my brother do a behavior that I don't think is healthy, I will tell women exactly how to respond to that behavior. But I want men to know if you're in a situation where it's like this, and or women too, if this person cannot apologize and you literally have to beg them to say sorry, You know, if them saying sorry actually alleviates your pain, you're the weirdo. Like, that's crazy. A sincere apology. It says go to God with a contrite heart. Well, God's children are the same way. You don't manipulate and mistreat God's children and go to them with a fake ass apology and expect them to be on everything to be on the up and up again. That's crazy. That says that you have no respect for the person that God put in your life. Apologize when you're wrong. That actually shows that you are a better person. I think that people think if I admit I'm wrong, then I instantly become a worse person because now I've made a mistake. No, the mistake has been made. You admitting that you're wrong instantly makes you a better person for accepting that you made a mistake. You see, so to me, I'm like a take accountability challenger. Like, we're gonna see who can take the most accountability, right? Because I know that if I can be accountable, that gives me an opportunity to grow and be a better person. But a person who doesn't be accountable, they don't grow that much in life. So I always say the person who's willing to be accountable, they're gonna grow leaps and bounds, man. All right, but let's continue.
I knew I wasn't gonna do it. Because a man ain't gonna say it anyway. He just gonna go do it. Because, like, I've been asking for affection all this time and telling you what I need from you.
Now, this is what I'll say. If you know that she loves romance and you want love and affection, don't ask for love and affection, because you got to understand that there's a language. It's called a love language, and you don't get the best out of your partner by making verbal requests. You learn their love language, and if you can learn to speak their love language, you'll almost always get what you want out of them. So say she comes home to a romantic gesture, likely you'll get love and affection. And if you're not, that would be a problem, right? So you say, okay, look, I'd like some just love and affection on the fly, but I do realize that we've been together for a while. I got to rev you up. I got to get your motor going. I can't just look for some simple, let's just get into it. I'm going to have to, do some foreplay and get into this thing, right? And so this is your partner now. If they want romance, give them romance. If they want love and affection, give them love and affection, right? But maybe for her, it's difficult to just go into love and affection. Hey, I want some love and affection. Okay. She's probably saying, quit asking me for love and affection. Show me you want love and affection. Walk up to me and grab me. Walk up to me and start kissing me. Walk up to me and do something that brings out my love and affection, right? Now, if you're doing all that and she's still turning you down, then you can be like, man, I tried it all, right? But don't go to somebody and just simply say, I want some love and affection, right? That's kind of basic, right?
Right.
If that makes sense. And that shows that you respect her, because you're not saying to her, I got the pussy now, I should be able to get it anytime I want. It's saying that I love you, and to access you, I'm willing to kiss on you, foreplay with you, and talk to you how you want to be treated. So it can be a very moving moment for both of us, not just me. I don't just want to fuck you and I'm the only one getting something out of it and you just laying there pleasing me. I actually want us both to enjoy it. So I'm going to make love to you all day long, with texts in the morning, leaving little letters around the house, whatever I can do to help get you in the mood. And that's fine with me. If that's what she requires, if that's her love language, then that's fine. I can do that, right? If that makes sense to you guys.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that.
That's because I really love you. That's why I'm telling you what I need. Men who don't love their woman don't even tell you what they need. They just go get it.
That's true.
Me and you experience two different things.
I just don't know how we experiencing two different things when it's reality of what's happening.
No. What you don't understand is when you put that tote, you did hit me in my head. You don't understand that I'm not fucking lying. My head fucking hit the top of the tote the second time when I was trying to get up. That's why I put my hand on top of my head to block my head. That's how you end up hitting my finger. I'm not lying. That's what happened. And you keep saying that's not what happened, but it is. Whether or not you tried to do that, that's what happened.
Now, here's the kicker. If she knows that whether or not he tried to do it or not, that's what happened, then they're not experiencing a different reality. So what she's wanting him to say is that he meant to do it. What he's saying is, I did not mean to do that. I put the tote on you to protect myself. I didn't intentionally mean to hurt you. So she's like, he hit me with that tote, and he was like, boom, boom. She's saying it like he intended to take the tote and hit her. Do you understand the big difference there?
Right.
So let's just say a woman says, I'm getting away from you, I'm leaving, I'm going to a hotel, and she storms out the door. And the man grabs her wrist to try and keep her from leaving. Baby, come here, let me talk to you for a minute. If she goes, don't touch me, you hurt my wrist, then you know that she's lying, right? Because his attempt wasn't to hurt her. It was to grab her arm and keep her from leaving, to talk to her. But he's not doing it aggressively. So if you treat him like he just literally hit you, that's gaslighting him. So that's what this is. You know he didn't hit you, like literally hit you to hit you. So if you're saying whether you meant to or not, that's what happened. So you're calling me a liar. He's saying that I did not beat you over the head with a tote because you're saying he hit you. He's saying he put the tote between you and him. So you can see how it's distorted in here. I'm not lying. I put my hand like this and you did hit my finger with the tote, whether you meant to or not. You're not saying that to people online.
Right.
You're not saying, I don't know if he meant to or not, but it hurt my hand whenever I was blocking. She said, he hit me with the toe. Boom, boom, with pressure. Like it's, you imagine this man standing over you and hitting you with this tote while you're on the floor, Indian style. And when he calls you about it, you pull this stunt right here. We having a different experience because I'm not lying. One of those times I was bluffing like this and you did, that ain't what you told them though. You told them something different. Go tell them that.
Right, because and I've seen this video a lot of times. I've actually never paid attention to that part. Like where she clearly states right there, she clearly says that whether you meant to or not, you hurt my finger. I'm not lying. Then why is it that she's getting on her platform and she's making it seem like the man picked up a tote and slammed her in the head with it? She's admitting right here that she's admitting that she knows that he, in so many words, that he may not have meant to do that to her. Also, Robert has never denied picking up that tote, but his perspective is what happened was she was attacking him and that he grabbed the first thing that was in reach, which was the tote, to protect himself because he just had an operation. Now, she is also corroborating that story by saying whether you meant to or not. I just don't see how people are seeing this.
You're absolutely right. I want to point out something here, though. You see her facial expression right there? This is very real. This is literally what she was feeling when this tote was on top of her. She felt claustrophobic. She felt fear. And she felt abused because the person who was putting her through that has literally never did that to her. This face shows true fear, but it also proves he ain't never did that shit. Because if he's drug her across the floor and kicked her in the back before, putting a tote on your head is not gonna have you looking so distraught like this. So that situation for her was very scary to her. That actually makes me question if she's ever been beat on ever
in life, because
but at least she never expected him to respond this way. So she feels wrong. She feels like all I've done to you, and you've never done this to me, but you've never fucked with him when he was in such a fragile situation. This man is weak now. He's no longer the strong man that you knew. So he's going to protect himself because he's fragile. He's not going to let you kick him in his stomach no more. He's not going to prove his manliness by showing you how tough he is. In the heat of anger, now we ain't got to them parts yet, but in the heat of anger, she can be hitting him and he'll be like, that don't hurt me. It's like he's trying to show her, I'm tough. It's like he takes her shit test, and that's what it is. It's a shit test when a woman challenges your anger with insults or hitting. If you become unraveled in that moment with her just shit testing you, it shows that you don't have much stoicism, okay? And that you don't have much mental development as far as holding your emotions together in turmoil. That's not a good trait for a man. And women do that shit testing thing to make sure she will be safe in a relationship or that he will stand up for himself in conflict. A soft man to a woman is very scary. And people say, well, damn, why you friends on him and call him too nice? Because being too nice actually is a bad quality when in a relationship. It means you'll let her run it. You won't budget. If she wants something superficial, you will get it and not budget. You will forsake the whole lineage just to keep this woman happy. And you'll probably do it for the kids too. So just imagine a child holding a fake steering wheel. I want to go to McDonald's. Imagine they can just hit the damn steering wheel and go to McDonald's. If you are a parent who say no, who take happiness and feelings over budget, your kids and your wife will rob you. You got to have a woman needs a man who can stand his ground and be able to say no, hold his posture in the moment of being tested. This is why she naturally does this, right? But in this moment, he failed the shit test. He put the tote over her. He's never seen him do that. It made her feel extreme vulnerability. It made her feel extreme chaos and claustrophobic. So she did feel abused in this moment. She really did. But this shows her immaturity as well, because she's not counting in what she did to bring that upon herself. You understand?
Well,
so now that she is poked the bear.
Actually, what I'm seeing out of this, and I'm gonna step down in a little bit too, so I don't doze off. But I wanted to point out, like with this video, you have one party that has been extremely vulnerable and has pointed out some things that they've done wrong, and they're actually trying to address issues within the marriage. And you see another party that's completely silent and stoic throughout, but the only time that they do speak out is for the sake of public opinion, because you have to point out that I'm not lying. So no acknowledgement of anything pertaining to their marriage, but now I'm going to speak to acknowledge something for public opinion so that everyone knows that I'm not lying. But all of his vulnerability regarding affection and apology for that, none of that was recognized, or did she even acknowledge it? Couldn't even look in the camera. But now that we are addressing something in which public opinion says that I'm lying, let me sit up, because now I must speak. In other words, fuck everything you said. This is what's more important to me. I think this is a prime example of when the circus comes to town and there was a strong love for Latruth, but when it came to Robert, she did not love nor like that person. The circus was Latruth, the fun. Let's ride the rides. Let's go on the carnival. Let's do all these things. But when the circus packs up and you're left alone with your husband, can you love him through that? And I don't see that that was the case throughout this whole marriage. She never liked Robert.
You're absolutely right. And often a person in that situation, Chad, he won't know the difference between the love for themselves and someone else. You can fully be riding for somebody because you love the lifestyle they present to you, the status that comes along with being with them. And that may not be linked to love at all. A man can be with a woman that he finds extremely attractive and think that he loves her, when in all actuality, it's just lust. When she comes to him with an emotional need and he doesn't feel obliged to make sure that she's straight, that shows you the lack of love. Of course, he loves her. He'll fuck her anytime she let him. But when it talks about love, and just for example, let's say that Janelle and Brianna have a very, what you would say, I guess you call it romantic relationship. They talk about sex with each other and they feel on each other and stuff. But when Brianna gets ready to try to read him a card, something where you would be emotional and listen to your partner, Janelle finds something else to do. And that shows a extreme lack of maturity in the masculine department, to not be able to be sincere, loving, and vulnerable with your wife. It's just some external stuff. You know what I mean? So you can tell when there's no depth, right? And a person doesn't love you, they love themselves. And I make a joke with my brother. He always says, I love fish. And I say, you love the taste of fish. If you love fish, you would be out here trying to protect fish. But your love for fish has you eating fish, which means you love the taste of fish. You love yourself. You don't love the fish at all. The fish is just bringing you enjoyment. And sometimes our partner is like that. They're just bringing us enjoyment. We don't actually love them. If they lose weight or go broke, it's fuck them. And I swear to God, for a woman, if that man loses his job, loses his health, therein lies, then you'll see her love or commitment go, right? And the man's the same way. If you see her beauty go, she gains some weight, something like that, you'll see him, take off and leave. That shows you that it was just the love of what she looked like, or the love of what he can do. So
the man actually, Janelle actually told her that. They were in the car in one clip, and she was ordering a milkshake, and he was telling her why she shouldn't drink it. And he said, all right, if you get fat, it's over.
I remember.
So oftentimes, if you pay attention, people will tell you to your face what their intentions are. And Brianna said on her platform during one of her tirades, and she actually admitted, oh, my followers were saying that I didn't seem like I was interested in him when he was losing weight. And she said, you damn right I wasn't interested in him when he lost weight. You damn right. And I'm just like, wow, like this can't be love. Even after a divorce, somebody that you loved at one point, you would never let that come out of your mouth, even if that's how you maybe felt.
You're absolutely right. And that shows the karma, because she lost love and affection for someone because he lost weight, and now she has a partner who tells her, if your body changes, it's over. You know, and so that doesn't sound like a man who's interested in you long term, because life is based on stages, and you will change. You will get older, you will go through wrinkles, and if you give him children, you're probably going to get a little heavier. And so a man talking to you that way is a sign that he is not taking you that seriously. And if a woman tells you early in the relationship that if you lose your job, she's out, leave her now. Leave her now, because there will be good times and bad times. It's through sickness and in health, until death do you part, right? The good and the bad, through sickness and in health. Again, it's supposed to be a committed relationship where you grow old and foster your grandchildren through that relationship, not leave each other when you're on down times. But that shows that a lot of relationships are very superficial. Even the marriage relationships, like, that's supposed to be a sacred bond, but it's really still superficial. That's why a lot of women will say, I want a man that he got to make $100,000 a year, be 6 feet tall, and have a big dick. And it's like, but you're supposed to try to look for a man that embodies the characters you want in your children. A man with good genes, and he keeps himself healthy, and he has good discipline for going to work and protection. Yeah, that's what you should be looking for. Not just he got to make 100,000. He got to be tall, because, you know, aesthetics. It's like, you don't sound like you're really looking for some true love here, right? That's like a man said, she got to have a fat ass. She got to suck my dick twice a day. She got to know how to ride nonstop and know how to smack it up, flip it, and rub it down before I ever consider dating her. But you're looking for a mother to your child, and good pussy don't raise kids. So you would say you're not really logically looking for a permanent mate, because you sound like you're looking for a temporary mate, somebody who got a fat ass. Like, that ain't all. She ain't gonna always have that fat ass, right? She's not gonna always look like that, because she's gonna get older, and you are too. Let's continue.
Right. I'm trying to explain to you. You keep saying that I'm lying, and I'm not lying.
Oh, also right here. The reason that, well, one of the reasons that she went here instead of acknowledging how he felt is she wants him back. So if she can convince him that she truly believes she was being abused here by saying, you really did hit me and I'm not lying on you, right? This will make him say, well, she did actually believe I was an abuser when she said it, so I'll forgive her. So she's trying to justify the action right here by saying, I'm not lying. You did that. Tote did hurt my hand when you did this, but what you're saying to me right now isn't equal to the video where you gave a whole diatribe about how I abused you. It was as if you were clearly the victim and I was clearly the villain. Now you're saying, I don't know if you meant it or not, but you keep in mind, you went and grabbed mace, you tried to take my cell phones, you sprayed the mace, you kicked me. All of that to say, okay, this is why I ended up in that situation. But for her, it's immaturity. She cannot accept that she was in that situation because of what she did. And that shows that she does not have accountability. That's the type of person who will not look both ways before they cross the street, and also won't acknowledge why that car hit them. And that's ridiculous.
I want to know what the people who are believing this lady, I want to know what they feel that Latruth should have done in that moment. Because when you're in a moment in which you're being attacked, you just had surgery, they can say whatever they think that he should have done. However, in order to protect himself, I would like to know, because I've still yet to hear anybody from that side of the fence say anything regarding that. Nobody ever talks about her pepper spraying him. Nobody ever talks about the fact that she had his possessions. I want to know what they expected him to do in that situation while he was in the midst of being kicked. I don't know much about stomach surgery, but I can assume that after any surgery, a kick in the area which you were cut wouldn't be a good thing. So, I mean, it'll be interesting to hear those people's take on what they would have done in that situation.
Right, or what they would have their sons and daughters to do. You're absolutely right. I would love to see some logic from that side. Not just saying he wrong, he wrong, he wrong. I like to hear some logic on that. You're absolutely right. Let's continue. We'll get through this video, guys, and then we'll continue tomorrow with the rest of it, with part 2.
Brianna.
Okay.
The problem with that is that's the only thing that you're talking about is me putting the tote on you, and you know why I put the tote on you. Stop acting like you don't know why I did that. This is why it's not. This is why it's not.
When she had muted, you couldn't hear her, but she said it don't matter. You saw that, right? Her mouth.
Can you rewind it?
Okay, because the volume left out, but her mouth said it don't matter. Watch this.
On you, and you know why I put the tote on you. Stop acting like you don't know why I did that. This is why it's not. This is why it's not.
You apologize for that, but you're not apologizing for my finger. You're not apologizing for my head. You didn't say nothing.
Well, he's made a bunch of apologies. I'm sorry for how I spoke to you. I shouldn't have said that, and here's why. I always talk about the hitting thing, and that's why I want to raise the children differently. But she's like, but you didn't say you apologize for my broken finger. Well, I didn't break your finger, love. You asking me to apologize for something I did not do. I separated you and I with that tote. If your finger is hurt, it was during that process, but I didn't break your finger. And you want me to say I'm sorry for breaking your finger? You have yet to say you're sorry for kicking me in my stomach. You have yet to say you're sorry for trying to take my phones, going and getting maced. You have yet to apologize for any of that. But you asking me to make another concession for you when you're not willing to do one. My question to you was, do you have anything to apologize for? And all she came out with was another thing he can apologize for.
Not to mention, she is the aggressor.
Right.
She's the aggressor. So how can you not even? How is Robert issuing all of these apologies about defending himself, and she hasn't issued one apology? When if she wouldn't have done what she did, he wouldn't have done what he did. She started it, for lack of a better term.
And not to mention the fact, if I'm in a conversation with someone, and that moment he says, you know why I did that, I'm going to stop anyone that's alluding to something I did if I didn't do it. She had an opportunity right there in that moment and say, I didn't do anything. She didn't acknowledge that and just went to, look what you did to me. She didn't use that opportunity to say, well, why did you do that? She made no mention. She bypassed that statement. And normally when people do that to me, they're deflecting, and it's a diversion because they don't want to acknowledge what was just said. So they simply ignored it. She ignored it because that was a perfect opportunity to say, well, what did I do if you didn't do anything? You know what I'm saying? I don't know too many people that's going to allow a conversation to take place if someone's alluding to you doing something and you not stopping them right there and saying, hold up, let's pump the brakes. What are you referring to?
Right.
There was no mention.
Right. And you have to be very leery of people who have only standards for you, but no standards or morals for themselves. He gave about 3 or 4 things that he apologized for, and she's keeping account of the things he did. So you broke my finger too. You forgot to mention that part. But have you taken the smallest of an account of the things that you have done? Because I asked you that you want to apologize to me for anything, and you're going into why you shouldn't have to. I'm not lying. What happened to you was different from what happened to me. We experienced it different. Therefore, I don't have to apologize, and that's just not right. Let's continue.
See, you want me to issue all the apologies. Don't you think you should apologize for the things that led up to that first? Because you're not. And you know I didn't pick a little plastic tote up that don't weigh a pound up to cause any harm to you.
You have force.
I
don't
did.
understand why you don't understand that.
Because
you have force. Even if you have a belt in your head and you whooping the kids, you have force. That's why you said you don't want to whoop them. Stop saying that.
I don't want to whoop kids at all because I'm just not that type of person. I don't want to inflict no pain to no one. Even my own kids, whenever they out of line, I don't even want to whoop them. That tells you something right there.
Now, mind you, she tells him that he said he don't want to whoop kids. So later on, she kind of paints him as an abuser of children. When right here, she says, that's why you said you don't even want to whoop kids because you know of your strength. And he said, that's why I don't want to whoop kids at all. And she didn't agree with that either. She didn't disagree with that either. Right?
That also speaks to the fact that when Robert's oldest daughter was disciplined, they tried to make it seem like he was this monster for giving her a spanking, which I don't know anybody who's never gotten a spanking, to be honest. They tried to paint him into being a monster. And he's saying right here that he doesn't even like to whoop kids. That shows me that if she did get a whooping, then he must have felt it was extremely necessary. Whatever happened, that is the only thing that he could do to get her under control. So that shows that he is not an abuser. He's not a child abuser, because he's saying that he doesn't even like to do it. And she's also agreeing that he doesn't like. He never said he never did it. He never said, I never do it. He said, I don't like to do it.
You're absolutely right. Absolutely right.
My parents didn't care about how I felt. They whooped my butt. I got smacked in the face and everything by my parents. They had no remorse. I do. I don't want to whoop no one. I don't want to whoop no kids. I don't want to pick up a tote and put it on you to stop you from hitting me neither. I don't want you to hit me at all. I want, when we have an argument or debate about something, that I could just, if you got my phone, I just want my phone back. If I tell you I'm not cheating on you, I want you to trust me and believe that. When I say don't go through my phone, it ain't got nothing to hide. I want you to just take my word for it. I just wanted you to trust me. That's it. Not treat me like a criminal. I'm a black man. I'm already treated like a criminal every day. Just when they look at me, they see me as a black criminal. I'm 41 years old. People have looked at me like a criminal my whole life, and I've never even committed a criminal act. And again, our queens of this world hold power. If you say it, they believe it. Why? You've been married to me. You've been sleeping with me every day. We have a kid together. So when you jump out here and say things about me, they're going to believe it. You didn't jump out here and say, well, he put the tote on me after I pepper sprayed him and did all this stuff, after I took his phone and after I grabbed the Mac, after I ran, you ran and grabbed pepper spray. People go do that when someone's actually trying to harm them. I was not trying to harm you at all. I was just asking for my devices. That's where the problem is at. You're not saying nothing about those things. You're only talking about your hand and your head, when clearly you know I did not aim at your head or your hand. I was trying to prevent you from attacking me. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you don't get that, how you don't see that. What, did you blank out? That's what I'm saying. Like maybe we need some type of help in this situation. If you don't remember those things, because right now it seems like you don't remember none of those.
You the only one that remember nothing. You the
No, I remember. I remember everything. We can go to the house.
You just sat it on top of me, and I just sat there. You just threw it on top of me, and I was just like this.
No, you were trying to kick. You were trying to kick me. No, I didn't. I placed it over your feet. You keep saying I was lying. What are you talking? How was I lying? You still ignoring what led up to all of that. That plastic tote laying in there. How did that plastic tote even get there? How did you get back into that predicament after spraying me with pepper spray? Stop doing that. That's what I'm saying. That's the reason why it's almost like you don't want to be friends. It's like you just want me to be an enemy or something.
I don't want to be nothing.
I mean, that's pretty obvious with what you're doing right now. Because like the honesty is the only thing that's gonna set us both free. I'm being honest.
Now, I want you guys to remember something. Just the other day, when they were sitting on that other panel, talking all this shit about me, lying on me, saying the worst shit, acting so angry and distraught, as if they saw me, they would give me the same complaints, the same energy, right? But when I offered with a calm voice, come over here and just talk to me. Come over and just hear what I have to say. They wouldn't, right? And that shows that there is no want at all to find harmony. This person wants to destroy you. They want to attack you. And them not showing up to confront you is because they don't want to be exposed for wanting to attack you and wanting to hurt you. They will avoid you. So they act like they have this issue, but they're not trying to get this issue resolved. They're only trying to punish you because of the issue. So the thing that they're trying to do to terrorize you, they'll justify that thing by saying you did something to them, but they actually don't want to remedy the thing you did to them. They just want to use that as the justification for doing to you what they'll do to you. Contrary to popular belief, I offered them people that money a long time ago, and they told me, you good, I don't want it. But they show up now doing the same thing. And when I said, y'all win, just come and ask me for your money and you'll get it back, they did something completely different. They went and got on a panel and talked more shit and told more lies. And when I said, come over here and talk to me, they refused. So it exposes them. And even when I was over here saying this person robbed me when I was at a worst state in my life, I was on bed rest, and this man went into my accounts and robbed me. He took a mission, something I truly believed in, and took money off the top the entire time, and I never knew. They were over there laughing. Now they want the world to examine me and treat me like a scammer. And if I am one, punish me to the highest extent of the law. They even put out a video saying, here's where you state your complaints to, and the police or FBI will go pick his ass up. And that's what they say I deserve for scamming. But when I tell them that I was actually the one scammed, and I told them exactly who did it to me, they didn't turn this anger or hostility towards that person. They laughed at me for being scammed. You see how crazy that is? Like,
it's not only, it is crazy, and it also very much so relates to your brother's situation.
Absolutely.
That person, I don't even really want to say her name, but the person over there on that other panel, she is actually doing to you exactly what Brianna did to Robert. She is antagonizing, and she is almost forcing your hand to respond. But as soon as she gets the response that she finds to be too much or too aggressive or too this or too that, then all of a sudden she's the victim and you're the villain. It's the same thing. And I think that's why she is defending this young lady, because they're just alike.
Absolutely. Your response to what they're doing to you will be called spiraling out. It will be called losing your mind. It'll be called that you're crazy, that you need mental help, while they are the ones who are attacking you. You're the one who needs mental help for being upset at them attacking you. And they play like they don't know what they're doing. You saw when I went live, they were just like, we're just over here talking. Like, what's the problem? They will never acknowledge it. And that's why I say I know this behavior. It presents itself the same every time. And that's what he's experiencing right here. See, he don't know the information that I know. But if I was dealing with this person, if it wasn't to prove my freedom, I would have been got out the phone with this person, because they're just holding you hostage for their understanding. They completely understand what they did. Yeah. But they just want to hold your ass hostage to this, trying to get some shit out of them. And that's how they win. So you're sitting here in the position of begging and pleading to a person that really just kicked your ass, that really just ruined your name and did something to you that you could never get back. And you're begging them for a conversation. Just imagine a man hitting you, going upside of your head, telling the world that you're a whore, some shit that you can't just get back. And now you got to go and beg and plead with him. Just think about that.
Then just like from what Chatty said, when she said that, notice that she's not acknowledging anything that she did. I just sat here and watched Robert say again, like, are we just gonna basically like just ignore the fact that you pepper sprayed me? And I did notice, like Chatty said, because I was waiting for her response, and she said nothing. She said nothing. So yeah, this is really interesting, actually, because you know, when you go back and rewatch something and you pick things up that you've never seen, and I thought I was actually, because I've actually analyzed this video on my page too, but sitting here with y'all and looking at it again, it's a lot of things that I'm noticing is like really blowing me away.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because he mentioned, I don't want you to hit me. I want you to stop hitting me. This was a perfect opportunity. Oftentimes, especially with this story, we have people that say so many negative things that we can never be face to face with or have a conversation with to correct them or state you're lying. But here in this instance, you have someone that basically has stated that you hit me. I don't want you to continue hitting me. And again, you did not acknowledge or say, I never did that. To me, that is an admission. You did not acknowledge at all or even state, hey, wait a minute. Why did you just say that? I did not do that. This man just said, I want you to stop hitting me. And she had an opportunity to say, why did you say that? Because I've never done that. And again, it was ignored and not acknowledged.
You're absolutely right. And I want you guys to put in the chat in your most honest way, just who do you think is trying here to get to harmony? Latruth or Brianna? Who's actually attempting to try and remedy and fix this situation and work through it, even if it's just to work through to get to some type of common ground? Who do you guys think is doing the most to get to harmony again? All right, and let's continue while you guys type that in.
You're not.
I'm being clearly honest, and I'll show you what I did. I'll show it on my kids. I'll take the Sharia and show exactly what I did. I'll go buy a whole new empty tote and get the Sharia to another area and show exactly what I did. I'll get her to react the whole thing if you want to, or somebody else to react it out just so you can see. Because it seems like you don't get it.
What's the point of this conversation?
The conversation is just to see if you're gonna show some remorse.
Now, guys, remember I told y'all that they would try and play the fool, that they'll play dumb. He just explained to her exactly what he would do. And she said, what's the point of that? And again, you're trying to talk to somebody, you're trying to get through to them, and that's the stuff they're doing. What's the point of that? When I was talking to Vanessa last night, and I said, you a demon, she was like, who is he talking to? Like they all over there acting like they don't know who I'm talking to and what I'm talking about. And I was being very clear with what I was saying, but they played dumb, right? And so playing dumb becomes like their weapon, right?
Right.
They ain't dumb though. They know what they're doing. What's the point? What's the point? The point is
she's actually right. I mean, she's actually right. What's the point? What is the point of the conversation? She's letting him know, I'm not going to admit to anything. I'm not going to be apologetic. There's no reason to be talking to me right now. You're wasting your time. So she's letting him know it ain't happening.
Right. So you can't tell me you didn't hit me. You can't even use the Sharia to demonstrate how you didn't hit me. It ain't going to make a point because, like she said earlier, that when it was muted out, it don't matter. It don't matter. Right. And I told you guys that they'll play the fool, but I don't have to find that necessarily. You guys heard me say it earlier, but let's continue.
And stop painting me out to be this criminal that I'm not.
I'm saying you have to be nothing.
That's what you're doing. You making it seem like I aimed at your head with a tote or aimed at your hand.
You put it on top of me with your force.
I definitely put the tote over you to stop you, restrain you is what I was doing.
Okay.
That's on my mama. I ain't got no reason to lie about that.
And in doing so, you hurt my hand.
No, I mean, but I don't. What I take one thing I will tell you, and this
you didn't put it over my back. You didn't put it over my butt. You didn't put it over my legs. You put it over my whole entire body.
Did you hear that? You didn't put it over my legs. You didn't put it. Then she says you put it over my whole entire body. So he did not hit you in the head with it. He put it over your entire body, is what she just said. Put it. Not he hit me in the head.
Right. So he put her under the tote. And then she also just said she just agreed with him. He just stated, yeah, you're definitely right. I did grab that tote to restrain you from hitting me. And then she said, yeah, in doing so, you hurt my head. Okay, well, in doing so means that you're agreeing that he was trying to restrain you. He wasn't beating you with a tote. He was trying to stop you from hitting him.
You're absolutely right.
Exactly.
So she confirmed that he didn't hit her, and then she literally said out of her mouth, he put the tote. So that's both of those sentences were saying, you did not hit me with that tote, right?
Yeah, because she had another opportunity when he says, I was trying to restrain you. Guess what? If you were not being aggressive, you could have interjected and said, restrain me from what? You did not do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's the mission.
Right.
Absolutely.
Let me give you a known fact because I think you don't know this. I know you don't know this. When a finger gets broken, it swells up instantly.
And it did.
Well, the camera shows it didn't. The camera shows it didn't.
How can you see my? You go fucking zoom.
I zoomed in. Yes, I did. I zoomed in.
No, you cannot.
I zoomed in on it. I zoomed in. I zoomed in on your hand, Brianna.
I said no. I'd rather go to the hospital.
I zoomed in on your hand, Brianna.
And they did an X-ray. I got plenty of pictures of my finger.
Yes, after you left the house.
Plenty of them. No, it ain't no after.
I zoomed in on the picture. It's on the video.
I got plenty of pictures before the
hospital. I'll send you the video then. I'll send you the video because you can tell when somebody's hand is swollen.
I don't care what you.
Well, your hand is not swollen in the video.
This ain't about you. This about me. You ain't in the ER. I am.
Your hand is not swollen in the video, Brianna.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. I can show you the video. I zoomed.
It ain't about you. It's about me. You ain't in the ER. I am. You drove yourself to the ER. You're only there because you took yourself down there claiming to have a broken finger. You can't use that to victimize yourself. You're not in the ER. I am. It ain't about you. It's about me. It's about both of y'all. Y'all both in a marriage. Y'all both in a relationship, and y'all both need to work through it. Stop trying to play this victim to the point to where you ain't got to have no accountability at all. You're not a baby, and stop acting like one. You took his phone. You sprayed him with mace. You kicked him, and you got to acknowledge that. Stop trying to say because he ended up with me being in the hospital with this fractured finger that you end up hitting the camera with the next day and don't even bother you. That now I don't have to apologize for nothing that I did. That's ridiculous. You guys are supposed to be trying to get the harmony for a better relationship in the future, and you're not willing to talk about your contribution in this moment so it don't happen again. This is exactly why somebody wouldn't want to be with you no more. This would tell a man, okay, fuck it, I'm done. I ain't doing this. I'm not sitting here and getting abused and I have to go through all of that. This is abuse in and of itself. You're trying to get to a means to an end with somebody and they doing all of this shit. That feels like abuse. I can't stand conversations like this.
Dan, not to mention, Robert is making a huge mistake right here. And I say that because what he's doing is he's playing into her hands. The conversation, if you ask me, in my opinion, shouldn't even be about her finger, because they have already established in this conversation that her finger got hurt because he was defending himself. So that part's been established. So my thing is, he really shouldn't even have to be defending himself as to why. Oh, she was like, oh, my finger was swollen. Yes, it was. My thinking is, why is that even an argument? Because to be quite honest, it doesn't even matter that your finger was swollen, because your finger is swollen because you were attacking me. Are we forgetting that part?
Absolutely.
So she is trying to switch the narrative and and now with unknowingly, Robert is now defending himself when really he shouldn't even be defending his actions, because he is not the villain here. But she has manipulated him very, very sneakily, so might I add. She has manipulated him into somehow defending himself, because as Chatty stated, she is very cunningly avoiding answering any questions about her actions. But notice Robert is always in every instance, he is always answering her questions about his actions.
Absolutely. Which says that she is the one who cares only about her reputation, but she projects that onto him. So when this conversation starts off, he didn't try and lie. He said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't talk to you that way. I shouldn't have said that. Blah, 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 woo-de-woo. This is him saying, listen, man, even if people say, damn, you was evil for saying that to her, I take the blame for saying that to her. So that's him, in spite of his reputation, saying that. He even played the video of him accepting accountability for that. Right? Now, when it comes to her, she goes, I didn't lie. I didn't lie. You did put that tote on my head. You did. So it's like she cares more about herself looking like a liar. Right? And you're absolutely right about the broken hand thing. When I was a child, or when I was in high school, I got in a fight with this guy, and I ended up breaking my finger on his head. Right, I had him on the ground, and I was like mounting his chest, and I was hitting him in his face, and I had his arms mounted like wide out like this, and my knees were on his arm. So to keep me from hitting him, he sets his head up like this. At the time, I didn't know any better. I was hitting him in the top of the head, and I ended up breaking my hand. I knocked my knuckle all the way back here. Now he didn't go to the hospital. I did, because my hand was broken, and I still didn't feel like he abused me. I still knew I was the aggressor. Right. I broke my hand on his head. So the person who ends up in ER don't mean that's the victim. Right.
Right. That's like me getting mad at you. So I break your car. I punch your car window, and in doing so, I break my fingers, and then I try to sue you because my fingers are broken. But I attacked you.
Or even when he asked her, well, why did I put the tote on you? You know what someone who's been abused for years would automatically go to? They would state something along the lines of, you did it because that's what you always do, or you did it because you always look for something whenever you go into a fit of rage. That would have been an opportunity. That's what the abusee states, because they would have many different accounts of the abuse, but you can only answer for this one particular incident. But someone that's been abused for years, if you're asking and posing them that question, their response is going to be something along the lines of, you did it because that's what you always do.
Just that was
right. Where did the choking and the choking and the dragging? None of that is mentioned here. Notice that.
Right. That was a powerful point she just made, y'all. He's explaining why he had to put the tote on her. If he was typical to revert to physical violence, she wouldn't have any ear for what he's saying. She'll be like, you always do that. Quit trying to justify it. The last time you did it for this, the last time you did it for that, because we know that women don't let shit go. And they're going to throw it in your damn face.
Exactly, and that's our natural instinct as women. We have to remind you of what you did before. So as a woman and seeing this abuse, I'm looking at this and I was waiting to see, wait a minute, there was no mention of you did it because this is what you always do, because we keep a Rolodex of memories, you know what I'm saying? We have it. So none of that. It didn't roll off of her tongue quickly like water, but that's what would, had you been abused for years. You instantly would have resorted back to the numerous other times he behaved that way. And there was no mention of that.
Right.
That's right on it.
Zoomed in on it.
Okay.
So I don't know what you did when you left, but it was not swole before you left the house.
I ain't do shit.
Okay, well it wasn't swole at the house, so that's for sure.
Okay.
The camera shows that.
Okay, so what do you want?
I want you to be honest.
I am being fucking honest. I'm not gonna keep having this conversation with you.
Look.
You got a different side and I got a different side.
You see how
Both of it is
upset?
fucking truth, I guess.
You see how upset she got?
What happened
Upset.
to me is what the fuck happened to me.
You see how upset she got when he said, "I want you to be honest."
Yeah.
I am being fucking honest now. It was a childlike state, like she couldn't even talk at first, but the more he's challenging her on the lies, look at how aggressive she's becoming. This it shows you that like many times that she goes live with a bunch of bullshit, it's because people are challenging the truth behind of her claims, and it makes her outraged when people don't believe her, showing that she cares so much about her reputation. He said, "I want you to be honest." Why are you so mad? Why'd you get so angry at that?
Right.
Right.
What happened to you? I don't know. And I'm about to keep going back and forth with you. You ain't the one in no fucking cast or no fucking split on your fucking finger. So obviously you want too fucking damage.
No, the only thing.
Push your head. You be in a damn wrestling hole and I'm pushing you off of me. You didn't get
I put you in a wrestling hole.
Get hurt not once.
I put you in a wrestling hole, Brian.
And get your laptop and you get extreme.
See how she hears him. You know that, right?
She's lying.
But she's over talking, right? She don't want him to stop her, because like when you're trying to tell somebody, no, what you say, and they just keep talking like that, you don't want to stop right there and be accountable for what they just said. They're just fucking lying, and that'll drop the wall right there.
And remember, y'all, Latruth is recording. So why would somebody be recording when they have some sort? If it was a possibility that Brianna could even said anything to say that he was an abuser, why would he be recording all this? Not only that, but like you said before, he's challenging her. He wants her to bring more of the story out. He's trying to get her to dig deeper into the story. So he's not being vague at all.
He's asking for her to actually give more detail. Wait a second. I did what? I put you in a wrestling mode? So he's saying, I invite you to tell exactly what I did. Tell it again. You remember how when Tigress said he called me a crazy bitch? And I put in the comments and said, Tigress, I called you a bitch. I have it recorded. I called you a bitch. And you saw how she said, well, I mean, even if you didn't, you know, why you stuttering and doing all that now? You see, and if I called you a bitch, I wouldn't say, did I really call you a bitch and challenge you on it? You see?
Right. I don't, and then as far as I don't know if you're aware, Kevin, because I know you probably don't even at this point look at the that lady's panel, but she was actually on live talking about the Tigress situation, and she actually said, talking to her audience, she said, do you think that maybe Tigress is just a woman scorned? And as soon as she said that, like a bunch of people in her chat were like, oh, I don't like where this conversation is going. I'm gonna go ahead and log out. So she doesn't even believe the woman.
You're right. Even when I was going in on her, telling her what she did to me, I heard Amora go, because she knew I knew she knew I was telling the truth, and she just can't show it, but she was like, you know. Yep. So it's wild. Let's continue.
Brianna, I put you in a wrestling hole.
Put it on top of my head with fucking force. Not no light shit. You didn't just put this shit on top of me and just walk the fuck away. That's how you making it seem. You making it seem like you just got this goddamn tote, put it on top of me, and then you walked away. It's not what the fuck happened. You did it twice.
That's what the video shows too. The video shows that I just walked away.
Let's empty this shit out. If you want a fucking demonstration, feel like this shit just fucking.
Now, right now.
Yeah, now look at that tote. How can that inflict any type of thing? Yeah, look at that tote.
So I'm sitting like this.
Yes.
And you pushing it down on me, it's gonna hit my head.
No. Now do the kicking motion.
You're gonna hit me in the head.
Do your kicking motion that you was doing.
Ain't nobody kick from being on the floor.
Yes, you can kick from on the floor. That's the easiest way to kick.
Robert. And you know what else was easy? You walking away downstairs to go.
I couldn't. You was grabbing on me.
That's telltale right there. Because she's saying, I'm going to be irate. I'm going to be a handful. I'm going to be a problem. And if you don't handle it like I think you should handle it, I can punish you again. So I'm not going to stop when you say stop. I'm going to still try and take your other device. And if you take that device from me, I'll go get the mace. And if you still try and take the device from me after the mace, I'll spray you with the mace. And if you catch up to me and throw me on the couch and take the mace, I'll still take your computer and run into the next room. And when you come to take that, I'll lay on my back and kick you. And if you don't just go get my daddy instead of getting the tote, then I get to lecture you on how you handled my misbehavior. That I would have been like, yo, you done. You absolutely done.
But how can you attack somebody? How can you attack somebody and then tell them that they should have properly handled you?
Right.
Or again, people are so fascinated with her art of storytelling that they're not paying attention to the words that she says or not says. Because again, we have another instance where he says, do the kicking motion that you were doing. Me personally, whenever someone accuses me of something, the first thing I'm going to say is, I did not do that. She deflected, diverted, and stated, how can you kick from on the floor? Not once, again, did she say, I did not kick you. She brings it back. She always brings it back to another moment without just saying, I didn't do the things that you're accusing me of. And we've seen that a few times now in the video. Not once has she come out and said, I didn't do that.
Right. Yeah. She went to invalidation. Can't nobody kick from on the ground. Stop. It made him sound like that idea is simply fucking ridiculous. Right? And then say you should have went and got my daddy. Like, come on now. You can't cross all my boundaries and then tell me how to behave when you cross all my boundaries. When you can just not cross my boundaries. Stop.
Right.
Let's continue.
So
go ahead.
So she's telling him what he could have done better in the situation, but she refuses to acknowledge what she could have done better in the situation.
You're absolutely right.
Putting the fucking coat on top of me. So
you said I kept doing that? So that
shows how much mature you was.
So on the grabbing, so you grabbing on me?
Making excuses about somebody kicking you.
Yes, you punched me and everything. Oh my God.
You still decided to use this tote as if you my goddamn slave master, talking about you capturing me.
Go ahead and keep talking.
Dog. I'm not no animal. I'm not.
Well, stop behaving like one and you won't get put in a damn kennel. I would have probably said some shit like that too, man. I'm capturing your ass. You fucking kicking me. You spraying me in the eyes with mace. You need to be in a kennel. You don't know how to behave. Right. My stomach is fucked up and you still trying to attack me. You need to be locked up somewhere. You should have been in a jail cell. Yeah, that's crazy. Tell me I'm not no fucking dog. He ain't no fucking dog. For you to be kicking him and spraying him with mace. You ever see somebody kick their fucking dog? Treat him like shit? Like the dog ain't strong enough to bite the fuck out of him? And if the dog bite him, they gonna euthanize the dog. I've seen that shit. They kick their fucking dog. Beat the shit out of him. And if the dog growl back, bite them back, they get the dog put to sleep. It's a bad dog. Leave him alone. Yeah. Shit crazy. Let's continue.
I'm not no pet. I'm not no peasant. I'm a human. Instead of you putting a tote on me, you should have went downstairs and got
And instead of you macing him, you should have went downstairs and got your dad. Or you should have left him. Like you know you maced him, right? And you see him talking about a damn tote. That is crazy to me.
Or how the logic is irrational to the max. So if we keep talking about using this accountability term with this situation. This lady, I have actually never seen anyone deflect so bad away from accountability in my life. how, I don't even know how she even has the nerve to admittedly attack someone and then tell him how he should have reacted. I think he reacted better than most men would have.
If you come at, I would not hit a woman, but if you come at me with a weapon, I'm knocking you out cold. I'm knocking you out. I ain't gonna beat you down, but I'm gonna hit you with enough force to completely knock you out. You got mace. I'm not letting you hit me with no mace. That's if you come at me with a knife or a weapon, you just made it a fair fight. No, or actually, it's unbalanced because you have a weapon. That's crazy.
Right. So that's society. That's society.
You're a better one than me because I would have swung.
That's what society teaches men.
Huh?
That's what society teaches men. You know, society, you know, as we all know, men are the stronger sex. But you know, that's relative. Like if a woman is attacking you with her bare hands and you know that you are stronger than her, you can restrain her and do what you can do to get her to stop, fine. But if a woman is coming at you with pepper spray, which can blind you, I think you have every right to defend yourself. But society says it doesn't matter what a woman does, a man should never react physically. So I guess you should lay down in DIE. And you know, it doesn't make sense. And I have two sons. And and you know, I guess it's controversial, but I teach my sons that no, you should never put your hands on a woman. But if a woman is trying to harm your physical, you have every right to send her to the moon. She has no right to try to take you out of here, take you away from the people that love you without defending yourself. And I think it's foolish to continue to teach boys that no matter what a woman does, that you should stand there and take it. So what they're saying is Robert should have stood there and got pepper sprayed, allowed her to take his possessions and not done anything, and walked downstairs and remained level-headed, even while he was dealing with someone who was behaving like an animal.
You're absolutely right. And we love to use this word misogynist, and that means a man who has disdain for women, thinks he's better than women. But we never really use the word misandrist, which is a woman who thinks that she's superior to men and she gets to hit men and control men and treat them how she wants to. If you go back to a very misogynistic world where a man could just slap the shit out of a woman, beat her up because she spoke wrong and he's stronger than her, she shouldn't be talking back, you would see what men feel like now. Because she's saying, I want to violate all your boundaries, but I don't want you to violate mine. I'll come at you with mace and everything, but I don't want you to hit me. Like, that is crazy, man. You know, so the moment, now I'm the type of person that if a woman's hitting you, most men are not going to use adequate force. He'll defend himself with enough force that's needed. However, he still doesn't know her physical strength. So even though he's using a percentage of his strength, he can still truly severely hurt her just by trying to restrain her. You know, but if a woman picks up a weapon, I say, man, protect yourself by any means. And that means you might have to swing with your fist. Now, if I'm fighting a man, now because I know how to box, I grew up fighting. So if I didn't take my opponent seriously, I might fight him with my hands down low, right? And that's kind of ridiculous because in order for me to hit him, my hands have to leave my side and make it to his face from way down here instead of up high. Now, let's say I'm taking my opponent a little bit more seriously. Say he got some size or something on him. My hands will be a little bit higher, right? But if I'm really taking my opponent seriously, my hands will actually be high and tight because he's large. I don't want to take a hit from him. It might knock me out. And so now I'm at my best. A woman ain't going to get you a best. You're not going to fight a woman. You're not going to fight a child, a young man either. But if she comes at you with pepper spray or a knife or a gun, now it's time to get serious, right? Because this person can end your life just like a man can. And you should protect yourself. I would tell my sons the same thing. Now, your first go-to move isn't to knock her out. It honestly, to me, I say take off running. Because you're stronger than her, use your strength to get away from her ass. And if you have to run from a woman, don't you ever fucking go back to her. Because before I hit you, I'll take off running. You can't catch me. So I'll use my strength just to get away from your ass. Because I know if I hit you, I'm going down. I ain't really worried about you. But if I hit you, the police on my ass, your brother's on my ass, the whole world on my ass. So I'm running from that. I'm running from, it's like running from a helicopter. Would you tell a man that he's a coward for running from a helicopter, shooting at him?
Right.
You're supposed to run from that, right?
Right.
Run from women, yo. I tell men that all the time. Take off fucking running. Leave her ass standing and scream, help, help. Nobody can say you're the abuser. Take off running from her ass. Nobody gonna think you scared. As men, we will not call you a bitch. Just don't run from another man, but run from her ass. Because you know if you hit her back, society gonna be on your ass. Just get away from her, bro. Real talk. Let's continue.
So am I human? Because why was you attacking me? Why did you mace me?
I wasn't attacking you.
Why did you get pepper spray? Why did you get pepper spray?
Attacking you and pulling on your pants.
Why?
Notice how she left out the mace shit. You see that? You was macing me. I was pulling on your pants. It's a difference between, what about the macing me part?
You pulling on my pants.
It's a difference. It's a difference.
Why are you pulling on my pants?
It's a difference.
Why you slap me in the head all those times?
It's a difference. Because you was holding on to me tight on my
I was not holding on to you. I was trying to get my phone and go leave.
The phone out your pocket.
Why?
Like this on me.
So why are you trying to get my phone?
I'm like, damn, get up. So I started pushing you to get you off of me.
Why? Why are you trying to get my phone?
Why? Why are you talking to bitches?
I wasn't.
You was.
And if I was, that's my
As
phone.
soon as I said, who is Patience? Give me my phone.
And you seen the messages from Patience. Now how do you feel?
Yeah, Patience said you kept going to the mall to see her. Like,
So,
oh my God.
okay, see, that's what you think. That's my point. You done analyzed and created a whole story.
It is what you was doing.
Okay.
It is what you was doing.
All right.
That's why you took
All
the
right.
phone.
Okay.
Why else would you take the phone?
Okay. You done created a whole
You ain't been
scenario.
taking it. I done seen all type of bitches in your phone, and you ain't never took it in. Why you want to take it now?
I'm
I
tired.
done asked you about all type of.
So I'm not gonna take accountability for trying to take your phone. I want you to be accountable for not giving me your phone. So just imagine you tell that man, you shouldn't have hit me. Well, you should have just gave me your phone. I asked you for your phone, you should have gave it to me. No, you shouldn't have hit me. Even if I tell you, no, you can't have my phone, don't hit me. What the fuck you talking about? Keep your hands off of me.
But that's the problem, though, too. Now, Robert's not, that's what Robert should have said. But what he's doing is like, and I don't believe, I know he's not doing it intentionally, but she's almost like tricking him to engage in that argument when the argument isn't even valid. It's not even a valid argument.
It's a fact. It's very silly. He said you try to take my phone, you mace me. I was trying to go in your pants, and because you should have been talking to bitches. Why can't you just give me your phone? You ain't never did that. It's like, damn, yo, you're not hearing what I'm telling you here. Let's continue.
Bitches in your phone, all type of bitches that you been in your DMs and you be like, oh, that was for business. Oh, okay. Oh, that she done that to my son. Oh, okay. Now when this person come across, it's snatching the phone.
Well, don't you think somebody would get tired of that?
What's the difference in me asking about any other chick?
Don't you think somebody would get tired? I'm tired of that. I'm tired of it.
What is the difference?
I'm tired of it. That's the difference.
Right, you're tired of it.
Yes, I'm tired of it.
Right, you're tired of it.
I've been tired of it.
See, now right there, she could acknowledge him. You're tired of it? What do you mean you're tired of it? Brianna, I don't like you going through my phone all the time. I actually want you to trust me. I feel like a child when you go through my devices. I don't go through your devices. How would you feel if I showed up going through your devices all the time? Like, you got to stop doing that. That's terrorizing. Right? I'm tired of it. Hear what he's saying, but I don't want to hear that. I'm mad. You can't even be tired of it. You just got to put up with my bullshit.
Okay. Right. So why are we having this conversation? You're so tired of it.
Because why did you have to do all of this?
This conversation.
So she hears him talking, but she decides to talk over him again. He wants you to be accountable. You know that. He just wants you to admit that you were wrong and where you were wrong. See, listen, guys, this may seem petty that he's here for this long to try and work through this, but that's actually a masculine trait. If the man can't get the car fixed, he'll stay under the hood until he finds the problem. And when it's your marriage, the most sacred thing to you, this gives you access to your own children and your future for your children. Okay, you have to fix the damn holes on the boat, or the water's going to overflow and the ship's going to sink, no matter how long it takes. So if you love this woman and you want to work through it, if you got to sit up all night fixing that leak, sometimes you have to do that. And so what he's trying to do is establish that this won't happen going forward. You don't just let problems go and not be accountable to them. You focus on them as the man, because you're going to fix the problem. And you have to keep the focus there until the problem is fixed. But the problem is she doesn't want him to focus on the problem. But before he can move forward with her, he needs her to know that was wrong so it don't come up in the future. But many times a woman will feel like, why won't he just leave well enough alone? Yo, the man has to be responsible for your future. He's a builder. So he's trying to talk to you about future problems. You can't hear that? She's just over talking him here. And it seems like, okay, bro, just give up. But this is a man who was actually trying right here. This is more than just fighting for your future or your reputation. This is saying, yo, we got to have this conversation before we can continue. That what you just did was so bad and damaging. We have to have a conversation, and you have to understand your contribution and tell me you're never going to do this again because you see the damage in it. He said, I could have lost my life. I could have lost my freedom. My reputation is going to be fucked up for the foreseeable future. I feel like a criminal. I've never been a criminal, never done a criminal act. And you did all that to me. So, you know, I got to get you to admit that you did wrong so I can know you won't do it again, but she won't do it. That's right there is when you say, okay, you know what? I'm done. You have to be, because you have to choose your own well-being. It ain't about if you love her or not.
Right.
You got to cry in the car. If you love her, cry in the fucking car. You're going to have to go through the crying and build yourself back up, because you don't be with somebody just because you care about them. Not when they're this fucking dangerous.
I had a question.
And at this point, we've had instances. At this point, there were videos and tears of how hurt, how traumatic this was. Oh my gosh. So the fact that you're asking, why are we having this conversation? We're having this conversation because I'm your husband and you stated to social media that I've wronged you and that you're traumatized. So we have to have a conversation about that. Wouldn't you want to have a conversation if you're so hurt and you're so traumatized with the person that you're married to? So the fact that she can't understand that question is really mind-boggling to me, because it should be obvious why he's having that conversation.
You're absolutely right. Let's continue.
I had a question too. That was
because
what it's kind of just piggybacking off what Kathy said, just for my own knowledge. I want to know, is this video before or after she contacted you to try to rectify the situation?
This is before.
Interesting.
Yeah, he had already gone through all of this. So he actually called me and beeped in just as she was hanging up, and I asked him, you know, would he take her back? I told him she said she was sorry, and he was like, she ain't gonna change. She's
I'm asking that because
I lost you.
It seems strange that she wouldn't have the conversation with him to try to fix whatever, you know, their marriage, because she didn't like the fact that he was holding her accountable in the conversation. So she went elsewhere to try to rectify the marriage.
Mm-hmm. You're absolutely right.
Lying on me. Because you're lying on me.
What is the point? What is the point of you calling me every day? What is the point of us talking? I don't understand. Why are we talking? It's no point. You're done. I'm done. Fuck it. It's just done. Ain't shit else to talk about.
Because you're ruining my life.
You don't give a fuck about nothing. You don't want to.
You're ruining my life.
This is the ultimate thing someone do when they want to avert from being accountable. They start telling you what you care about and what you love. And then you'll get into this damn argument with them where you sitting here trying to profess your love or care for whatever the fuck they trying to say you don't love and care about. And now you're not talking about what you was originally talking about. It's ridiculous. How are you going to tell me what I care about? You don't care about me. You don't care about nothing. You only care about this and you only care about that. All this is to distract from actually having an honest conversation or reflection on past behavior. Telling me what I care about. That's ridiculous. Let's continue.
It does not matter. I'm not ruining shit.
Yes, you are.
I'm not ruining shit.
Yes, you are.
I didn't never go and post at Robert Hampton.
Yes, you are. So who broke your finger? So who broke your finger? Because it wasn't me.
You.
No, I didn't.
You the only one hit me in the head with a fucking tote.
Yes, I never hit you in the head with a tote. That's a lie.
So where did you put the tote on?
That's a lie. On your legs where you was kicking me at. Your legs where you was kicking me. Your legs. Over your legs where you were kicking me at. Why you still don't get what I'm saying? Yes, it do. My whole body will fit in that tote, Brianna. I'm taller than you.
Exactly. So when you put that tote over me, you cover my whole body.
Okay, so in order to stop you from kicking me, that's what I did. That's a fact.
Hey, y'all, would y'all rather be up under that tote or maced? Which one?
I'd rather be under that tote.
I ain't no damn body gonna say maced. Even on the other side, they ain't that fucking stupid. They might just ignore the question to keep from admitting that she maced him. But would you rather be under a tote or being maced, guys? Like on the other side, I want to see y'all answer that shit over there. Let's continue.
So why your legs ain't broke?
Okay, Robert. Hurry up and get whatever you got to say out.
Why are you trying to ruin my name?
Robert.
I did not hurt your finger.
We can go on live. You ain't gotta fucking turn your phone on, try to record me and try to lie and do some bullshit. We can go on live and have this conversation. Cause that's just what it is. That's what we can do. You ain't gotta try to get your phone and try to record some shit.
We can come together.
What's that?
We can go live together with all the children. We can go live with all the children. We can go live with all the children. We can go live with all the children.
Look better like a narcissist does. How about you bring me on fucking live? Let's go on live.
Start shaking the damn breath mints. Because she's now got an indication and thought about, wait, he could be trying to record me. So now it's like, this behavior right here is to undo the whole conversation, but it's too late. You've already confirmed that he's not an abuser and that he's never, in fact, abused you. So now that you recognize that you're being recorded, it's let me pull this damn stunt. So Robert started shaking the damn breath mints. Like, I know you hear me talking.
I'm wondering in this moment. I wonder, and they tried to say that he was being childish when he did that, but he's not being childish. She's yelling, she's screaming, she's acting like a kid. So he figures she ain't doing nothing but making noise, so I'm gonna make noise. But I'm wondering in this moment, like, has Robert realized that she has basically told on herself throughout this recording, or does he feel like he hasn't gotten anything out of her?
I believe he knows it, but I think he's so frustrated with the general public because when he uploads it, he just doesn't seem to get any validation from it. And they don't confirm that she did in fact admit it, and did and confirm that he didn't be an abuser, because people are so one-sided. They'll just come up with excuses. And what they do is they just say, "Why was you recording her?" You see, it's kind of like whenever Callie will say something about the 14-year-old girl, and I'll say, "What was the lady's name? Who told you?" But then he'll make a whole nother video and say, "You didn't address the 14-year-old girl." And it's like, yes, I did. Several times I mentioned it.
Right.
Yeah.
Anybody watching that dude, I mean, the dude is, I hate to say it because I know that at one point you all were friends, but to me, the dude comes off as a clown. So, I mean, nothing he was saying was very valid.
Indeed.
Yeah, he comes off like a clown.
Indeed. We got a few seconds left of this video, and then I'm going to read something to you, and we'll call it a night for the night. Let's go.
Had this conversation live.
So she hung up. Okay, now it's crazy. Robert was so damn confused.
Look how he looking.
All right, cool. So let's just imagine that they said, "This is rude. You're trying to be funny." He was calm the whole time, trying to talk with her. She was dismissive and all that shit. And they noticed that. They noticed this. They don't notice everything else, which shows you that they intentionally are looking for ways to not, hold her accountable. But I'm going to read this to you. Chapter 8, Unmasking the Similarities, How the Emotional Terrorizer Wife Handles Conflict Like a Wrestler in the Ring. Now, you guys have watched wrestling before. So in this chapter, we're going to draw a parallel between the behaviors of an emotional terrorizing wife and the world of professional wrestling, shedding light on the similarities and highlight the impact of these tactics on relationships. Just as wrestlers create intense confrontations in the ring, the emotional terrorizer wife utilizes similar strategies in her fights, leaving her partner feeling emotionally battered and confused. Like wrestlers who build up anticipation and excitement by insulting their opponents and making threats, an emotional terrorizer wife often initiates conflicts by provoking and belittling her partner. She will employ antagonistic behaviors and elevate the intensity of the argument, attempting to gain control and dominance over the situation. During the fight, both wrestlers and emotional terrorizer wives exhibit a range of character traits, shifting from aggressor to victim. And you remember when The Rock, he had the people's eyebrow? Yeah. Then he had the corporate eyebrow where the other one do that go up and shit. I can't do the corporate one. That's how I know I ain't no bad person. And I don't ever fucking switch up. That's how I know that, because I can't do the corporate eyebrow. But you'll notice an emotional terrorizer, they go from victim to villain almost interchangeable. They'll be just now crying like she was in the beginning. And by the end of the video, it's like, nigga, we could go live with it's like,
Notice she did.
yeah.
Notice she did that once I don't know how she figured out that he was recording, but notice she did that once she found out he was recording. Then her, big badass, came out.
Absolutely. He's on the spot, right? So it says, so they'll switch from aggressor to victim and even resorting to unfair tactics that break the rules of fair play. Just as a wrestler can transition from attacking or begging, from attacking to begging for leniency. You ever see a wrestler run up and punch the other wrestler, and when the wrestler start walking towards him, the other wrestler just fall down and be like, oh snap, and start backing up into the corner like he's fucking shrinking himself, like don't hit me back. And then as soon as the guy drops his defense and turns around, the other wrestler jump up and poke his ass in the eyes.
Yeah.
Or kick him in the nuts from the back or some shit. Yeah, so that's how they do you. So it says they be begging for leniency. They go from attacking to begging for leniency. An emotional terrorizer wife may oscillate between aggression and pleading for understanding, manipulating her partner's emotions to suit her agenda. The wrestler, for entertainment purposes, can switch between being a villain and a hero, with fans accepting these shifting loyalties. Similarly, the emotional terrorizer wife expects her partner to forget all the hurtful words and actions when her emotions subside, demanding that they move on as if nothing happened. She disregards the damage caused by her behavior and shows no consideration for the emotional turmoil inflicted by her husband. Throughout the argument, an emotional terrorizer wife employs deceptive tactics, switching sides of taking on a different character to maintain control. The heated exchanges over talk, insults, and shaming resemble the chaos of a wrestling match, leaving her partner feeling drained and overwhelmed. Engaging in a simple disagreement with an emotional terrorizer wife can feel like being in a high-stakes championship wrestling match where there are no holds barred. She discards boundaries and has no qualms about the damage she inflicts in the heat of the moment. However, it is important to recognize that relationships should not mimic the scripted world of wrestling. The emotional well-being of both partners should be prioritized, and strategies to foster healthier communication and conflict resolution need to be implemented. That's the end of that chapter, family. And I know, hopefully, that right there brings a lot of understanding through that parallel between if you've watched wrestling and you're going through encounters with an emotional terrorizer in your home, you will see that they are just alike. They'll go from crying to laughing to anger in a matter of just a few moments. And you're like, who does that? Who can just go from emotion to emotion like that? Who does that?
Because the emotions are not genuine. It seems that the emotions are strategically planned instead of genuinely coming about like a normal person would. Just like in the beginning of the clip, she was very strategically behaving meek and mild. Mm-hmm. And then once she was getting questions that she didn't like, she was slowly and steadily becoming more and more defensive. And then when she found out that she was on live, she became very aggressive and was yelling and over talking. So it makes me think, like, who is the real Brianna? Like, which one of those is the real Brianna? Is it the one that's meek and mild that behaves that way when she thinks that she's having a private conversation with her husband, or is the real Brianna the one that she shows her platform? So I'm still kind of struggling with that question because it's very, very confusing. Most people their personalities are relatively steady until something dramatic happens and they may change. But in that clip, like you said, as a wrestler would do, her emotions were so dramatic from moment to moment without any real provoking, it seemed like. So I don't know if I don't know. It just, I can't really speak on like diagnosis and stuff like that, but it seems like she has like, it seems like some sort of personality disorder that she's dealing with. And I think it's a lot deeper than maybe even Robert knows.
Yeah, because if he told me like maybe just a couple of days ago that her behavior since she left, since they broke up, it's not her. He says that even though she does some terroristic things in the home, they had horrible arguments, she insulted, she hit. He says the person that she's portraying right now is not her. He's never known her to be so evil. But I always say to men, you don't know her until you're breaking up with her. When a woman is rejected by you, that's when you can truly see how the depths that she can go. It doesn't mean that's her. It means that's her when she's truly upset and ain't got nothing to do with you. You know what I mean? So she can pretty much abandon all logic and all morals, and that is an emotional terrorizer, because if you don't really have morals if you can just abandon them because you don't like somebody. You see what I'm saying? So morals should be stick regardless. And so if you can get out and do these things, talk about him publicly, humiliate him publicly because you're mad, that does mean that you definitely need to go get some help. And there's this guy named Mr. Let Go. He has this thing where he says women are children. And it may sound very offensive to most people, especially women, but what he's trying to say is we don't hold our children accountable. We often just say, poor thing, we understand how you were feeling when you did that. Now, boys get held to a higher level of accountability because they're more dangerous with their physical being, right? If they get angry and do something, then it may cause more damage, but we know that boys often get held accountable, where little girls don't. And if you don't hold a child accountable, they will turn into an adult who is not accountable. And that will mean that they act like children. Think about it for a moment. When a child is born, they don't have language. They don't have understanding of literature or how to speak. So all they have is their emotions. They don't know how you feel, nor do they care. All they know is how they feel. Now, as you get older in life, you start to learn as you reflect off different people that they have emotions too, right? Not just you have emotions. So when you start learning that, you have to be accountable for other people's emotions. But if you're not being held accountable, you will not have any accountability for other people's emotions. And that childlike behavior and mindset goes into your adulthood, making you like a child. Now, you can take a man who grew up without that masculine figure. They would be the same way, very unaccountable, behaving like children. A grown man who won't go to work and expects people to take care of him. That is a childish mentality, right?
Right.
If you don't teach him to be accountable for his own life and his survival, he may very well look for somebody to take care of him his whole life. So you should always make sure a man is accountable to doing the things that men do. And you should make sure your daughter is accountable in her young age so she can grow up and be accountable to how she treats people in her adult age. You know, stop treating our daughters like they just these precious flowers who can't make mistakes. Often, like during times of a prom or a date, when the boy comes to pick the little girl up, you're challenging him. You're looking at him with eyes of criticism or whatever. And you want to make sure that he has good intentions for picking your child up. But we are not taking into consideration that there are women out here who will ruin your son's life. He got his head on straight and she is very loose. He got his head on straight and she's sneaky, right? And we can see this in young girls too. So we got to stop acting like it's just the boys that can be bad. We got to raise our sons to know that every woman out here ain't good for you. Don't just pick one and run with it. You got to look at her attitude because she can ruin your life too. Yeah. You know, so we have to start holding our children accountable so they can turn into accountable adults. And you guys can see how Walt treats her now, that he's never held her accountable. So you can see
he treats her like a baby.
Absolutely. And so what is she going to expect from her husband? Because your father is like your first husband. He shows you how a man should treat you. Like, I'll open the door for my daughter, right? I'll talk sweet to her. I'll talk to her like I want her husband to treat her. That gives her a good indication. So if a man talks to her beneath what her father talked to her, then she'll say, this ain't the man for me. So you are the model for the husband your daughter chooses. So if you're not holding her accountable, dude, she's going to get with a man and she's going to terrorize the hell out of him. And when he tries to hold her accountable, she will see that as a weapon, as him scolding her. It's just a conversation, but she'll try to do everything she can to keep from being held accountable. And relationships don't work that way. You got to be able to acknowledge what you're doing to each other so you can move forward.
I'm gonna drop down in a moment. I think this was a really dynamic conversation. I also want to say that I think that was a really powerful statement that you made about how we behave as children. And how we are just it made me think about like being in infancy. So just like when a person is an infant, when they're first born, as we get older, like if we're hungry, we know we can wait and we know that we will eventually eat. But an infant screams and cries because they're not understanding my food will come. So they instantly spaz out without reasoning. And I believe that in a way, I used to say when this first started that Brianna acts like a teenager almost. But now that after you said that, it makes me feel like she literally acts like an infant, like an undeveloped baby that
Exactly.
screams and cries when she doesn't have things her way immediately and doesn't sit and reason like a normal adult. So she truly does act like a baby, an infant. And I believe, like you said, that's the way her father treats her. But she made a point, which I think is disgusting, especially when somebody's parent has passed on. I have not experienced that. I have both my parents, but I think it's disgusting that she continues to bring up his mother, knowing that his mother, you all's mother, has passed away, and says, "Oh, I can't be your mother." Well, he can't be your father. He can't be a doormat like your father. So it has to go both ways. You're saying
Yeah.
that you can't be a parent to him. Well, he can't be a parent to you. He's not your daddy. He's your husband.
And you can't expect a husband to allow you to stay and him take care of you if you treat him like shit. Because to be honest, most of your parents wouldn't do that. Most of your parents wouldn't let you stay up in their house while you treat them like shit. So you can't expect your husband to. That is crazy. He didn't birth you. It's like a sense of entitlement that you think this man has to put up with you. He doesn't. He doesn't, and he can walk away. And you got to treat each other like that valuable. If you treat him like you love him, this is showing that you are thankful for the gift that God or whoever you believe in gave that person to you. But if you disrespect them like this, you're saying to whoever you believe in that you don't want this person, their child, whatever the case may be. And then once that relationship ends, now you're asking God or whoever for another man. That is ridiculous. Love the one you with, and if you be faithful over a few things, I'll make you ruler over many. And the thing that you said about that childlike behavior, I've said this before, but I'll tell you guys this. My daughter's daughter, Mayana, when she was a real little baby, she was wanting some milk. And at the time, my daughter was breastfeeding. My daughter was downstairs doing something, and Mayana was just crying and crying. And by the time my daughter gets back to her and offers her the breast, Mayana bites it. So now, since she has access to the milk, she's so upset because of how long she feels like it took that she bit her mother, right? This is exactly what we do in our relationships. We'll get so impatient with the person that by the time they want to give us what we were asking for, now we don't even want it no more. And that is linked to a mental childish state, right?
That's deep.
Right, the very milk that she was needing, she bit her mom, right? It's like, it's crazy.
And now you're not getting what you need.
Absolutely. And that's what happens, you see. So when he asked for love and affection and she denied him, it instantly turned into her not getting what she needed. Because now she wants to go through his phone, she wants this and she wants that, and he won't do it now. And she doesn't understand why he's so upset. But it's like, you didn't want to give me love and affection, and you told me that you're not gonna treat me like a mother. But then as soon as I said that to you about that guy, now you treat me like a mother by trying to go through my phone, and now I have all the attention in the world that I want from you. But when it came to you just giving me simple love, you didn't have time for that. But you got time to sit here and argue with me and fight for my phone if you think I'm talking to another woman. So yeah, you are treating me like a damn child, like a mother. I asked you for love and affection. No, I don't want to give it to you. Sit over there. If you go get it from somewhere else, I'm gonna beat your ass. That's crazy.
Right.
That's literally crazy. So she was treating him like a child. So when she says, "I'm not your mother, I can't be that," literally that's what she's being, is his mother. Look at how mad she was when she thought he was talking to other bitches. And I'm using that word, the word she used, right? Why are you talking to other bitches, she says. You won't give me love and affection. And not that he's talking to her for that reason, but you're that angry over him talking to other women. But if he asks you for love and affection, you'll say no. Like, damn.
Makes no sense.
It doesn't, man. Give him love and affection. That's your man. Listen, I'll say this. When you get married, guys, stop holding back. He ain't dating you no more. The man actually married you. So stop trying to act like he's using you. And if you're a guy and you got a wife, stop trying to act like she's using you. She can't use you, but she'll take whatever you give her ass. You need to understand that. Have a budget to be able to tell her no when you don't have it, but don't be putting up no walls to your wife. She married you. And if he married you and he's your husband, don't be trying to hold out and be half-assing. Give your all. You literally married. Give your all. Like, there ain't no excuse to not try your hardest once y'all already married each other. You ain't losing shit. You get more when you give more. But people are being a whole marriage denying each other. I would never understand that.
Right.
But they'll go to work and give that man 40 hours though. That man who is not their husband, they'll go do all of that. But when you go home, which is more important than your job, okay? When your job is gone, your family, your husband will still be there. So to me, I feel like I'm gonna perform better for my wives than I will a job, you know, but that's just me.
That's because what you get in return from your wives is something that you value. But for most people, I guess what they value more is what they get from work. So you just have to have that same attitude when it comes to being at home with your partner. I actually never thought about it that way. That's actually a really good comparison. You know, the same energy that you put into work because you really want that paycheck is the same energy that you should put in to your home life with your partner because you really want that to work. You really want the love to be reciprocated. And if you don't put in that work, then you're not going to get anything out of it. That's one comparison I'll probably never forget.
Yes, ma'am. It's very true.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for coming on. Thank you, TC, and I can't think of her name, but she was up here earlier.
Miss
Hopefully,
Miss Hassana.
Yes, Hassan, that's right. Hopefully tomorrow I can get maybe the break room. I can get maybe Ashley D, Retta. One of you guys who didn't come up here today, please be willing to come up here tomorrow. This was a dope build, and I'd like to build with you guys too. Thank you so much, Chatty Cathy. You always say things that are just powerful and resonate with me. And upper echelon, your mind is in a whole nother place, man. It's absolutely amazing. It was an honor doing work with both of you guys.
You as well. Thank you so much for having me up here.
Y'all
Yes,
have a
ma'am.
good night.
Yes, peace, y'all.
Thank you. Peace, y'all.